Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have one color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match.
Hello, all. Good morning, and welcome to the Studio Othello from the 34th World Othello Championship in Paris. We are live, and my name is Tom Schotte.
And I'm Luke Plowman.
I am Takahashi Murakami from Japan.
I'm Tomoki Otaka.
Yep, and we're excited because yesterday we had a very interesting Othello day, and today we're heading towards. We're having the battle for the semi-finals coming up, and we'll have a lot of exciting games throughout the day.
Yes, the first day saw some fierce games. Kento Urano came away in first place after the first day, having been undefeated on 6.5 out of 7 points. Matthias Berg from Germany follows closely at 6 out of 7 points. A very strong day from him. And our reigning world champion Akihiro Takahashi is also in joint second place with 6 out of 7 points.
Indeed, and also Alessandro Di Mattei from Italy and Erwin van den Berg from the Netherlands are on 6 points. And we have 2 players which are closely following up on that with 5.5 points, which are Arthur Joignier from Finland and Katie Pihlajapuro from Arthur from Switzerland and Katie Pihlajapuro from Finland, and we'll have a whole range of players with 5 points. And I think for the semi-finals you will need at least 10.
Yes, it is the top 4 that go through to the semi-finals, which usually ends up being around that number of points. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. Before we go into the first round, to everyone watching at the moment, make sure you're asking any questions, have any suggestions, put them in the live chat of this stream, and we are doing our best to monitor that, and we'll try and respond to anything that people say. We love interacting with you guys, especially now that we're back in person. So give us any thoughts, questions, or musings that you have, and we'll try and respond.
And let me remind you the benefit of modern technology that makes it possible for you to watch these games live. When I was at the World Championship in the 1980s and 1990s, it was impossible for most of the players around the world to watch the final day and the second day and the first day of the World Championship. Only those who were actually on the venue were allowed to watch the games. Now you can sit on the screen in front of you. So let us enjoy this modern miracle together today.
So meanwhile, we're watching the live game on table 1 between Kento Urano on the left, playing with black, and the reigning world champion Akihiro Takahashi playing with white, and you can see him on the right side of your screen.
That is a huge game. I thought it was one of the highlight reels from Studio Othello with the dramatic music in the background, but this is the first game of the day, the 2 Japanese giants.
Yes, and I think there is a good possibility that these are the ones who will be playing the final tomorrow. So this is an important game.
Takahashi there with his famous orange juice, so he'll probably do quite well in this game.
I think the live this video couldn't show the first part of the game, but this opening is the opening for cow opening. I think it was sailboat or something like that. Yeah, and actually the white before the white E6 move is maybe new for Urano, maybe? Well, Murakami, do you know this?
No, I wasn't watching the first 10 moves of the game closely.
My instant response would be G6.
This move is aiming the 2 good moves for black, G5 and C6. if white if white moves the two or one of these, the black will move to the other good moves.
Yes. So now white is thinking which should he take. Well,
is it then, for example, if white goes to g5 and black moves to c6, white still has f7.
Right.
Yeah. So
And then black will go to e8, maybe.
yeah. So that's why I think he chose this move quite quickly.
Mm-hmm. But Kento is not obliged to play c6 now because he has still access, probably. But he still does it.
Well, it was a natural choice,
Yep.
flipping only the interior disk at d5.
Is this a plate opening?
I think it's not. I think white, the move or the opening which the white chose is not familiar. I think.
I think going back to talk of lobster openings and things, this one looks a bit like a fish for black. So that's exciting.
Yeah, for here, for white, f7 looks quite naturally, but after that, there's some move for black. For example, h5, e8, or d2. So, and also, for black, f7 is not good move. So, maybe he'll protect the move of d2 to be the bad move for d2. So maybe he's also thinking about f2 maybe.
Could he also play d2 himself?
Yes.
Oh, exactly, yeah. Also, that's a choice.
So, before we continue with the analysis of this game, these two players are competing for a spot in a semi-final, but we also have semi-finals tomorrow for youth and female players. So all of these players are also competing for a spot in a semi-final. And I'll just give standings of the top 4 of each category after day 1. So we have Katie Pihlajapuro from Finland. She's on 5.5 points, which is actually the 6th place in the open event. So she's actually making a chance of making it to the semi-finals as
and
well.
We watched her against Takahashi yesterday in a very close fought game. So.
Then in 2nd position with 4.5 points we have Yuko Sano from the USA. And on 4 points we have 3 women. Fuyumi Okudaira, Gabrieli Lim Ya-ying from Singapore, and also Paula Iturbide from Argentina has 4 points. And, well, worth to mention, there are still several women on 3 points, so the competition there is very open.
And how many women are there in total in this tournament?
24.
That's many. It's a very good thing.
And also in the youth category, there is a fierce competition ongoing. We have a young player from the Netherlands. Well, they are all young because they're youth. Daniel Dufour is on 5 points. And that was really a strong opening from him yesterday. Also, Miyamoto Taketora from Japan, he is on 4 points. And then again, Fuyumi Okudaira, she's competing both in the youth as a female category, is on 4 points. So she's also has a good chance of making it to the semi-finals in the youth category. And then there are no other youth players on 4 points, but there's a whole bunch of players, 6 of them, which are on 3 points. So there the battle for the 4th place in the semifinals will be very exciting. Okay, we've had a move on the board, F2.
Yeah, Takahashi, I think quite used a lot of time for here. And for these two, they played 6 times in the tournament in Japan. And actually Takahashi won 4 times and lost 2 times. So it's quite, and I think they are both strong, so it was quite a close game. But last time they played is September in 2019, so it's 3 years ago. And actually Kento Urano and I think both of them become stronger than that. So maybe, but I think this game will be, I think, also a close game, I think.
I hope so.
How do their styles differ from each other?
I think we mentioned about both the player yesterday, but I think some people are not looked this live stream yesterday, so I'll explain again. Akihiro Takahashi, the most strongest guy in the world, and actually his playstyle is not just a book player. Also, he knows a lot of draw lines, but he don't use the famous draw lines because actually he's so strong at end games and mid games too. And but the draw line is not best way to win his game. He uses opening quite strange for maybe other players. And so also maybe the other players, which the openings that other players don't know. So in the game, through the game, maybe there's some situation that only Takahashi knows the opening. Yeah, and so he wait for the miss of the other players, and he just won of the strength of the mid games and the end games.
So almost quite a defensive style.
Yeah. I think so.
Yes, I agree. He's a hybrid of players, old players and new generation players. He's well versed in book openings, but quite often he doesn't use these book openings. He chooses an opening that loses a couple of discs according to computer evaluation, and he is theoretically behind in that game in terms of computer evaluation. And then he's so good at middle game and end game, and he will eventually prevail at the end of the game. That's his style.
Yeah, and for Kento Urano, he's one of the book player, we call the book player, one of the most has a lot of knowledge about the book. For example, yesterday he did a draw game once, but that draw game was just we call sometimes book game like that. He just did a draw line against Junior Arthur, so he doesn't think. He just
knows
the move. And also the game against Matthias yesterday.
Yeah, that went on forever.
Yeah, that one was quite interesting game, but actually the Kento Uranos know that opening quite deeply, and he just won because he knows a lot, and actually Matthias doesn't know, but he knows, so and he just wait for the Matthias's miss and just won like that.
So back to the position, how's it looking for both colours?
I think it's quite close game now.
Yes, and it's surely out of their books.
Yes.
Both players are thinking hard. They are struggling in the unknown path.
Yeah. So while they are thinking for their next move, it's worth to mention that we have a live footage of tables 2, 3 and 4 on the other live streams on the YouTube channel. On table 2 you could watch Erwin van den Berg playing black against Matthias Berg. On table 3, Alessandro Di Mattei playing black against Katie Pihlajapuro. And on table 4, Arthur Joignier playing black against Yohmung Oh from Korea. And also on live Othello, we have today 11 live games. So the 4 games I've mentioned, and 7 more from tables 5 till 11. So stay tuned for watching a lot of games live.
Well, Black's response to B5 was rather obvious. I wonder if Akihiro has some plan in this position, because White's move to F1 will surely be met by this Black B5. What will White do here?
Maybe he is thinking
E8?
about E8, D8, and maybe G7.
Yeah.
Maybe that's possible.
It is possible, yes. Well,
But if you would move to E8, is the move for black to D8 kind of forced?
I think so. Because if he don't move D8, maybe B4 or H6, but but they think there's no good point for black.
That's also one of the things we see in Othello, that players would like to play a certain move, but that move is not favorable. For example, an X square. But by a forcing sequence of moves, they put a position on the board where that particular move becomes a good one. So this could be an example of White playing to E8, more or less forcing black to go to D8 and then playing the X square to G7 after that.
For other options, I think maybe A6 is maybe possible. So if maybe black moves after H6, the whites can't move B6 again. But I think maybe it doesn't work. So I think Takahashi is thinking about that too.
Oh well, black will never go to H6. I mean, after A6.
Yeah, I know.
So the reason is White will have a quiet move to B6, of course, but White will also have a quiet move to H3, which is devastating. So
like A6, maybe B4, A5 or something like that maybe happen.
Well, anyway, A6 is an option, a good option for White.
Or how about H6? Is that possible?
Well, H6, it doesn't seem to be so good, because black will just go to H4. No?
But maybe I just think like, and Akihiro moved to A6 that we won't mention. Maybe he just thinks that the move from E8 is too dangerous. So after that, we just mentioned about B4 now, but are there some options?
If black goes to B4, can't white just go to B3? Isn't that
Maybe that's possible. But if we move b4 and next b3, I think the move a4 will be good for black. So after that, white has to move to the bottom side and the right side, and I think these moves, but Kento chose a4. Maybe he thought that one of the moves from b4 doesn't make sense for him.
Now white will go to e8.
Yeah, I think so, because maybe some beginners think b4 looks quite good for black, but after b4 there's so good move for b3. And for example, if white moves e8 and black d8 and and white for g7, black only has a move into the upper side, and or b4 or maybe the g2 is also possible, but is that the x square, so a bit dangerous.
But fun.
Yeah, exactly.
But if he plays out that combination and plays e8, d8, and he doesn't play the x square,
but he choose
otherwise.
Yeah, I think there's two options here. One is h7 is, and the other option is for h4. If black moves to h4, it moves h4 and I think after that h3. But actually there's an axis for moving the e8 now. But if black moves to h4 and the white moves h3, the axis become lost. So maybe that's not good for black, and I think Kento is thinking about that. However, if black's move to h7, he can keep the axis to e8. So maybe that's better. But there's some other maybe other moves that I didn't think still exist.
It's always possible.
Yeah, I know.
With the two strongest players in the world. I would like to point out, though, that for all Takahashi's clear mental prowess, he is in 59th in Fantasy Othello at the moment, with 23 points. So he did pick himself for his team. So he's if he wins a game, that's why he just wants to.
Or maybe
Kento
is thinking about G2 also.
G2, wow.
Yeah, because
to play already or to play later?
I think already.
No, just now.
Because if he moves for example h4 and h3, and the north east side of there will be 4 places and 4 squares, and 4 squares to move the x squares, which is the 4 squares, is so bad because of the parity. But now, if he moves, for example, g2, there's 5 squares left on the northeast side. But Takahashi couldn't cut the line for h4 or maybe h3, so he have to cut in another place without the northeast side. But during that, Kento could move to h4 after that. So he means he moved 2 times at the north east side, and this is so good for Othello. It's so good for black.
Yes.
He chose h4. I just mentioned that the axis of an e8 will lost, but Kento maybe Kento felt it's okay for black. Maybe he's thinking like h3 and maybe g8, because if black moves g8, white has only moved onto the bottom side, and the southeast side of this the southeast side will be there's 3 places to move, so maybe he's thinking to move at the g7 at the future to get the parity.
There is so much that goes into this game at the top level. You're all a step ahead of me.
With the previous move, normal players would only consider h4 or h7. But with these kind of players, indeed, you could have expected g2 as well.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that makes Othello so beautiful is that all the top players are top players because they're steps ahead of me in what I would do. But when they explain it to me, it all makes perfect sense as to why they're thinking that. It's just, I don't have the experience to be thinking that yet.
Will Urano play to g8 now?
Yeah, I just mentioned about g8. Just before. Yeah, because yes. For example, the next move there's some choices. For example, c8, or maybe where else? Maybe e8 or something. I don't know, but either of that, black and white couldn't get the corner. I think the shape of the bottom edge looks maybe quite dangerous because the black moved to the C square.
The C square is the square next to the corner.
Yeah, next to the corner. Yeah,
but not diagonally. So it would be for the h8 corner. The C squares are h7 and g8.
Okay.
So we have
example here.
Yep.
These 8 places are the place of the C squares. Yes, and for here, black moves like this. But for example, there's some choices like here. But after this, if blacks move here or here, white could not get the corner quite easily, and white has to move to the other place. However, white has only the move into the bottom side, and black has plenty moves to the north edge, to north or west edge, and whenever he wants. So I think black plays well in this game now.
Yes.
But I think maybe there will be an accident. I think Takahashi will just think, how can I win? I think.
And I would also like to point out the beautiful new view for the virtual board by popular demand. So we are able to watch the live board with the messy discs on the left, although I always find that Japanese players aren't that messy in their disc placement. And the virtual board for the analysis and potential moves on the right. So I hope you're all enjoying that. And Andreas, you're a genius.
Thank you, Andreas, for taking this up overnight.
And I think Akihiro is in little trouble now. He's thinking hard to survive.
Yes,
this
I just
tough position.
I mentioned about this, but I think there's two choices, D8 or E8. But I prefer E8 this time.
I do too.
Yeah. Yes, Kento Urano moved quite quickly. And for after this, this is quite hard, but
B7?
yeah, exactly. Because this B7 maybe looks strange for maybe beginners.
Yeah,
but
do you want to play that on the
I
fancy
know.
board as well?
So this here, and maybe some beginners think like this B6 or this C7. Yeah, he moved quickly, but for here, if he moves maybe like for here, he moved B7, and after B7, he can also move to B6, and the white can move B6, and what was it? C7. These two places.
So he saves another move.
Yes. So, but however, if white moves like B7 or B6 or C7, black can only move these moves, and after that, white can't put anywhere on the bottom or west side.
Wow, so he played the X square.
Yeah.
Not just an X square, but quite a messy looking X square as well, with the pieces sticking out, just so he could have an extra move.
Yes. Yeah. This is a quite technical X square.
Yeah. I think this has to be...
Yeah. And
the X
also
square
here,
the
this is
tournament so
quite
far.
difficult, but I think B6 is I think the quite good move for here. But I think some of the maybe players think, why B7? Because the B7 causes a stoner trap. For here like this. This is a stoner trap, and white could get the corner of H8. However, if black moves...
Just to interrupt, why does this stoner trap work? What
Okay.
makes it a stoner trap?
Stoner trap is strategy, how to get the corner, and it works. The side, and the bottom side, the shape of the edge, which is like the black has the stone, the stone to the C, and it also happens when the line is controlled. So in this case, for B7 to G3, there's only white over there, and if black moves to B6, the stoner trap will happen, because after B7 and white moves to D8, and
Tomoki, isn't it rather hard for the viewers to understand all these things?
So yeah,
let's move on.
I think
so basically, a stoner trap is if white has the diagonal, black has to try and cut the diagonal to get to the corner on A8, and if white then plays D8, white is then threatening the H8 corner, and to save that, black would have to go to B8. However, if by going to B8 he then flips the B7 X square, then white gets the A8 corner or the H8 corner, and so he wins a corner.
Thank you for explaining easily.
You were doing it well.
Well, the stoner trap is a very nice way of a corner exchange, where you sacrifice one corner to get another one.
To get a better corner
To get a
with
better
a little
corner.
bit of an edge.
Well,
So it's if you're playing stoner traps in your games, you are getting to intermediate to advanced level.
Yes. And if you're not yet intermediate or advanced, it starts with getting them against you most of the times.
And being like, what on earth just happened?
I lost a corner, but how?
Yep.
And shall we move on to the actual game? What should black do here?
I think B7. Oh, he didn't.
This is such a weird looking position. There's just pieces
Yes.
everywhere.
For here, I think maybe A3 or B4, but not B4. A3, I think. So Kento Urano cut the line, quite quickly.
And so that means that black can now play at B6.
No, A8.
A8, I think, because he cut the
A8
line of the
is a
X.
devastating
Okay.
move. for black.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
true. Yeah, but my point is he can't be stoner trapped.
Exactly.
Because
yes.
white doesn't have the diagonal. So now if black takes the A8 corner, there are two spaces on the edge to play in. So if white plays one, then black can play the other and preserve that edge. Hopefully.
Oh, but I just mentioned A3, but A3 is not good, maybe.
A3 is not a good move.
No, A3.
A3,
Yeah. So the reason is if white moves A3, I think. Where was I thinking?
Well, I
B6 is
think
also another good move, I think.
isn't it a good idea to go to A5 here, just to prevent the black from going to the A8 corner?
Yeah, maybe that's possible because I think, yeah, and also for this point, yeah, and after A5, the line will the other X line will controlled when the white moved to D8, but Akihiro moved to the other place, which is C7.
Oh, and here we are.
Other game.
Yeah, at the end game between. Well, that's not Larry and Erwin.
It's Erwin on the left and Matthias Berg on the right.
And Matthias Berg is currently in second place.
Yes, and
I think he's white in this game?
He's white.
Yep.
So he's ahead.
So this should be...
Comfortably.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite comfortably, also in a way that Erwin has 1 minute remaining on the clock and Matthias still more than 20 minutes.
That's so crazy.
More than 20 minutes?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's still on 21 minutes, not 21
Wow.
Matthias
seconds.
is...
So maybe maybe he knows half of the game, like sort of the book, maybe, and he just won quite easily because of the parity.
So
Matthias
if Matthias will win this game, but now he's going to count the best possible line, but that means he would move to 7 games out of 8.
Yep.
So he would need 3 more games of the remaining 5. And he already played the top 2 Japanese. So
yeah, in a Swiss tournament, it's known as getting bumped down. If you are one of the top players and you're on a very good score, and you've played all the top players, you'll start to play the people on less points than yourself, and so you'll go down through the list of people to play. So it should be a relatively straightforward day for Matthias, because he's played all the top Japanese players and the top players. However, there are some other good players in this tournament. There are many strong players, so we could still see an upset.
Yeah. but he would only need 3 out of 5. So he can still lose 2 games and win 3 and make it to the semi-finals. So with this win over Erwin, he's one of the favorites, contenders for the top 4.
And I think he's just come off a 2-month break or something like that recently as well. I think I was speaking to him yesterday, and he's been moving house. So yeah, clearly it's done his Othello good.
Mm-hmm. Well, he told me yesterday that he prepared heavily for the European Championship. It was also mentioned in one of the interviews. And in that training, he mentioned 3,800 games in April.
Wow.
That's many.
That's obsessive.
So this could be one of the reasons that he's playing so well now, with this preparation still, still in place.
Absolutely. So there's another win for Matthias there.
Okay. Meanwhile, we had a couple of moves on the main board. The ace-8 corner has been taken.
Whose turn is it?
Black's turn.
Mm-hmm.
And
Black's turn, yeah.
If Black would be able to move to b6,
Then
then the
over,
game
yeah.
was over, but Akihiro must have known that there was no access there.
I wonder at what point he knew that this position would happen and Black wouldn't be able to go there. It must have been quite a while ago.
I think E1 is the best move. First, I think about D2, but after D2, I think after D2, if it's moved like D2, B6, there will be no access to C2 for Black, and maybe that's not good for Black. Or
But Black can just then go to E1. D2, B6, B6 and E1.
or then
So D2 also works, I think. Both D2 and E1 seems to work.
Yeah.
Well for Black.
yeah, but actually, Kento has 11 minutes to think. So yeah.
And the problem for Akihiro is that he has odd numbered region in the lower right region, 3 empties. White will eventually have to go there in the end, but there won't be any good way to go there. White will give everything on the one side. So Akihiro has to be very careful.
Meanwhile, we have some finished games on the other tables. Daniel Dufour from the Netherlands lost 6-58 to Olli Makonen from Finland. Yuko Sano lost 19-45 to Linwei Hao Roy. And one more result is Arthur Joignier won 37-27 to Youngmok Oh from South Korea. And the other games are still ongoing.
And to's around 1,000 in the chat. Although, yes, it is true that the name of the country isn't printed under the flag. If you click on the pinned link in the pinned comment, you will be able to see players with their nationalities there. I know I, for one, would prefer not to be reading lots and lots of words, so I just find the flag easier. But if you want to see the name of the country too, that's where to find it.
Well, I think Akihiro is in big trouble now.
Yes. For example, if White moves to D1 and moves D1, Black B6, White D1, Black C2, White C1, Black B2. The the diagonal X line is controlled, so Akihiro can't move like that. So maybe he will move b6 before the black moves. But however, if he moves like that, d1 is too strong for
D2.
That's all. Don't d1, d2. Yeah, d2 is so strong. If he moves even like c1 or d1 after that, white could still like have a chance to control the line and also get the parity from him. Actually, yeah, that's why I think. Yeah, I agree with Murakami's opinion. He's getting a big trouble, I think.
Yes.
And also, Akihiro has only 5 minutes, do you think? So he has to move quite quickly.
I'm feeling that Akihiro's decision to take the right edge by h3 wasn't a good idea. Well, it's long, the story, many moves before, but white should have done e8, d8, then
G7, yeah.
instead. In much earlier position. Tom, if you were in the place of the reigning champion, what would you do in this position?
Probably just flip the board upside down and run away. But they're clearly more mature than I am.
No, when I look at the board, it's indeed or filling b6 first, or taking the axis away. That's one of the two things that at first glance I would think about, and the second option happened. So Akihiro, excuse me, moved to d2 and removed the axis to b6.
So will black just play g1 here because he won't flip?
And if he moves g1, I just guess white will move b6.
Then c2.
Yeah.
And white will go to c1 and black will go to b2.
Yeah. Also,
And
I just think about b8, d8, g7 because I think maybe that's not the best move, but I thought I can win. The black can win quite easily because the northeast side is only the three. There's 3 places we can move, but only black can move.
And here we are seeing a game between Katie and Alessandro, 2 of our top players here. Alessandro with black. How is the position looking for both colours here?
Black is winning.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, quite close game, isn't it? Like, I think.
Yeah. So we couldn't follow this game on live Othello because apparently there was a flipping error early on in the game. So unfortunately, the full sequence of moves will not be available for our audience.
But Alessandro will be pleased with that, especially against K2, who, as we saw yesterday, is one of the top players here. So
Are there any other options without b6?
I don't
White just have to go.
Oh, but
This is exciting.
yeah, but the black which moves speedily because this is just only the chase.
So white's just playing parity in the bottom left here.
Yes, but however,
Yep.
if the black moves a5, it will turn 3 discs to the upper side.
Oh yes.
But if black, but after that, if white moves to b7 to get the parity of the east southeast side,
The b6.
so southwest side, the c2, black can move c2, and I think the black don't have some.
Wow.
Black has no problem for that, I think.
So okay.
Yeah.
And then black already has many stable discs.
Yes, exactly. And
So black won't go in a. Oh, black will go in a.
yeah, so that's a quite good move. A good move, like yeah. And also, white have to move g7 in the future if it's. I think.
Will
So,
black not go g7 now? It is
no,
black's.
I think
Okay.
c2 first.
c2 first.
Yeah.
I think that g7 was also a winning move for black.
I,
But not
I,
the best
yeah.
one. So.
I was just thinking
Almost
because it would
anything is
get
winning.
black parity then, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Does black get parity in this game as it is?
But I think if white moves g7 here, I think black can get the parity. But yeah, there's a lot of stable discs, so I think black can win.
And as Jamil says in the chat, this was a messed up game to watch. Quite beautiful. I'd expect nothing less from the two Japanese stars though, so. Is even h7 here bad for black?
Yes.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
it wins. It wins too, I guess.
Okay. I just thought it pulls out lots of discs and looks quite
Yeah,
nice.
because I think black can win easily from h8. So
Yes,
Okay.
it's
yeah.
safer.
It doesn't. Yeah,
and you
that's
do
that.
get
It
more
doesn't.
discs.
Yeah. And maybe
H2. No. Yeah, H2.
H2. Yeah.
H2 is the best here. But of course, G2 is also winning. Black is
Yeah,
so ahead.
he's counting. Yeah, Kento has more than 5 minutes.
Yes, and Takahashi has played his endgame very quickly here as well, given that he spent such a long time thinking during the mid-game. So this will put Takahashi on 2 losses so far.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll still qualify for the final? For the semi-final?
Surely.
Yeah.
Surely.
Well, he will need 4 out of the remaining 5.
Which is definitely possible for someone like Takahashi, but
Mhm.
So Kento will still be undefeated.
true, yes.
7.5 out of 8 points. And as far as we know, so Matthias Berg will be on 7.
Out of 8.
Alessandro Di Mattei as well. So Takahashi lost and Erwin lost. So and Arthur will be Arthur is moving to 6.5 points out of 8, and then we'll have quite some players on 6.
And of course, if they were to both play each other in the final of this tournament, they could see each other again. And that would be the finals best of 3, isn't it? So first to 2 rounds. So we could be seeing more from these two playing each other, which would be exciting.
With Akihiro already having 2 losses, it could end up as well. They already meet in the semi-finals.
Yes,
Akihiro
true.
only qualifies 4th. That would be unexpected, but of course we're still 5 games away from that outcome.
And the semi-finals and finals are on Sunday, so tomorrow, and they'll both be able to get good night's sleep. Hopefully recover a bit more from the jet lag they must be surely feeling, having come all the way from Japan.
Well, I think Urano will win by 6. 33-29, don't you think?
Still
you
such-
just counted.
Such a close
Yeah,
game.
it is a close game, yes. Black H2, White D1, Black
Yeah.
C1, White B1.
Oh, he moved.
So he calculated that it's better.
Yeah.
It will give him more than 35 discs.
For here, I think H1 is the best choice.
Maybe something like a B1.
What will Takahashi be thinking now? How do you think he deals with a loss? Because he can't be too used to losing with Othello.
Well, I guess at first he's thinking about H1 and then B1 maybe. Yeah.
Yep. And they're both down to below 2 minutes now as well. But it should be okay because at this point they'll have the final sequence pretty much sorted out in their heads.
Maybe an idea for the post-match interview, as we have, I think, for the first time, 2 Japanese in the room, to do the interview in Japanese, and that you can then translate the main information back to the non-Japanese audience.
And the non-Japanese interviewers, please.
Also, you mean like we ask in Japanese and just say the answer in English?
No, well, to do the interview in Japanese.
Yes.
Okay.
And then do some translation to
Okay.
the audience listening in.
Wow. It's still quite a close game though. In the end.
7, 12, 16, 20, 24, 26.
37, 27.
8, 13, 17, 21. Yep, 27.
Takahashi there with his head against his hand. They will be along to the studio shortly, and yes, we will ask them some questions. Make sure, if you have any questions, I see 91 people are watching at the moment. Make sure you ask them in the chat now, and we will ask them. Or try to ask them. Depends on the question.
Some results from the other tables. Leishum Koi lost 17-47 against Oskar Eklund. Roberto Sperandio lost 31-33 to De Camargo Lucas. And Hobo Roel lost 30-34 against Imre Lieder. And then
England coming back. It's because it's before lunch.
And then a last score from the live Othello. Brian Rose lost 25-39 against Larry Pihlajapuro. So we're waiting for the 2 Japanese players to come in.
Okay, so yep, we will just wait. We are on the screen now. We are going to interview them in Japanese, as we do have 4 Japanese people here and 2 not Japanese people. But Tomoki will do his incredible translation as well, and yeah.
And also welcome to you, I think.
Of course, yeah.
始めさせていただきますが、結構意外っていうかな、割合一方的になったようにも見えたのですが、何か誤算があったんでしょうか、高橋さんに。
そうですね。結構自分から見て G8 の31手目かなを結構軽視してたところがあって。
G8 どれだろう。
C。自分たちが言ってたやつです。X 打ちなんかした方がいいんじゃないかみたいな。
これを結構軽視してた部分があって、そこがちょっとあまり良くなかったかなっていうところかなって。
So Akihiro thinks that he wasn't expecting Black's G8 here on the screen, and it was very effective, and that's what made the position good for Black, and he was in trouble afterwards. で、浦野さんはあの手というのは割合すぐにっていうかなんていうか前にもこれでいけそうだっていうような感覚があったんですか。
そうですね。この局面で H4 に当てるのを考えてるとき、この辺取らして G8 で戦えてると思って進んでました。
So the move to H4, Black moved to H4, and then White took the edge to H3. And Urano was thinking about this move to G8 when he was thinking about the previous H4 move. He judged that giving the right edge to White and then gain 1 tempo to G8, and he will be in good position. じゃあ何か質問を2人どうぞ。
昨日お二人ともかなり良い成績を収められて、お互い上位にいたと思うんですけれども、お互いにその日本人選手とは当たるとは思ってましたか？
それはどこかで当たるだろうなと思ってました。
実は7回戦の結果を見たときに上位勢で白番でみんな勝ってて黒番で勝ってるのが自分だけだったんで、多分手番の関係上もう今日の1回戦で当たるだろうなってことは分かってたかなって感じです。
Urano thought that he will match to the Japanese player whenever to the game today, and also Takahashi noticed that he will match to the first game today, because Urano was the white in the first matchups, and the other player in which won a lot today was white, but Takahashi was the only man who get the black and won a lot yesterday. So yeah, he just realized that he will match up with Urano quite early.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You're both extremely strong players, some of the best in the world.
世界でもトップレベルのお二人でございます。
Did you feel nervous going into this game?
この試合を始めるにあたって緊張してましたか？
自分はちょっとしてました。
He was a little nervous.
僕はなんか高橋君には正直負けても仕方ないかなって気持ちでいられたんで、ちょっと気楽に打てました。
Kento wasn't so nervous because he knew that he would easily lose against the reigning world champion. So he was under no pressure at all.
Were you nervous, or were you very excited at the end to have won? Are you pleased?
Sorry.
How pleased are you?
終わった後なんかその、終局の時になんか優勢の時優勢だって自覚してた時には気持ちが高ぶってたか、それともまだ緊張してたか。
その優勢になって意識的になんだろう、深く考えすぎないように、考えすぎると緊張しちゃうんで、有利だったんでその感覚で打っていこうとしてました。
In the end, he was in a winning position, and he thought if he put too much calculation into the position, he will feel nervous. So he just went through the last couple of moves without thinking too much about the position. He finished with a feeling in the end, and that kept him not nervous.
That's, yeah, I think that's really useful, especially for players who maybe do get nervous and that affects their thinking. Just don't think, and then you'll be fine.
緊張するとちょっとミスをするというか調子が良くなくなる場合もあるので、今の浦野さんのスタンスというのは結構有効なような気がしますということです。では何か質問ありますか？じゃあ最後にこれからあと何試合ですかね、今日は。
5だと思います。
あと5試合ですね。その5試合にあたって何か自分が心がけたいというか、そういうのがあったら教えてください。
For this, there's still 5 games left today. So if you want to the mindset, do you want that this player wants to do? Yeah, he asked.
自分的にはもう2敗してしまったんで、もうここからは全勝する気持ちでいこうと思ってて。
I've lost 2 games already, so I am going to win all the 5 resting games.
で、あんまり慎重になりすぎないように打っていこうかなって思います。
I will try not to be too cautious. I will go bold. 浦野さんはどうでしょう？
僕はそうですね、あまり勝ち数のこととかを考えないで一試合一試合に集中してやっていこうと思ってます。
Well, I will try not to think about the result of these games. I will concentrate on each game from now on. どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. Thank you. And good luck to the rest, to the resting 5 games. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
I'm totally fangirling over here. That's, yeah. Kento Urano and Akihiro Takahashi in the studio.
Yep. They can still take a couple of minutes rest before the 9th round of today starts. Maybe try to do some game preparations as well, look into some openings. Okay. Yep. And so cameras have moved around the playing rooms also during round 8, and we'll see some images of that ride on. So this is the playing room where the tables 5 to 19 are. So several of them, of these games, were also on live Othello. Here you see Michele Borassi playing. The game which I think he has won. Paula from Argentina was playing against Brecht van Damme from Belgium. This game was not on live, so the result there is yet unknown. Brecht from Belgium, who got 4 out of 7 on day 1, and he was quite happy with that. Mehul from India. As you can see in the background, cell phones are not allowed in the playing rooms. Well, you can see them on the table, but they should be on off mode. It's really nice that we have the video from the playing room, and the media team is really doing great efforts on compiling these footages almost immediately.
That's true.
Yeah. So this was a game between Olli Makkonen and Daniel Dufour, which Olli managed to win quite easily. He's also moving on to 6 points.
Taketora.
So he's playing against Nick Reunes from Belgium. Discs are a bit shiny from this view.
Yeah.
But it looks like Nick is in a pretty good position.
Yes. Taketora is in big trouble.
Here we see Domenico Palladino from Italy on the left playing against Daniel Rössler from Germany on the right. They were playing on table 17 this round.
Zarand in the chat has said the female to male ratio seems to be higher in Othello than in chess, for example. What are your thoughts on that? We do definitely have some extremely strong female players.
Right. It's a good tendency.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't the case when I was in my top form. There weren't many female players. So
I think because Othello is still growing quickly, I think we've pushed for female players and youth players from quite early on. So I would think that has something to do with it. But
before 2005, where there was not a individual spot for female players, the female players had to qualify in the main team to be at the World Championship. And back then there were not many of them qualifying. But as of 2005, more and more female players came to the World Championship because of that rule introduced the year before. But I don't know why are female players playing less of those strategic board games than male players. Is that?
Well, it's, I think, quite natural. I think males have fight instinct in themselves. They just like to fight on the board or in other sports or anything. And women, they are more interested in other things. Well, but apparently the tendency has changed. In the old days, Goro Hasegawa, the late creator of the game of Othello, often told me that get one female player has an impact, 10 times more impact on the promotion of Othello than to get 10 male players. Did I say it wrong? So one female player equals 10 male players in terms of promotion of the game. Well, and maybe that's no longer the case nowadays.
Is it then also because there are many more male players that there is, that the strongest are also male?
Sorry?
Because we have many more male players.
it is.
Is it then making sense that we didn't have a female world champion yet? That they didn't make it to the semi-finals?
Well, the sheer number of players is one factor. I think another factor is, just as I said before, the difference of these genders. I think women tend to be interested in other things, and they don't want to show their.
I think with Othello you have to be really very nerdy to become a top player. And put a lot of time into it, and yeah. But it is great to see, players such as Katie competing not just in the women's category but at a top level in this tournament. It's been quite a tournament so far. It's been very good.
And I'm hoping that one day a female player will make it to the semi-final and eventually the world champion.
Well, my wife is pregnant at the moment, and if she has a daughter, I will train it right up from birth.
Good.
So,
good education.
Indeed.
Well, we did have one female player in the top 4 in the history of the World Othello Championship.
Oh.
And that was Carol Jacobs in 1977.
Oh, yes.
Because the
second World Championship.
The first one.
The first one.
It started in the first World Championship was held in 1977 with there were only 5 players, but Carol Jacobs was then 4th of the 5 players participating, and indeed she made it to the semi-finals back then.
Right.
But ever since, no female player did manage to play the semi-finals.
How old is the game of Othello? Do we know?
Yes, it was invented in 1973, I think.
Okay.
So almost 50 years old.
That's a lot newer than I would have thought, I think. Yeah.
We didn't have posters in that to cover this. Sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, especially for such a...
It's Lazard's charger.
Yeah.
We just charge here. Is it?
Especially for such a beautiful game. For it to be that recent is quite incredible. I guess in ancient times it was slightly harder to find a stone that was black on one side and white on the other. So
in a couple of years we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the game. So I can imagine that it will be a huge event, that 50th World Championship.
And Carol Jacobson's game against Morocco is a legendary one. Morocco wiped her out in the semi-final or final, I don't remember. Maybe in the final. It was a very good game.
And there's around 1,000 in the chat. You tried to take as many pieces as possible each move when you first played. I think that's literally everyone that plays starts off with that strategy. And I think the moment that people become kind of entranced by Othello is when they realise you don't just have to take as many pieces as possible. There are better ways to go about it, which seems quite counterintuitive until you understand the game a bit better. Yeah.
Did you understand him? What did he say?
Okay. Just before we're going to have a small break, but I would like to mention, so Murakami was right. In 1978, Carol Jacobs played another World Championship, and there she became second. And there in the final there was a wipeout.
Right.
Yes.
Miracle boy from Orient, Hidenori Maruoka, went to New York, and his play was impressive. And his play in the World Championships is one of the key events that ignited my interest in the game of Othello.
I wasn't even born, so...
Okay, so while you are watching the footage taken during the rounds, we'll be out for a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with more news from the World Othello Championship.
Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have one color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match.
Hello, and welcome back to round 9. We have the pairings for round 9. So on table 1 will be Alessandro de Mattei versus Kento Urano. Table 2 will be Matthias Berg versus Arthur Juignet. I hope I didn't butcher that pronunciation. Table 3, Calvin Kolding Sheng versus Yasmin de Graaf. Table 4, Albert versus Gabriel Lim Jia Ying. And those games are also, they have their own live streams as well. So make sure you go check out the live streams all across the top 4 tables. but we will be watching Kento Urano, who we also watched last game, who with the resounding victory over Takahashi, and he will be playing white against Alessandro Di Mattei. So, either of you two, what can you tell me about the opening so far?
This opening is one of the famous openings of Roger's Tello opening, which is the computer that Murakami lost.
Yes.
Yes. And yeah, I think Alessandro, this openings has a lot of possible moves, which is like -2 or maybe -4 in computers. So I think Alessandro is just guessing like which moves that Kento doesn't know, because Kento is very good at the beginnings.
Now, black has several good options, and Alessandro is considering, for example, b6 or d7 or maybe g3 or h6, h5. All these moves can be possible. Oh.
And he moved to d8. This looks maybe strange for beginners, because the white can move d7 and it looks quite good. But after that, black can move d8, and also white don't have an access to e8, so black can move a lot at the bottom edge side.
And also, in the chat, don't worry, people, if there are the occasional spam account that come into the chat. We will remove and ban them if necessary. You don't need to say anything in the chat. It's being monitored. So
Kento is now thinking which is better, leave d7 empty or go there himself first and let black go to d8. This exchange, will it be better for him to do or not?
Yeah. However, black can't move d8 now. He don't. Black don't have an access. So maybe it's possible to move to the right side or the upside. For example, h6 or e2. Maybe he's thinking about these moves.
Right. Yes. Or maybe b4.
Yes, b4 is also a possible move, because after b4, black can't move to b3. Yeah, that's a bit of problem.
And also, if it's black's turn, and if black goes to g3, white has no access to g4. But if white goes to b4, after that, okay. Well, thank you. And this make the fourth row white. And after that, black was here, and white has access. Yes.
And also, even in this case, white, the black can't move to d8. It's just possible to move for white. And also that if black moves to the right edge side, the d8 for black is so bad. For example, just an example, like this, and moves like this, and this, and this. the d8 will be a terrible move because it turns a lot of aside.
Let's show
Yeah,
it.
like this, and it turns a lot and made a lot of moves.
So will that be what a poisoned edge?
Yes, exactly.
And so it's an edge that makes quiet moves into loud moves.
Yeah.
Right.
Which I think we talked about a bit yesterday. There was a poisoned piece in one of the games that made a lot. There were a few nice moves that one colour had, but they were made nasty moves because there was this one piece that would also flip in another direction.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always something you have to watch out for in this game. Make sure that you don't have a piece that poisons all your future moves.
Well, now an obvious response will be this one.
Yeah. So Kento, I think Kento think that this is fine. Maybe.
Fine for white, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there some other choice without d8. But yeah, he moved to d8 very
You went
quickly.
there.
For here, I think there's some options still.
Right.
This is quite difficult, I think. For example, right
B6.
here.
Yeah. This is a nice move.
But however, if it moves like this, the X. Oh yeah, but he could move quite quickly. And
Very quick.
Oh, like
Oh.
this. This is quite nice move.
Black can't respond
So-
with b4 there as
so
well.
If he wants to make an access like this, Kento will move before that, like this.
Okay.
Oh, but Alessandro did. Oh,
Wow.
They're playing very. Do you think they're still in book?
I don't think so
Or
because
is it
they're
just quite straightforward moves, just responses?
Yeah, but this Alessandro's move is, I think for computers, I think it's not the best move. But for humans, like it's quite strange, and we have to think a lot, and it's so confusing because, yeah.
Yes, although we do have computers
I
that
think-
can tell us what they think the best moves are,
Yeah,
we also have to bear in mind that humans are humans, and compared to computers, we are stupid in a lot of ways, and we are also subject to our emotions, and so if black plays a move that might not be as good according to a computer, it's still very possible that white might respond in a human way
Yes.
and play a move that looks nicer but maybe isn't nicer, and maybe that wouldn't have happened if black hadn't played a move like this.
For but here, I think black is better. I think. Yeah. For example, for here, e3, e2 is one of the options for white, but if there's like a discs to the line of the 6, the next black's h4 will be so strong. Also, yeah, Kento avoid it, but yes.
Kento wanted this exchange of white b4 and black b3 before going to e2, probably.
Yes.
If black goes to b3, then white will go to e2.
I think here there's a lot of options here, but for example, maybe b3 and a5, and maybe h5 is also possible. There's a lot of options here, and yeah, I prefer a5.
a5, a4?
Yeah, a5, a4, b5, and if he moves a7, b3 is such a strong move, I think. Yeah. But maybe there's some other moves that I didn't think so. Yeah, I think b3 is the most simple move, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But after b3 and e2,
Mm-hmm.
I can figure out how's it going.
Or a5.
Yeah, but I can't think. Is it good for black?
I'm not sure if it's good for black, but it's a nice option for black.
How about like h5?
No?
Yeah, because
Or then c8?
h5, c8, e8, and g5, kind of like that.
Mm-hmm. Don't you think it's good for white?
Yes, if he takes b8 and moves to g8, it looks like quite dangerous. I think it will be quite thrilling, I think. I think Alessandro has to think quite deeply of each moves that we mentioned, or maybe there's some other moves that we didn't mention. For example, maybe for directly e8, maybe Alessandro is thinking these kinds of moves. Yeah.
So Dimanti Alessandro is considering many options.
Yeah. So, but if you use a lot of time here, actually the endgames of black are so difficult, from my experience. Maybe not for like the not good players like me. So, yeah, if you use too much time here, the time control is also quite important, I think.
What makes Othello such a tough game for humans is that it is hard to evaluate a position. Here, black has at least four variable move to consider: a5, b3, e8, and h5. And these four options look quite equal to human eye, and it is very difficult to say which is best among these four moves. That's what makes Dimanti consider for a long time, and he can never be sure which one is the best one. In the end, he just has to believe in his intuition.
Yeah, like, and he moved to a5.
He went to
in
a5.
this kind of case, I think, from my experience, we should take our most simple move, which has so less options, because people can't think all of the moves like computers.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's also the important things. For here white, I think we just mentioned a4, but
Right.
are there some other moves, do you think?
h5?
Yeah, h5 is also possible. But for h5, I think
Black will go to b3.
Yeah, b3, a4.
But then a4, yes, a4.
Yeah, but after a4, I think e8 is so strong, isn't it?
Sorry?
for maybe white h5,
Yes.
black b3,
Yes.
white a4,
Yes.
black e8, and if white moves to f8, and the diagonal way direction doesn't turn, so
Mm-hmm.
you can, so black can move a3 and
Well,
b4 two
will
times.
you give us the virtual board, please?
Yeah. So can we have the virtual board now? Sorry, virtual board, please.
I'll try.
Yeah.
Hello. Could we have the virtual board up, please?
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. So we are just discussing about this white move. Oh no, sorry, I forgot the move. So this here and this move. We just mentioned that.
B3. Yes.
And here is it?
Yes.
This,
A4. Yes.
this,
Yeah.
this, like this.
Mm.
So
Good.
this is quite bad for white because black can move b5 freely. So maybe in this case, I think maybe white has to move to maybe e2 like this.
Yeah.
But however, if we move like this, black will move like this. And after this, if the black can move e8 and f8 two times without the white's move, so yeah, this will be so good for black. So white has to avoid these two kind of moves. I think, yeah, Urano has to think a lot on, yeah, here.
Well, but sorry,
Yeah.
white can go here, and white
Yeah.
can be ahead in this position.
For beginners, I think this maybe this C move, which is the C move, the B8 move is maybe
And you say
so
C
hard.
move because it's the C square,
C square, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
even though it's on the B
B8
column.
Yeah. Okay. It's so maybe confusing. I don't know, but this move is quite good because, for example, there's some options. Like, for example, if black moves like this, white can move to the x square here, and for black,
F8.
f8, yeah, right. And if white moves like this and black moves like this, and white moves like this, for like this, white can move to a8 and get the left edge, and yeah, and attack that.
Okay, let's go
Yeah,
back to
let's
the...
go back. I think this is, yeah, maybe confusing, but so at this time, first is here. There's 4 places we can move to the left bottom side. Yeah, but the real life move, but yeah, please just discuss here. And 4 times, but and move like this, be like this and this, like this. Black and white moves 3 times at the left south side. I don't know, and the west south side. So this is so important that to create the moves that we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So turn back to the real board.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, white moved to F2. So, in this case, where do you, if you're the player, where do you move the next black? Oh, but he moved.
I was going to suggest that.
Okay. F2. I think B3 is also possible, but yeah, he chose.
But can he not just play B3 later?
Definitely
instead.
For here. I think there's some options here. For example, E1, or is it possible E1?
Yeah, E1 is a good
E1
move, yes.
or C2, and maybe A3 or no A4 or
Many options here.
Yeah.
So who would you say is winning at the moment? Is it?
If I'm the player, I want to take black now.
Yeah. Do you think the position is stronger for black or just more exciting for black?
It's just exciting. I think it's
Yeah.
quite close game, but yeah, I like Mattei's move. It's so like thrilling and
He's playing quite big moves that take
yeah,
entire
he's
rows of one colour.
his game is so exciting.
Well, in my opinion, white is a little ahead in this position. But of course, it's still far away from the end of the game. Anything can happen.
Yes.
How far ahead do you think they'll be looking at the moment?
D1.
How many moves?
At least 6, 7 moves.
6 or 7 moves.
Yeah, exactly. For here, there's some options next, but I think the most simple one is maybe B3 or E1. I think these two are maybe quite simple. And for other options, maybe yeah, but I think these two are the best, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I would go to B3 if I were black.
Yeah, actually E1, black can move E1 whenever black wants. So, and however B3, next white could bother that move like at C2. So, before the white stop the B3, I think the black should move. Yes, Mattei did.
That's a good idea. Yes, that's a nice move.
For here, yeah, it is quite difficult here. A4 is it?
Yeah, A4.
Oh, but he moves to. Okay. This move. After A4, I think next is B5 and A4, and after that I think white will move to C2, and if he moves to C1, but white just moved to D2, and if black moves to D2, white will move C1.
So it's not just thinking about what moves are good, it's also about if I go here, then where will my opponent respond? And
yeah, like this.
It's not. You don't want to be the one always initiating the sequence of play. Because you have to be the one finding the moves, whereas that's a lot less effort for
Yes,
your
exactly. Yeah, and after these moves, there's no good place to play on the upper edge, so the black has to move to the bottom edge or the right edge. So yeah, that's the aim of Kento, I think. But yeah, maybe Mattei has a plan to avoid these moves. So, or maybe yeah, he's thinking with of other moves of a4, for example, d2 or something.
Yes, d2 is also possible.
d2 or maybe c2. Yeah, I just want to mention this. For here, the a4 becomes such a bad move because the disc of d1 becomes like a poisonous disc. So yeah, maybe white will move to d2 maybe.
Well, white d2, black a4,
And white c1.
Yes, what should white do then?
Or like after that, maybe black. The b2 for black is maybe possible.
Yeah.
The x line is controlled, and actually.
Well, if white goes to c1, I don't think he will go to c1. Don't you think?
Oh, so you mean
because b2 would be an obvious.
So obvious. So maybe b8 or something. Isn't it? Because like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks
so
much
after
better.
the line of the b will be all black. So it's so effective to move like b8 something and b7 like that.
Well, I think. Oh.
Yes.
What you have just said is too hard for most of the spectators.
Yeah.
Well, will you show us the virtual
board? Yeah.
Please.
Sorry. Virtual board, please. Yes, thank you very much. Oh, he moved there. The one just
So
I mentioned,
fast.
and
So
like this. If he moves like this, the only way that white could get the corner is just this move. And also, if black moves like this, the white, yeah, this is maybe not good. Sorry.
h5 is the obvious response. h5.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be the best?
Yeah,
move?
but however, if it's like if we move like here, the line was all controlled again. The x square line. So maybe for if it moves like this.
E1.
Wait.
Black will go to E1 now.
Really?
Really?
No, this is a white move here, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, just an example, but
Okay.
the line of here, if he moves like this, these three discs are controlled by black, and this is so annoying for white. This causes a lot of problems to white, and so Kento has to think and avoid to get less the impact of the lines of that. So yeah, Kento moves this. I think he saved b8 because b8 is a move that whenever he wants. Okay, and for this move, like this, and but however, Dimitri quite moved fast. I think I think if then white moved to h7, for example, and moved my disc like this. If it moves like this, white couldn't cut the line at b8 anymore. So maybe that's a quite big trouble for it. So maybe this is a big trouble for white. For maybe so the white move like this and cut the line. Maybe Kento is thinking about this, or just here like
Not.
like
How
this.
about B8 now?
Yeah.
Right.
if he took like this,
Looks
you
okay.
mean like no. If in the future, white can move g7 because the g line will be controlled. But Kento took this, so yes, and like this. So Kento, in Kento's mind, this doesn't matter for white. You mean the b8 is... It doesn't matter. For black, I just mentioned about e8, but do you think there's other options here?
Well, e8 is just fine, I think.
Yeah.
I think he will go there.
Kento does seem to be a lot more comfortable, as was seen also in his last game,
Yeah.
with taking these uneven edges.
Exactly.
But he always seems to know when the right time to take an uneven edge is. What makes it good to have an uneven edge, or an edge that sticks out to one side more than the other?
Yeah. At the last game, Kento moved to the c square because that moves makes the Takahashi's moves quite less to the bottom side. But I think this case is different because this is like only the choice that he can move to the c square. This is like the thing. I think he thought that this is only the way the white could be safe. For this, I think in this game, white can only move to the left bottom side, but Mattei has plenty of moves that he can play.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying how black is playing here as well.
Yeah, and he moved to e8 that we mentioned.
So is f8 just the natural response for white here, or?
I think Kento's aim is to be to move. It's just my guess, but to move like f8, g8, and b8. But I'm a bit afraid of like f8 and directly g8. And
if he goes g8, can't black be stoner trapped then? Will that not work? No, because he won't be able to play c8.
Like f8, g8, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. It doesn't be a stoner trap because stoner trap has to move the side of the bottom edge. But if you move b8 directly, black can't move to c8, so it doesn't work. Sorry. Virtual board, please. I just want to explain. Okay, thank you. This is just the case, and just Luke mentioned about here and directly here. This is the line is controlled, but white can't move here. So this doesn't work.
I didn't see that.
So I think Kento's aim is like to move here, and for example like here, and to move here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
right. After Mattei moves somewhere else, you want to the Mattei moves to the corner and Kento wants to move here. I think this is the Kento's aim. This is my just a guess.
So it's quite aggressive play from both sides here.
Yes, exactly. But I'm a bit afraid of here, like for this exactly move.
Oh my goodness me.
Yeah. If like takes like this, and I'm not sure this is work, but maybe the black can control this. So I'm a bit afraid, like if it moves like this, and like this. This doesn't work, but like some case maybe it will work. So I'm a bit afraid of this, but yeah, but f8 is quite normally, yeah.
Black has played
Yeah,
g8.
so I think b8 is only the only one the move that is possible. Is it?
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
Would you say white is surviving here? Is it still close, or there aren't many places that white seem to be able to go, but b8 doesn't seem bad at the same time.
Like,
Black
and he has
can-
played b8 now as well.
Black can now go to g3.
yes, and the line is controlled, and Kento has to cut this line.
Mm.
Yes. But like, however, if it moves like here, I think just Merka mentioned,
Yes.
and for here,
Yes. Then h4.
like this. No, if so, this I think it is quite difficult to black to for Y, because if it moves like this, the white could control the line, the other line.
And g2. Well,
Yeah, this is like
this
so
is
difficult.
White will win.
Yes, and Mattei just move to g3. I think it does make sense for here.
So,
And
well,
also, I think for other options that
h3 here.
h3 here,
Yeah, right.
but for also here, Kento could move here and control this line.
Can't black just cut the diagonal here?
And
Is that
how about f1 here? So, interesting position. F1.
Yeah, like
How
this,
will you respond? Yes.
like this.
Oh. Wow.
This is like quite
goodness.
I think famous. I don't know if it's famous, but it sometimes happen this kind of swindle.
And h1?
Yes.
And so, just for the record, before
so
that,
like
a
this
swindle
into
is
the move.
you
that
can
we-
see here that black can't play in g7, so
So
white
it-
will get the last two moves in that bottom right-hand corner, and that's known as a swindle. And there are lots of different types of swindles, but this is one of them.
Yeah, if it be like this, white could win. So I was just thinking about like these kinds of.
Good point. And will you?
Yeah. Okay.
So black goes here, and what will happen?
Just like this, I think.
Okay.
This is such a difficult game.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'll start it.
Okay, thank you.
So what's stopping white playing g4 here?
White is thinking about the position on the right hand of this screen, I think.
Okay.
Urano is considering these exactly this position
Yeah.
on the right, and he is thinking about other option.
Yeah, so I think Urano knows that G4 is I think the only the way, but but after this I think there's some options for black, just H4 or H3, maybe others. So yeah, for think all of these endgame patterns is it's not possible, and it's so hard. Yeah, the endgame in Othello is so hard, and so sorry, can I see the time of this T player? So only the live board, please. Actually, I think Kento and Mattei, both of them, use the time a lot in the mid game. I think it's just my guess.
They have. So if we could go back to the just the live board, please. if white takes the corner in A1 at the moment, then black will be able to maybe have a stoner trap at some point in the top right as well.
That's right. I agree. So,
but not yet, because it's only 3.
So I think, yeah, Mattei is thinking which is better, H3 or H4. So for H3, and I think in both of options, white will control the line in the move of B7. And yeah, that is why it's so how do you say so complicated, I think.
Yes, and so once we go back to just the live board, we'll be able to see the time that both player has left. It's been they've clearly been using their time, as you should. Yeah, so if we could go back to just the board, just the live board on the left. Maybe we will at some point.
Yeah, but we just guessed like in the live board, how's it going? But even in live board, there's still a lot of options from here. So I think most of the players can't figure out from here.
I think Dimanti is now considering H3 and H4, which is the better position. He opted for H3. A good choice, according to the commentator.
So I think, maybe. Yeah, I think A1 is also possible, but it causes a stoner trap in D2. That's so bad. So I think B7 is only the choice, I think. Yeah. So I just mentioned here, like, I just think that maybe A1 is also possible, like here, but this causes a stoner trap. So in this case, black can move again here.
Yeah. So
like if maybe if it might move like this, black can go here, and the line is still controlled.
So taking the corner for white here in A1 is bad.
Yeah. So black can move here, and also get a lot of edge here.
As well as the A8 corner.
Yeah. So A1 is not possible.
Yes.
I think B7 is
the only move.
But after this, are there some other choices? I think we just mentioned about F1, but how about like, are there any choices, do you think? Dimanti, quick. Yeah, maybe he's thinking about F1 over here. Oh, what? So he just snatched the parity because I think
nice
you
play.
can. I think everyone could know, like, yes. So I'll just. I think these 5 discs in these 5 places are the places which can only play for black. So
so white can't play in the top right corner.
The top right corner,
and that means
that it will be pass after after I will just demonstrate like this. For example, I'm not sure this is the best move. Like this, and if it moves like this will be pass, and black can move again. For example, like here, but in this case, there's a lot of stable discs for white, so black has to think quite carefully to win the game.
So we've talked about parity being extremely important, and white does naturally have parity in the game. However, leaving an odd region of white where white can't play is one way in which black can get that advantage of parity for themselves. So the endgame is normally more complicated for black, but if they can find out a way to give themselves the last move, it's usually more straightforward.
But Mattei chose G2, which is, I think, give back parity to Urano, but this is control the line. So maybe Mattei just counted, I don't know. Yeah, then this B3 moves is quite good. Like,
And even G1 looks quite powerful for white and flips a lot of...
Yes.
I don't know if it's good or not, but...
I think both of them are doing quickly, so maybe they don't have time.
So if we could flip back to just the live board, please.
Oh yeah, I prefer that because that moves keeps the parity, and if blacks move to H1, white can get the whole G lines, and yeah, it seems Kento white is winning, I think.
Yes. White is winning. So G2 was a mistake.
Yeah, but maybe I think it will be better if he moved to the other choices, like to get the parity for black. Yes, for next is like A2, yeah. And yeah, he can get parity if he moves just B1. And yeah, but it was so interesting game. Yeah,
it was.
Yeah, the four results. It looks like quite a one-side game, but in real, during the game, I think we can't know like which is winning and which is losing, and yeah, it was so tough game, I think. And for results, how many discs is black? 10.
So it is
13, 15. Is it 16 for black? Oh,
48 to 16.
48 to 16, and Kento, Urano won, and
Mattei had 9 minutes.
Wow.
Oh.
So
he should have
he should, I think, count.
Right, he should have considered more
about the other options.
Right.
Do you think black could have won?
I'm not sure, but
at what point do you think it was?
I think he can get more discs, I think.
Yeah. At what point do you think it was lost for black? There.
After C8.
Okay.
C8 was... it looked okay, but actually it was a game losing.
Yeah.
Yep, and here we are switching to Matthias and Arthur, two of the other top players, both of whom are vying for a position in the semi-final.
Oh, sorry.
Look,
some
Good.
Okay. That's only one player?
You have to go.
Oh my god.
He has to go. Okay.
So Alessandro has some more research to do. Research, opening, planning before his next game. So we are joined here with Kento again.
Yeah.
A regular visitor in the studio. I think you should just become a commentator and just sit here.
レギュラーになってるから、レギュラーだから、もう
スタジオに来てもう喋った方がいいんじゃないかと。
So yeah, how do you feel after yet another win? You're still unbeaten and surely looking like one of the favourites to get to the finals at the moment.
まだ負けじゃないから今どういう気持ちがあって立ち上がって。
そうですね、かなり順調に来てて、なんだろう、まあ順調に来てるんで、まあ、今ある程度満足してますが、この後も頑張んないとなという気持ちです。
Yes, the game of this tournament seems so good, so yeah, I'm so happy, but there's still some couple of games, so I have to try my best still. Yeah.
What's your favourite game that you've played so far? Which one have you enjoyed the most?
今までで一番楽しかったゲームとか。
今日
今日的なこの大会です。
この大会だと2回戦で香港のプレイヤーと当たってすごいその接戦になって際どく勝ちきれたんで、それが結構いい試合でした。
The second game, the player with Hong Kong, it was a quite close game, but I could won the game, so yeah, that was the game. It was most interesting.
And so that was the one that was drawn as well.
引き分けの試合とかはどうだったか。
引き分けの試合は全然感想はなくて、何も考えてないので感想も何もないです。
The draw game is just a big game, so I have no. Yeah.
Do you have a question?
じゃあそのディマンティがその奇数理論を活用しようと思ってバシッとこの全てを与えて5個だけを残すって手を打ったじゃない。あれは予想してましたかね。
それは、その展開になるとちょっと白が足りるんじゃないかなっていう、実戦は偶数にまとまっちゃったけど、逆偶数になってもちょっと白が足りるだろうと思ってました。
なるほど。I asked Urano if he was expecting Diamante's move, which kept White's 5 empty region intact and getting parity. And he said he was expecting that move, and he had evaluated that if Diamante chose that move, he would win narrowly. じゃあ何か質問ありますか？
まあ自分なんか勝ちを確信したタイミング。
勝ちを確信、もう本当に確信したのはA3 を打てたところです。
I just asked when did you thought you will win? He said I just thought at the last when he moved to A3.
でだけどその H4 に打たれた時に
Should we show that on the virtual board even?
Yeah.
Are we able to get the virtual board up, the iPad board up?
どうやるんですか？
戻すのどうぞ。
Thank you.
じゃあ
どうですか H4 って。
ここで、
はい。
F1 からライン切られて A8 取られてちょっとどう打つかが全然読めてなかった。でちょっと負けてるかと思ってました。
Urano was thinking about Black's F1 here, and he wasn't very confident about the line, and he was thinking that he might lose in that sequence.
Yeah, but in through the game, Diamante moved to H4, so and he thought I will win maybe a bit, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for yet another interview. I'm sure you'll have preparation to do for your next game, so we will let you go again.
Thank you.
But I look forward to probably interviewing you again next round. But we'll see. We'll see.
またインタビューするかもしれませんけどよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
はい、ありがとうございました。
Yeah.
So here we come to the final moments of the game between Matthias and Arthur.
Yeah, the black has the parity.
As you can see, the bottom right of the board is 3 squares that are surrounded by white, so white couldn't play in it, giving black the last move.
Matthias is super strong at the tournament.
I don't know what's happened to him, but he's playing extremely well. Yeah, he's beating some of the greatest players in the world. So
like Takahashi.
He has to be one of the favourites to get to the semi-finals at the moment.
Obviously, yes.
So,
and of course, he's always been a very, very strong player, but he seems to have levelled something up this time.
Yeah, I know.
He's on his top form today.
And he is in my fantasy Othello team as well, so I spoke with him before the tournament, telling him that he has to win every game for me. So he clearly took that to heart, so I appreciate that.
Well, as I told you yesterday, Matthias Berg cannot stop reminding me Tom Hanks. He resembles Professor Langdon in the Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons.
Well,
maybe
I can't
that's why
that.
He's doing so well.
Yes.
Professor Langdon is invincible.
Well, another strong win for Matthias against Arthur. My French pronunciation is feeble.
Arthur.
It's the I'm not very good at it, but he is a very, very strong player, and has been for quite a few years now. So that's another good win for Matthias. And of course, as we talked about before, the more of the good players that Matthias gets out of the way now, the easier games he'll have for later on in the tournament. So it is looking quite likely now that Matthias will be in the semi-finals.
We were not able to have Dimanti in the interview because he had some appointment. But I would have loved to ask him about the game. It was a very good game. I mean, Dimanti's game against Urano in the previous round. He was playing excellent in that game. I'm sure he has many things to say about it. The game ended in a comfortable win for Kento, but in reality, Dimanti had initiative in most of the game.
And yes, around in the live chat has pointed out that Othello seems to have a strong win for one colour a lot of the time, whereas other games might be a lot closer at the end, which I think that's quite true. But
That's true.
hopefully one of the games that we'll watch will be a nice close ending, which you definitely get as well. Most Othello games are decided in the end game play, I would say.
Right. And the final position can be one-sided, but the real evaluation until the very end can be very close.
I would say
times.
A big win, or as you put it, a bean wipe, counts. It's not reflected in the final score of the game as such. It's more reflected in who has control during the game.
Right, and it is often a good strategy to lose a couple of discs in the end game just to make the position more complicated for your opponent, so that your opponent might have larger possibility of making mistakes, and that will lead to more one-sided games.
So here I assume we're seeing the end of the round, either the end of the round or the beginning of the next round. although we don't have the pairings for that, so it can't be that. Of course, the beautiful lanyard that everyone attending gets to wear. Always a plus to attending a World Championships. Here we have the minions dressed in yellow. Everyone else has gone to take a break, so I'm just here commentating by myself. I can say what I want now. And there's a player from Argentina, so South America, and the South American community is growing quite quickly at the moment. Some very, very strong players, although it is, of course, quite a distance to be here from Argentina, so amazing that we could have so many players from South America playing today. And here we have, we did have an Othello board. Now we have one of the strong players of the tournament, Michele Vyas from India. I always find it interesting to see kind of the idiosyncrasies that players have. So what drinks they'll take with them, water, and of course Takahashi has his orange juice. I also always find it interesting to see how players will lay out the discs that they haven't played yet. You can see Michele here has stacked a couple of discs in preparation to play them, but sometimes you get them left in the container until needed. Sometimes you have all the discs messily out in front of them, and sometimes they just have one to fiddle with. A can of Red Bull here. And clearly White will be sprouting some wings in this game. Wings for the win. But it's looking like a good game nonetheless. I want to say that's water because it looks like a bottle of water, but it's incredibly white, so maybe something else. It probably is something else. And there we have a nice blue clock. We haven't seen many of that rare species. Yeah, good stuff. Some cool highlights. If anyone has any questions for me personally, even questions about Othello, that's watching this, please do ask in the chat, and I would love to answer them for you. Do also make sure to check out our social medias. They are linked at the bottom of the screen. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and make sure to join the Facebook Othello group as well as follow the Facebook World Othello page. The community is one of the greatest things about this game. Everyone's very friendly and willing to share their knowledge and wisdom with you. All Othello players are very wisdomous.
You were talking about the World Federation homepage.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a really nice homepage. What I like best is the World Championship History page. That page gives you every record of the past World Championships. You can see almost all the transcripts of the games, thousands of exciting games.
And so that's something that we were actually using earlier to see. I think there was a female player that got to the semi-finals, and that was on the World Othello Federation website, in the history page. And even looking through previous games from previous tournaments and seeing how maybe the openings have changed, how the styles of play has changed between then and now, especially of course with the introduction of stronger and stronger computers.
And the World Championship history page has been developed by Emmanuel Lazare de France. I am very grateful for his effort to make such great database of games.
Absolutely. And then of course the work of Bengt, the World Othello Federation Secretary, who does loads, absolutely loads behind the scenes, and is one of the funniest people that I know as well, so he always makes me chuckle. Lots of work has gone into the World Othello Championships, with the French Othello Federation Association. Bengt, Tom has done a lot towards it, one of the commentators. It's been really great to see it actually happen in person again, firstly, and also to see the fruition of all their hard work.
In June this year, I learned that the World Championship will be held in France after 2 years of absence, and I just wanted to go there. So I wrote an email to Bengt, and he wrote back to me in a day, telling me that they were just talking about the media team, and they wanted some commentator who speaks Japanese. And then my email went to the Bengt and Guy Praman, the president of the association, of the federation. So it was a perfect timing, according to Bengt's words.
Absolutely, and I mean, the World Othello Championships is exceptionally lucky to have Murakami himself.
Thank you.
As Guy Plowman said on the opening day, you're one of the legends of Othello. So, I mean, this is very cool for me, even so. Even as a newer player who wasn't around as you were winning all the World Championships, it's really cool to be doing this with you. So,
thank you so much. It's a pleasure and it's an honor. Well, many people think that I am the 3-time world champion, so I must be a great person. But in fact, it's past glory, and I don't play as well as I did in my youth days. But I still love Othello, and I enjoy the game so much. So I'm very happy to be able to be here and speak to you through this media team setup.
Yes. And your voice is very nice to listen to as well. It's very smooth.
Thank you.
I've had a few people message me, saying how nice your voice is to listen to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're made for commentary.
I'm flattered. Thank you.
And video, of course, as well. Yeah.
And that voice has come back miraculously after the operation. Maybe I haven't mentioned it earlier, but I suffer from brain tumor. It is benign, so I am not dying in coming years so quickly, but I have a tumor in my head. And I went under 3 operations, opening my skull and taking out my tumor. And the first operation left my vocal cord paralyzed. I mean, one of the 2 vocal cords paralyzed, and I couldn't talk. I couldn't speak. I could just whisper for almost a year. That was a hard time for me because I'm a teacher. So how can I do my job if I can just whisper? Well, I brought big speaker a guitar amplifier and a mic set to my classroom because my school didn't have these equipment in those days. And I was very sad because I couldn't talk to them in my good voice and loud, strong voice. But after a year in the morning, suddenly, I just cannot forget the instant I said good morning to my family. And it wasn't a whisper. It was the real words from my throat. So the vocal cord, which was not paralyzed, became longer and longer, bit by bit, day by day, and it's finally reached the other vocal cord, which is paralyzed. And now I'm talking and I'm speaking to you with only one vocal cord, but I can speak to you. It's very nice to be able to articulate my thoughts.
Especially for someone so smart
well,
as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And yes, well, my third operation extracted 70% of my tumor. So the high pressure in my skull, which had been inflicting me, torturing me, is now gone, and I am very well these days. That's why I was able to come to Paris this year. Oh, on the screen I watch your father.
My father.
Kashiwabara.
And Takuji Kashiwabara is one of France's strongest players.
Yes.
He's been the European champion many times.
Right. He's a professor of mathematics at Grenoble University.
Wow. There's a lot of maths professors who play Othello.
Right.
Imre Leader is a professor of maths at Cambridge University. I think Graham Brightwell is
Graham
as well,
Brightwell,
although
yes,
he's not playing this year.
University of London.
And then Brian Rose, is he a mathematician?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think he works in financial firm. I think investment.
Fair enough.
Firm. I think so.
That counts as maths to me, I think. Yeah. There are many Othello players that are extremely clever.
Right. Well, and many people ask me if I am a mathematician because they think that good at mathematics is a must to be a good Othello player. But in fact, I am very poor at mathematics.
Yes, as me too. Yeah, a lot of teacher, even in my school, things says that are you good at maths? So the teacher know that I'm an Othello player, so they said, are you good at maths? But however, I'm not.
Fair enough. Got a bit carried away. Some good conversation, but the standings after round 9, well, round 10. Gosh, I'm losing count. I think it's round 10.
Yeah, I think so.
Are about, I think they have started even. We'll just go over the standings after round 9 quickly, and then we'll move into the round 10 game that we'll watch. So in first place, Kento Urano, still undefeated on 8.5 out of 9. Obviously he did draw one game, which is why it's not a perfect 9, but he hasn't lost a game yet. He's the only player to have not lost a game. And he's from Japan in first place. Matthias is the only player now in second place. He's having a fantastic tournament. It's good to see some European strong competition to the Japanese. He's on 8 out of 9. And obviously the only game that he lost was to Kento, who's in first. Then Michele Borassi is in third, alongside Larry, Alessandro, who we watched in the last game, and Oskar Eklund from Sweden. And they are all on 7 out of 9. And then Arthur is our Akihiro, Takahashi, and Katie. They are all on 6.5. So Takahashi must have drawn a game.
Actually, he drew a game against Imre Leader.
In the last round.
Imre.
Wow. So Imre Leader from Great Britain, speaking of, is in 10th place. And he's on 6 points, so he must have drawn another game at some point in the tournament. He's in 10th place with Brian Rose, Erwin, Roberto, Ollie, Jan, Rurl, Chun, Nicky van den Biggelaar, Lucas, Takuji Kashawabra, and Domenico Palladino from Italy. And they're all on 6 points. So it's still quite an open tournament. Anyone could really get to the semi-finals at this point.
Yeah, and for the Katie is quite in the high-ranked place, and maybe she's possible to go to the semi-finals. That maybe the first time of the female player.
Second time.
Second time, yeah.
Yep. But first time in a long time, which would be really good.
Oh, that you just mentioned before. Before, yeah.
Yep.
And I'm very happy that players, old guard players, like myself, Imre Leader, Takuji Kashiwabara, and Brian Rose, there are many old players who are doing fantastic in this tournament. I'm very happy.
Yes. So we'll go over the team rankings quickly, just to put them out there, because of course there is also the team championships. And again, for those that didn't watch yesterday, it's the top 3 players from each country that count as their scores get added up, and that is their team's score. So in first place is Japan on 20 points. Second place is Finland, who were obviously one of the favourites for teams, and they're on 19.5 points. Third is Italy on 19, fourth Netherlands, fifth is Switzerland, and Great Britain are down in 12th on 14, so that's sad. Anyway, we will start watching the game. The pairings are Kento Urano versus Oskar Eklund. Oskar is in joint third. Table 2 on the other streams is Borassi versus Matthias, and then Larry versus Alessandro on table 3, and Arthur versus Akihiro Takahashi. So all really strong top 4 games. So all really worth watching on the streams. But we will be watching Oskar Eklund versus Kento Urano, meaning that we'll get to interview Kento again. So let's think of some questions.
Yes, I've saw this openings before.
Yeah, he played.
Yeah, this is actually Akihiro changed the moves at the time, but Oskar I think followed the the draw line, I think. Yeah, because Urano moves quite smoothly, so yeah, these two are quite moving so fast, so I think they already know. So is Oskar already thinking, or maybe just suggesting which move are good? I don't know.
Well, he's thinking.
Yeah.
Of course, he knows what the AI players recommend, but the recommendation of AI players are not always the best choice for human players.
For here, I think, how about A5?
Oh, yes. Oh, nice move. very quick response. D8 is a natural response for white.
For next white.
Yeah, D8.
D8.
No?
Yeah, I just thought D8 first, but after D8, D8, E8, F8, and A6, B8, and C8 like this. If it moves like this, we have to think.
Yes, right. We have to think
Is it
about
good
other
for
options.
white? But yeah, Oskar chose that move. But I think for black, E8 is just a choice. I think. How about are there some other moves?
E8 is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, E8 is nice. Kento went to E8.
For here, white, maybe he's thinking other moves, but I prefer F8. I think that's the most simple move.
Yes.
Yep. Oskar chose it. Yeah. It beats the. It becomes like a move that we just said before.
Right. But
For here,
here,
maybe
yes.
I just mentioned here B8, but maybe C8 is also possible.
C8?
No, not C8. Sorry, C7. I just want to
Yes.
mention.
C7
For
or
example,
B7.
C7 and FG8, FG3, and F3 and H4, kind of like that. Maybe that's also possible.
That is possible. But then black will have B4. Very quiet move.
Oh, so Oskar chose that to erase the to erase the access to the B. Yeah, but Kento made the access quite quickly, and yeah, his move is so fast. Maybe he knows. I don't know, but yeah, but I think this move is quite only the move that is possible. Isn't it?
Yeah, it is very important for black to. I mean, it is vital for black to have an access to C7 when white has taken B8.
Oh.
So.
I have that too. But for next, but for next black,
Yes.
is G8 not possible?
But then B7 for white.
Oh, I didn't. I just yeah, I didn't look that move. I thought I was just thinking about like, oh, but he moved this, so maybe he just think it's okay for.
And B7 is a must move.
Just to interrupt quickly, I'm just going to go through some things. Thomas and me both say go Sweden. Yeah, I mean that will make the tournament more exciting if Kento does lose for the first time this tournament. Did Takahashi not qualify this year for Japan?
Oh yes, he.
Was it just
no? He's
he didn't
never
participate in.
He didn't join the tournament after the COVID.
Oh, okay. So he hasn't played since COVID.
Yeah.
In a tournament. So no, he didn't qualify, but he didn't play as well. Ben Seeley did qualify and had to pull out at the last minute. I think he was replaced by Kevin Ruby. Yeah, I mean, there will always be a few faces missing, just because it's often a long way for people to travel. So, obviously being from America, that's a long journey. Being from Japan is a long journey. And vice versa. The people commenting on the games are myself. I'm Luke Plowman from England.
I'm Takahashi Murakami from Japan.
And I'm Tomokyo Taka from Japan. Yeah, I'm Japanese, but I'm living in Austria, Vienna, the capital city in Austria. Yeah. So
And then
maybe from Austria or maybe from Japan. Whenever you want. Yeah,
and then we do have Tom Scotter as well.
yeah, from Belgium.
But he is away for this round. He should be back soon. So, yeah. Someone in the chat has suggested B7. Now, for
Yes,
Oskar.
just Murakami mentioned.
Okay.
Good
Yeah,
idea.
but maybe maybe Oskar, or maybe thinking, or maybe just lost like me, because like for this I know that this B7 move is quite good, but I didn't look at the B7 now, so maybe he's thinking because the X square move have to pay attention about that, and also it's quite dangerous, or just maybe looking some other moves, because the other moves without X squares is quite safe, I think.
Well, for intermediate players, why should white think about B7? Well, C7 here.
So the virtual board, please.
Yep, so if we can get the virtual board up, please. And yeah, Charlotten, I hope I pronounced that correctly. It's no problem to do the commentary. We hope you're all enjoying it, those watching this, and we're always trying to make it as good as we can for the viewer. So if you have any suggestions or feedback, please do let us know.
Now, after white B7, white has another move to C7.
Yes.
And
So for this,
Yes.
and this would be a normal choice for many players, many beginners and many intermediate players. But in this case, black will go to B4. And then black will have a nice move to B8 in later use. That's why white should think about something else. White should think other moves other than C6.
Yep. And also black can't move because for here the line of C, these 4 discs are all white, and there's no black pieces to make an axis of C7, and also these 4 discs are all white. So it is quite this case is quite rare, I think, but but in Othello I think most cases are so rare, so we have to think about every moves that it's possible.
Yeah, so if we could switch back to just the live board now.
Oh, and white move to B7.
And actually, in the chat quickly, it's not Guy. It's I'm Luke. I probably sound like Guy because I was brought up by him, with him being my father. So I may use some of the same phrases. But yeah.
And for here, first maybe a lot of people think B4 or maybe other, I don't know, but for B4 it is.
Yeah, B4 is a good idea.
Yeah, but
C2?
it is.
No, B4, yes.
Yeah, but for this B4, this disc will be black, so the white, the move of this move for white, it will be a quite good move.
Yes.
So I think it's still quite a close game. I think. Quite. So
Yes, maybe white is getting a little ahead in this game.
And for example, if white move like this, and black get like this, the white can move this, and black can't move here. This is so bad for black because white moved 3 times in 4 places we can put. So, but however, if black wants to stop this like here, white can move here, like here. No, sorry, not this here. Here, and if it move like this, black can't move here, and black have to move somewhere else in the upper side. For example, D2 or EC2 or maybe somewhere else, or maybe F2. So and maybe F2, for example, and after that, maybe just I don't know, but maybe he can move to A4. Maybe, yeah, but for this case, maybe A4 is not better. But so I want to just tell that white has a lot of options, and it's quite a close game, and we have to think a lot. Okay. And black moves here. So for next white, for example, I think I just mentioned G5 before, but in this case G5 is not good.
Bother, I was about to suggest G5.
For here, in this case, yeah, but I just mentioned that before. The A4 is A3 is such a good move. Because of this case, white can move G6 is like this, but for this move, the white is gone and this is all black. So white can't move in G6 without making some the connection of the G6. So yeah, so this is not good. And no, Oskar moved here, and Kento moves quickly here. And for here, I just mentioned about A4 before, but I think A4 is not the best move. I think. How about your opinion? Yeah.
Well, A4 is
yeah, and
well, white can afford to let black go to A4 because white will then have E2 or B3, nice places.
Yes, the aim of this move is to stop the connection, the connection of the G5 for this. Black wants to move here, so and the black's the connection was disappeared for this, and black moved here quite quickly. For here, I think E2 is the most simple and good move, I think, for here, because if it moves like there's no connection to move here, and also maybe for here, I think. So black has to move to the north edge, I think. So I think yeah, the black is so hard to do this. Or maybe I just mentioned about E2, but maybe yeah, E2. He moved. Oskar moved to E2. This is such a simple, nice move, I think. For next black, first I think about d1, which here. So the aim of this move means to make a disk of connection. Oh yeah, Urano moved the d1 quite quickly. But for this, I think this e1 is quite good for move for white like this. And for this, the connection is gone. So yeah. So if you put like this, it doesn't work because like a lot of this pieces turn black, so it doesn't make sense. And also for other options, I just want to say maybe c2. I think that makes sense.
It's an option. Yes.
Yeah. For b2, like maybe because I think some players thought this is such a strange move, but for here, like there's no I think there's no like so perfect move for black. So b3, yeah, for example b3, if you move like b3 and like this, black don't have anywhere.
Well, b2.
Yeah, I know b2 is yeah, one of the options. Yes, it is. But for maybe x square is quite dangerous. So and but Oskar moved to c1. I didn't mention. This is also possible, I think. I think for next f1 looks quite simple, and yeah, I prefer f1.
Yes, it's a good move. Yes.
Oh, but sorry, please wait. Oh yeah, and like if it moves like this, I think there's no good moves to white. I think.
C2 was a mistake.
C2? What do you mean? So here?
B3 is better.
B3? Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So Mr. Murakami says C2 is better. For here? So if he moves, if blacks moves like this, how does white move?
B1.
For these couple of moves, white can get a lot of discs, and I think the white can save the line of B, these ones, like well, this, and this. A white can save B lines or the X lines. Black can get only one of them, and yeah.
Oh.
But Oskar moved to C2, which I mentioned, and yeah, I just said, but Murakami said like, which is maybe not so good.
Well, it is a good option also.
I just think maybe for if back in the like for here first. And this, like this. Is it that? I just like this. It doesn't make sense. I think these kinds of moves are one of the options, I think.
Well, but black A8, white B8, black A2.
Oh, sorry. There was so terrible mistakes here. Just my bad. Or maybe like here. Yeah, maybe that's better. So, or maybe like kind of similar, but from here, maybe. Like here.
That's possible. Yes.
So, if black, in this case, if black moves to e1 here, white can move to b2 here, but
Then black will have g5.
like this, and if it moves like this, maybe
no,
after.
no.
What do you mean?
Black e1.
What? Here.
Yes, and e1, yes. And then g5.
Yeah.
This may be bad for white.
Yep, but yeah, but I think we have to think a lot about but Oskar moved to g5 again. So yeah, I think the next black g6 thing.
Yes,
G6 is quite a good move, but what do you think the meaning of this move?
g6?
Yeah,
G6.
G5.
Oh, it
It
was
is
a good move, I think.
really. Oh.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, but I think Oskar had a plan after G6. I think. But like I think white can't move. White can't use the parity quite effectively. I think in this game. Yeah. Like
It's quite a simple,
yeah.
straightforward game. So it might
because
just come
like
down to parity.
Yeah, like the color, like the shape of the edge is quite strange in this game, isn't it? Like, and the left edge and the north edge, I think. It seems quite strange for me, and this makes so difficult for end games, I think.
Shall we go back to the live board to check on their
Yeah.
time? Are we able to take it away from the virtual board for now?
Well, maybe the last move, white's move to g5 was a mistake. Maybe because black now goes to g6, and I don't see any good white move anywhere. Well, we can try.
Cool. So if we could go back to the live board,
And,
please.
If white goes here.
Yeah, but for example,
then,
oh yeah, this and this, you mean?
yes.
Yeah, this quite works good.
Yeah, this is good for black.
So white has to avoid this.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't see any other option for white. Is there anything white can do now?
Like for here, this. But this is next.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, this is one that I said it was wrong. Yeah, but if you sorry okay, but I can't see.
White seems to be in trouble. So maybe g5 was a big mistake.
Maybe, or maybe more before.
But white has, been surviving very well.
Right.
More than very well. Oskar is, I think, Sweden's strongest player at the moment.
Yeah.
I
I think Oskar and who was it? And Nicholas, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, I think these two are very strong Swedish players.
Yes.
I've played in online tournaments before. Like I think one of the usual joint like the one that Leonid Shivman was held.
Yep.
Yeah, and these two Swedish players also joined, and I played with Oskar and Nicholas. Yeah, at the time, I was so lucky, so Nicholas made a mistake. But in this tournament, yeah, Nicholas was in the first table, and he becomes so strong, I think.
Yep.
So
And
I will probably lose.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. But we had someone asking yesterday if we would see Nicholas on the live stream, and well, I don't think he's had quite the tournament he was hoping for. but this is our first Swedish player we've watched, isn't it?
Yeah.
On table 1. So hopefully that's also good.
Well, here I think white will go to h6, then black will go to g7. No, before g7, e1. So white, right. And black will go to e1, white will go to b2, black will go to b1, and white will go to g2. That's the line I see.
Yeah.
And is white
Yeah.
hanging on, or is he dead?
Yes, but I think as everyone knows, Urano, Kento Urano has a lot of time for thinking. So maybe he's just looking for every moves. So it won't the accident won't happen. Yeah.
Oh, so he does still have 19 minutes left as
Yeah,
well.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
so
is-
many minutes.
I think Japanese, well, I don't know if it's all Japanese players, but they seem very good at just playing based on feeling.
Yeah, and I
And
think
it's one of the things that Kento said, is that, well, when he gets nervous at all, he plays based on his feeling, and he seems to be exceptionally good at that.
So I think if white moves to g1, I think white will quite lose easily. So I think white should move b2,
Yeah.
and it actually it causes a swindle, but black can only, I think, cut the line from
So b2, b1, and g7.
yeah.
Will black be winning after that?
Or for if so oh no, let me see, so I think that will be a bit complicated.
Yeah, it
So-
will be, yes.
So for example, b2, b1, g7, and h3, and after that
After
Why
that,
is
so maybe,
why is
H through H and H2, and actually I think it seems black can win, but I think white could get some more discs than the move of g1.
Yep. Why is G1 bad? Are we able to?
Because if it moves g1 and black g7, it is quite simple, and black can win quite easily without thinking, I think.
So
And we
if,
can get a lot of
if
discs.
white goes G1,
Yeah.
black goes G7, he has the diagonal, and then white just doesn't really have anywhere.
Yeah, I think I can. I think even I could. I don't have a mistake of that. It's so easy. After that, so yeah. But however, b2, that's so difficult to.
Ah, yes, and also if white goes G1 and then black goes G7, then can't white just go B1 then, or?
But g1, g7, b1, and if it's g2, there's
B2.
no b2.
Oh yeah, and it
There's
just
only
extends the-
a2 and b7, b8
Oh, yeah.
for white, and the h7.
So it just runs white out of moves
Yep.
if he plays
Exactly.
G1. Okay. And I would like to point out Oskar's brilliant yellow T-shirt. I think all the Swedish team are wearing one. I think it looks a little bit like the minions from Despicable Me,
Yeah.
and I'm enjoying that very much.
Yeah, and I think this is the minions.
Oh yeah,
hat.
this is Pikachu. That will be shown after this game during the interview, I suppose. Yeah, there are a few countries with their team shirts. I think Singapore
Yes.
was another one. With B2, well, someone has pointed out that B2 and then B1, G7, H3,
It's
and then white is in trouble.
right. Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So,
Yeah,
It
like
is. So
yeah,
black is
I know,
winning.
I know
Okay.
black is winning.
Okay.
Black is
But
winning, yes.
after that, after H2, white can get the parity, I think.
Yeah.
No, I don't think
Why?
so. Because black will just go into H4.
So
No,
white
but-
is...
H5, sorry.
Why? Because, like for example,
Mhm.
B2 and B1,
Mhm.
G7, H3,
Yes.
H2,
Yes.
H5,
Yes.
and G1,
Yes.
H1,
Uh,
G2.
That's a lot of moves and a lot of looking ahead.
No, because I think
Let's do it more slowly.
okay, B1 from here
B1, yes.
and G7
Yes. And H3.
and H3
Yes.
and H2
H2.
and H5
Yes.
and next G1
So go and G2.
no G1
Yes.
H1 for black.
No, not
Why?
not H1. H2 G2. G2 is better. don't you
Ah, okay. Yeah, you mean there's a swindle?
think? Yes, window. Yes. A8 and B8.
Yeah, but is that the best move? I have no idea.
I don't know if it's the best, but it surely would be a winning line for black.
And this is what happens when we have the 3-time world champion and someone that's 22,500 on Othello Quest in the commentary studio.
Would you give us a virtual board, please?
I think some of the players can't understand what are we saying.
Some of the commentators can't understand.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Well, I can understand. It's just hard to picture.
Oh,
So here we
okay.
go. Here we go.
What? Yeah, it's now. And no. I think this is
H6?
somewhere wrong.
No? What?
Here.
Oh.
Is it like this?
Yes.
And oh yes. And here, first dimension. How one was the board is not moving.
Right.
Actually, the board doesn't shows that we are looking.
Maybe we have lost connection. The iPad, the position on the iPad here is not reflected
Yeah.
to the virtual board on the screen.
Oh
There we
yeah,
go.
it's moving.
There we go.
Here it is.
Oh.
Andreas
First,
working his magic.
B1 here
Yes.
and G7
Yes.
here
And H3.
and H3 here
Yes.
and H2 here
Yes.
and like this
Yes.
and mention here
Yes.
and I said in my guess I think black moves to H1. Just my guess, but
And that can win.
yeah, I think that can win also. But
Yeah, that's also one win. And
but,
G2 will also
yeah, for
be
here
a
or
win.
here, that's just a guess. For example, if it moves like this, and we can get the whole entire X line here.
Right. Black
Yeah,
will win.
but for and the good point of the G2, for example, because maybe some beginners like just think that this move is giving a corner to just white. But however, because these are these discs are all white, so black can move here, and
That's another example of a swindle
yeah,
as well.
exactly.
So
And like this, and you white can move here, and black can get all of these discs here.
But
Yeah.
H8 was better. I mean, one disc better.
Oh really? Do you just count it?
No, it's not a counting. I mean,
What? Sorry, can you?
it's okay.
Yeah.
This is one disc better.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
I just want to show the example like how this window works.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure,
So
sure.
let's go
Yes.
back to the.
top Othello players getting excited.
Yes, it's here, So yeah, I think everyone just, and I think the black Kento is just, I think they're just counting. I think all of the moves, because he has plenty of time. Are there some other options without B1? I think the B1 is the only move.
B1 is the best. I think so. So Kento has achieved his.
Yeah, he has a very great success in this tournament, isn't it?
Yeah. He only drew once and
that's
he won all the other games.
Yeah, and that draw game is like just a big game. It's boring, but it's, I think, but not to lose is also important to go to the semi-finals. So yeah, I don't know.
Not losing does normally help, I would say.
Yeah. And I think it will move like we show thing. I think H3 is only the choice.
Yes.
Cool, so if we could go back to just the live board, please. We'll be able to look at their time, and we can see that Kento does have 12 minutes rounding up.
Wow.
So many.
More than
So he's
sufficient.
So yeah,
he's a very intuitive
count, I think.
player. Whereas Oskar, he does have a fair amount of time still, with 7 minutes and 47 seconds.
Or maybe he's counting from I don't know, but from maybe he's just thinking about H5 maybe, but yeah, because I think he has enough time to count all of the move which is possible.
Urano's mask reminds me of the situation in Japan. In Japan still everyone is wearing mask, and it's not only because the Japanese think about their health very seriously. Some of the reasons is that they don't want to be different from others. They want to be similar. They want to do the same way with other people. When will the Japanese start putting off the masks, in your opinion?
Yeah. I think it will take about 2 hours or something.
Sorry?
Yeah, 2 hours.
2 hours?
No, 2 hours, sorry. 2 years. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
2 years.
Sorry,
yes.
my mistake.
That's okay. 2 years, yes.
Yeah, so I moved to Austria
Mm-hmm.
from Japan in this summer. You mean September, and I was, and of course, and the people in Austria don't wear masks, so I'm so surprised first time. But now it seems quite normal. Yeah. And also, like some Othello tournaments in Japan are still closed. So, yeah, I wish all of the tournaments will come back.
Yeah, I hope so too.
It was good over the pandemic to see the amount of online activity there was, though.
Yeah.
I think the online community has grown, and it's a really powerful way to interact with people from other parts of the world.
Yeah, because the first time that I communicated with the player not from Japan is when I joined the tournament, which held Kevin Roby, the chairman of the US, and I played with a lot of players in the entire world, and for that relationships, I played. I held some event of playing playing Othello with Japanese junior high and high school students, and the Brazil's junior high and high school students. I think you know. Actually, the Moist, the chairman of Brazil, the Brazilian Othello Federation, and me held it. And after that, I joined to the WhatsApp community of Othello, and I talked, and I noticed a lot of players, and a lot of players from Europe or US or some other countries. Yeah, and I think, so the pandemic let me know the other countries' Othello community, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, I was impressed. Tomoki is taking full advantage of this information technology, and he is enjoying Othello just as much as he did before the pandemic.
Actually, the tournament of Kevin Ruby was founded by my mother, so yeah. So I have to say thank you to my mother.
Yeah. Tomoki's mother is a very nice person, and she speaks very fluent French because she spent 3 years in France when she was young. She helped me a lot when we went to a restaurant the other day, 2 days ago, because the menu was, everything in the menu was French, and I'm not so interested in good cuisine, française, so I didn't know many words in the menu.
We ate at a French cafe last night, and it was very good food. It's one of the good things about being here in Paris.
That's good.
The food is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, pretty spectacular in taste and in price.
Yes. But worth it.
So Kento moved H3 that we mentioned. I think he finished counting because, and so I think H2 is only the possible move, because if we move for G2, the swindle will happen at A8, and we can move A8, A2, and B8, all of these three moves. And also, I think G1 is not possible.
And so will Kento just have counted to the end, so he knows the sequence he'll play to the end now?
So he counted, I think, a lot of ways.
Yep.
And
so he
this
knows
is the
final score.
And the main subject of his mental reading ahead was the two ways to finish the upper side, upper right corner. Should black take the edge with h1, or should he sacrifice the two edges by g2? The lines we were seeing on the virtual board.
Yeah, let's pay attention for which Kento chooses. Chose, yeah. There. Yep, but yeah.
Matthias Anderson says that he's not sure that Kento Urano makes mistakes. He's a machine. Yes. Is this his first World Championship, or has he played in one before?
His first time.
Right.
His first time.
Yeah, because as you know, there's a lot of player who is strong but cannot win the tournament. You know,
To qualify.
some players go so close, but they can't get the first play. I think, as you know. Yeah.
Of course. And we shouldn't forget about many Japanese expert players who have never had the opportunity to compete in this wonderful tournament. I am very happy that many people from other parts of the world are enjoying this tournament, but please don't forget that there are so many Japanese players who love Othello so much, but probably will never have the opportunity to be here.
Maybe Kento is still counting here.
Well, he has the time to do it.
Yep.
Especially as Oscar's time ticks down. Using your opponent's time to do your own thinking is a very effective way of managing your time. So, but Oskar plays G1.
Yes. And now Kento has calculated both H1 and G2. And what is his conclusion? We will see. He is just double checking or triple checking.
Yep. So G2. Yes.
That's better. I mean, is it better, really? But of course his calculating will be correct. So G2 was the best move.
Yeah, Oskar, I think. Yeah, but if he moves for A2, or I think the H1 is the only the choice to move.
Well, this is a very instructive position for intermediate players, I believe. This is rather one-sided endgame, but in a close endgame, the ability to just notice this kind of swindle is vital. Will be a very important skill for you to become an expert player in the future.
Okay.
White goes to H1 and black will get both A8 and B8.
Yes,
That's very
and
important.
I just.
But if white doesn't go H1, then black can take H1, so white needs to go H1 as well.
And I just mentioned the other game, not this one. The game against Imra Leader and Paladino Domenico finished. Emirate leader won about 5-52 against 12. So it was So
Very good.
Emirate leader is also were playing well this tournament.
But again, he plays well before lunch, and then British people play badly after lunch. So we'll see what happens after.
Yeah, we have to pay attention now. I think the other games are still playing.
And so this is round 10, so there will be 3 rounds after lunch, and then potentially a playoff game if there are ties, just to decide who the 4 players getting into the semi-finals are. And then the semi-finals and finals will be tomorrow, and we will be covering those as well. And at the end of tomorrow, we will know who our world champion for 2022 is.
Yeah. And actually, there's also the YouTube live for other languages.
Yeah, for the semi-finals and finals.
Yeah.
So I think we're covering the finals in 5 different languages.
Yes.
Which
so
is
maybe me and Takahashi will join the Japanese live, I think.
Yep. And I think for the English one, it's me alongside my father, Guy Plowman. So
maybe
some father and son.
Maybe your father will join the finals, isn't it?
Yeah.
How many wins does he have?
Let me check. Oskar's time is getting quite low, but he should have enough time to play all his moves. Let's see. I know he's playing quite well. He had a close game with Brian Rose yesterday. He's on 4.
On 4.
Yeah. So
4 against what was the 9 games? Was it 9-4 tonight?
I'm not sure. It depends how the rest goes.
Okay, but your father's playing well. And I think Kento is counting from A2 and B8, I think.
A2 and B8.
But are there some are there other options? I don't know.
A2 seems to be bad. So I think he's counting B8 and H8.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, my mistake. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, but
but
I think
actually B1 may work. Sorry for me.
Yeah, but he finished counting it.
Oh yes, so the other 3 languages as well. The languages that there will be, definitely for the final day, are English, and this is for the whole of the 3rd day. So, yeah, it's looking good. There will be English, French. I mean, of course, French. We're in France. Spanish, Japanese, and Chinese. The Chinese one will be online. And that will be hosted by Ivan Chan.
39.
So, Kento wins another game.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, it's so dark here.
The lights have turned off in here again. Kento is pretty unstoppable. He's on 9.5 out of 10 now.
Yeah, he's playing so well in the tournament.
Yes, and Oskar is also playing well, and there's absolutely no shame in losing to someone of Kento's strength. So they should be in here soon to be interviewed.
Yeah, so maybe we should prepare.
We should, yes. And in the live chat, there are 96 people at the moment, and
that's so many people.
there's a lot of people we're talking to. Yeah, If you have a question, please ask it. Ask it now so that we have it in time for the interview. If you don't have a question, then what are you doing? Think of a question and ask it anyway.
Will you be seated?
And these two see.
Hello again.
Okay. Yeah. Kento is already a regular.
I think you've been in for the last 3 rounds. Alright.
And the screen is showing the game.
So we will just wait for us.
Larry and, who was it? Alessandro Di Mattei. They just finished.
Yep, so Alessandro beat Larry there?
But it
Is
seems
that a white one?
quite close game, isn't it?
It does seem close.
I can't count it.
Who was black?
Alessandro is also playing
Larry is
very
black
well.
and Alessandro is white.
Oh.
Okay, so we will just wait for us to appear on the screen again, and then we will ask these people some questions. Again.
It doesn't appear on face.
Yep. And again, if you have any questions in the...
Michele Borassi versus...
One.
It's black is...
Yeah, black one.
So...
Borassi one.
So this is the second lost of... And...
White one? No.
White
Very
one.
close.
White
Close
won.
game.
And so this is the second loss for Matthias.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, yes, we will update the
Okay.
scores for you all
And this is quite close.
at the beginning of the next round. But yeah, I'm not sure who's won there, but
Black, white.
yeah, well, I guess we'll see.
Yep. Yeah, there's such a lot of close games, isn't it?
Yeah, lots of close games for Takahashi today as well. Second day. Must be tired.
So, okay, it's appeared.
Okay, so we are here with Oskar and Kento. So Oskar, obviously Kento, we've had you about 100 times now.
Yeah.
So Oskar, I'll start with you. It was a really, really good game. At what point did you feel that you had lost? Because I know I played Takahashi a few years ago, and I just felt like I lost from the second move. Did it feel like that, or?
No, not really. But I mean, yeah, was in book for a while. But I mean, I know Kento is strong. I think he will win the tournament. So, but I mean, I tried hard. It seemed like I had some possibilities in the late mid game, but I mean, I realized quite quickly in the end game that it was over for me. But yeah, so it was. But it was a nice game. I'm happy to have been playing Kento now. It's an honor.
Yeah, and you've been playing exceptionally during this tournament, so very well done. Kento, you're back here again. We do actually have a question from someone watching who asks, do you have any preference as to who you would want to play in the final?
決勝で当たりたくない選手って誰ですか?
Assuming you get to the final, of course, but we're all assuming it now.
落ちることを願ってるわけじゃないけど当たりたくないのはやっぱり高橋明宏君、あと、ベルグさんともちょっと当たりたくないなっていう思いがあります。
So Matthias and Takahashi.
Yeah.
Both of whom are playing very well, as we've seen. Do you have a question? Either of you two?
Was in Japanese. 結構しっかりと危なげなく勝ったように思ったんですけど、似たような形の経験っていうのがあったのかしら、今回の展開は。
この展開はそこまで、深い研究はしてなかったんですけど、そうですね。だからそんなに研究はしてなかったです。
なるほど。Well, I asked him, have you many experience in this type of opening and in this type of mid game? And he told me that he wasn't preparing so much in this opening. That was his answer. じゃあいつその勝利を確信したっていうか有利だなって思ったんでしょうかね。
それはなんかここでみたいなのがなくて、お互いすごい悪い手打たれた感じもしないし、自分がいい手打った感じもしないんですけど、気づいたらその、ホワイトラインが通りそうになった時に勝ちを確信しました。
なるほど。I asked him, when did you realize, when were you convinced that you were winning? And his answer is, well, my opponent, Oskar didn't make any bad moves, and I didn't make any good moves, but all of a sudden I realized that I will have swindle in A8 and B8, and that's when I was sure that I was going to win.
Yeah.
So I do have a few other questions from the audience. First of all, from Thomas, Oskar, how did you pick your opening for this game?
どういうふうにSorry.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing this for a while and a lot online, and but I guess Kento has played it more, so and I studied it deeper, and I mean it's no. Okay, so yeah, but I think I know it pretty well, and I hope that he would be out of a book after a while. I mean, I would be for sure. I don't know any of these lines to the end game really, so it's but I don't know for how long he was in book, and it's impossible to say, so I guess for quite some time.
And then
as expected from the game with Arthur yesterday.
Right. Yeah, and I mean he seemed to be out of book, but he's Japanese as well, so there is that. Matthias Andersson asks, does the Swedish T-shirt give you extra confidence? Obviously Takahashi has his orange juice. Is this your equivalent?
Yeah, so this was a surprise from Niklas 2 days ago. So I didn't know we should be wearing this shirt in the morning 2 days ago, but then Niklas came with this surprise, and I think it's great. I mean, everybody sees us, I think, in the room. And
have you watched Despicable Me?
What? Yeah.
The Minions.
Okay, yeah, a bit like that. The Minions, right?
It's good though. I mean, I have the hat to match, so.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Do you have any more questions, either of you? You don't have to. No pressure.
I don't have. Sorry.
Okay.
I just want to ask them about the clothes, but
the audience got
I
that.
forgot. It seems like they have been giving some attention here. So
yes, I know. I'm also wearing the T-shirt of my Othello club normally when I play. Yeah, I just wear the T-shirt yesterday.
Yeah, I wish I had an English one, but I'm just a humble commentator, so here we are. Anyway, thank you for coming. Thank you for being interviewed. I'll let you go and prepare for your, lunch. That's good. That's exciting. Yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming again.
Kento is a regular member of our channel.
Okay. Yeah, so the hat is... There's a kids' expo downstairs, which is some event that's going on downstairs
Can you have that hat?
Say that again?
Can you have that hat downstairs?
Yeah, that's where you get them.
Oh.
If you go downstairs, you also get a hat.
Maybe everyone should wear the Pikachu.
Get one for Tom and for Takahashi as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are above a children's event downstairs, in where this is actually being broadcast as well. So more promotion for the beautiful game of Othello, and they are giving out Pikachu hats. So
Yes. Well, my youngest daughter was once nuts about Pikachu, and she showed me hundreds of videos of Pikachu animation.
Yep.
And well, I enjoyed them, but the main idea in Pikachu is so similar to that of Othello. You know, you have to value friendship, fair play, and effort, and the world is just like an Othello world. So I was watching Pikachu videos, telling myself that, well, they are nice, but I already have the place
yes.
that I love.
Yeah.
And my daughter was always sad that I am not as enthusiastic about Pikachu as she is.
I think that's just part of being a parent, though. So, yeah, I think we are going to take a break now for lunch. We should be back at about 1:40, 20 to 2. Round 11 begins at 1:55. So we will see you again then. Thank you for watching so far, and we will be back.
Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by two persons against one another, and they have one color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match. Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have 1 color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match. Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have 1 color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match. Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have 1 color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match. Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have 1 color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match. Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have 1 color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match. Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with
Hello all and welcome to Studio Othello for the afternoon session of the second day at the 44th World Othello Championships in Paris, France. My name is Tom Schotte.
And I'm Luke Plowman.
I'm Takeshi Murakami.
I'm Tomoki Otaka.
Welcome. So we're at round 10 of the Swiss tournament, so we have 13 rounds to play, 3 more to go, which means that in a couple of hours' time we will know who is heading to the semi-finals, not only in the open category but also for the females and the youth. If we have a closer look at the standings, we have Kento Urano, who is on 9.5 points. He is 1.5 points loose from the other players. But there will be a fierce competition for the 3 remaining places in the semi-finals. Several players are on 8, 7.5 and 7 points. Who do you see as the players to watch here?
Watch here? Obviously.
No,
Just in this game, or?
No, in general. Who are the 3 players,
I
the 3 strong players?
Kento, just because he's been awesome to watch. Matthias and Alessandro. Arthur, and Takahashi, of course, because he's on a little bit of a losing streak at the moment, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not over. He could still make it to the semi-finals, and as I'm sure we'd all love to see. But it needs, I think, other people to lose now as well.
Takahashi is on 6.5 points, so he can get a maximum of 9.5. I'm not sure that would be enough to still reach the semi-finals. Players might need 10 points to reach the semi-finals here.
Right, because there are so many players now. 4 losses and 9 wins would have been enough in all days, but with 90 players?
Yep, with 88 players we for sure need 10. For sure 9.5 and might be 10. So on table 1 we have Michele Borassi. He has 8 points, playing for Switzerland with black against the leader Kento Urano from Japan, playing white. You can see him on the right side. Some words about the opening.
This is the we call it FJT opening, and this is actually a quite famous one Actually, FJT opening is the draw line, but this move is the black made the -2 moves. Oh, this one is the I saw this first time, and maybe this is another opening. But before that, the black made F2. Yeah, it was like -2 in computers. But Kento still knows, so maybe this is another -2, or maybe some -4 or -6, I don't know. But maybe he still knows this opening.
I vaguely recognize this position. I think it's Michele's favorite opening line.
Yep. I know. I think Kento knows this opening because some Japanese players love this opening. And for example, I played with Tomoya Toda, which joined to the WC 2011. I played this opening with him in online. Yeah.
Well, it's white's turn to move, and white is thinking about black's G3.
I just guessed that white will move. But Michele?
It seems that Kento is disappointed that Michele still knows this line.
Yeah, so
Some
just
mind
Takahashi
games
said
going on.
that this is Michele's favorite, so Michele knows a lot about it.
It's so nice that we see the players' faces when they react to certain moves.
And I'm sure you heard Takahashi and Tomoki, their gasps as Kento played that unexpected move, but Borassi has clearly done his homework and played back instantly, causing a bit of surprise for Kento there. And I mean that's part of this high level tournament play, is the research that the top players do into their opponents. Yeah.
And I have to point out that a move like B6 would never have come so quickly if you were not prepared.
Michele is...
And even his response there of A4 came straight away.
So Kento moves correct.
And yeah, Kento is clearly part machine, but do you think that will make him a bit more nervous that his moves are just being responded to straight away?
It will give him a lot of pressure. Kento must be under great pressure that Michele knows much more.
He can afford a loss.
Yes.
I don't know about Kento's mind, but for my experience, I played with Keita Omori 2 years ago, and it was a line of -4 of the openings, but actually I didn't know, and Keita Omori does know that opening, and I moved the correct opening until the 40th move. Yeah, so but I don't know, so I think I used a lot of time, so like the time is like Keita has still like I have 17 minutes, but I only still have like 3 minutes like that. So I don't know how's Kento feeling now, but yeah, maybe he's feeling still nervous. But yeah,
as we talked to him before, and he's very good at dealing with his nerves.
Yeah.
It seems that both players got out of book.
Yep. This maybe A3 moves new. So. But yeah, it doesn't seem strange.
I would also like to advertise for our other live streams, where we have on table 2 Matthias Berg playing Lari Pihlajapuro. On table 3 there is Katie Pihlajapuro playing against Arthur Joignier, and on table 4 Lucas de Camargo against Janne Peiponen. And these players are all still in the race for the top 4 spots, so you can watch them on the other live streams.
Yeah, and also the team ranking, if you see, now the first place is Finland, the Japan is the second place.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I forgot how many times that's Japan's.
15 times.
15 times. So maybe the Japan will lose.
Mm-hmm. Well, last round we saw all the loss of Akihiro Takahashi, but I think Kento Mori also lost.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
But when we interviewed Katie as well, and we asked her what her goal was for this tournament, it was to have Finland win the team title.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, she's doing well.
Yep.
In achieving that.
And indeed, for the Japanese team, it's currently Taketora Miyamoto who's contributing to the team results
Yeah.
with 6 points.
Yeah.
can I go back into the game?
Yes.
The black a6 was very nice. It's a model play for many players. You have to see that if white takes the edge with a7, it will flip 3 diagonal discs and it will open up new options for black. If white goes here, black can play here or here.
Yes, exactly.
So it's good for black. That's...
No.
Oh, no, sorry.
So for here, so you mean a7 is a terrible move?
It may not be terrible, but it's not so appealing to me. Where will you go, Tomoki, as white?
I will move to c2 or b3.
How about b4?
b4?
Yeah.
I can't guess after b4 and b4 c3.
b4.
Isn't it an option to go to
like
d1?
Like this. I can't think after this. Yeah, I know because this moves.
Or just d2? No?
d1?
D1 or D2
Or a7. Many options here.
Yep.
Too.
Yeah, but I think yeah, as
c2 has been played.
Yes.
yes. For here is black
Is black
moving.
is one of the black options to take the edge, or is it really a bad move?
I think it's option.
It is an option.
What about h4? Is h4?
H4. I don't think H4 is a good move because H4 means here like this.
Mm-hmm.
But if you move after the H6, this seems quite.
Oh
good.
yeah, just give him that.
So I think D2 and here D2 and A2 are I think that the options we have.
Or g3?
G3. Yeah, but if G3 like this, like this, how do you do it?
Well, h3.
After I think
I mean here black can go to c3.
C3.
Yeah.
You mean like this? Oh, but like if you move like this is so strong. So maybe.
So, and c1. Oh well, but
maybe maybe there's. Yeah, but like.
So
yeah, but
D2 is a better move, I guess.
So let's vote for D2.
D2. Yeah. For example, if you move d2 like this, like this, like this, it seems better than the move of g3. Just my
okay,
opinion.
I agree. Yes, I agree with you.
And also how, for example, here. Where's I think there's a lot of options here. A3.
B4?
B4? No, not A3, B4 or B3 or C. Not C. Not C3.
So, Michele, if you would be able to hear me, Robin Mandersloot from the chat is sending some good vibes your way. So I think now you should be able to find the good moves.
Yeah, he is right next door, so if you shout loud enough, we can pass that on when we interview them afterwards. Hopefully it won't be too late.
Can we see the players on the screen? Thank you.
So, yeah, these two are still enough time to think. Because it moves quite smoothly first.
In what year did Michele become world champion?
2008.
2008.
Yeah, and also he became the second place at 2010.
So he's quite good at the game.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Someone, in the chat has asked about D2 and then C1.
D2 and C1. Oh, okay. D2, C1, and D1. Yes, then D1, E1, B1, like that, maybe. Yeah, but I think there's a lot of options, so that's why Kento is thinking a lot.
Yeah. Is it quite close between
No,
the
not
two?
Kento, sorry, Borassi. Michele is thinking a lot. And he moved to D1.
It's nicely suggested.
For here... Yeah, like, I can't figure out, like, which is the best move, but...
H5? No?
H5?
Yeah, H5 it looks quite well. H5. Why not
yes,
H5?
Yeah, but, like, after H5, how could white move if, like, H5 and A2? So you go to the X square?
Yeah, X square, yes. X square is a move, I think.
That will be, like, so tough game.
Or maybe instead of X, but what?
White went to...
Okay, C1.
Black to play immediately D1?
I think so, because... because if black don't move to D1, I think white will move D1 or E1 quite immediately, I think.
Which country was the World Championships in 2010?
Italy.
Italy.
So Michele was then playing a home game. Meanwhile, while Michele is thinking, let's recap what's happened with Fantasy Othello
Oh yeah.
over the past couple of rounds. We're 10 rounds played. The current leader has 36 points, which means that that person has scored 3.6 points out of 5 every round, which is a nice average. And that's Clemente Sais has 36 points, and he's played Kento Urano, Michele Borassi, Katie, Brian Rose, and Helen Dexter from the UK, totalizing 36 points. But that team is closely followed by the team of Alex Zelezov with 35.5 points, and Asuka has 35 points completed. Then also worth mentioning, places 4 and 5 are Miloš from Poland and Chiara, who's playing at this tournament with 34.5 points. We'll see where that will end up. Of course, many additional bonus points will be given in the course of tomorrow. 12 more bonus points to be earned. So I think the rankings will shift still a bit in the course of tomorrow, but these teams have made a good start.
I would also like to give a shout out to my team in 120th. I tried my best, but maybe this year wasn't to be. I did pick Matthias though, so I'm happy with that. I think those that picked Kento for their team above Takahashi have a good advantage.
I think it's quite difficult, but which dude? I think there's C3 or B4 normally, I think. So, yeah. Michele chose B3. And do you think we have to fill in the C3 immediately?
C3?
Yeah, I think there's C3 or maybe H5. I think these two are the options, but I do think, or maybe E1 now.
Well, I wouldn't go to E1. I would go to C3 instead, because if black takes A2, then white will have a nice move to B2. It was a bit complicated for intermediate players. If white goes to C3 now and black goes to A2, then white will have a nice move to B2. Can you see 3 prize ahead? I'm asking for the viewers, spectators, this live video.
Well, both players managed their time well in the opening,
Yeah,
so they have close to 20 minutes remaining, and so there will be a point where one of or even both players will take a lot of time for one certain move that will be important for the rest of the game. Could this be the one move where Kento has to make an important choice, or will it be later in the game?
Later, I think, because in this case, C3 seems so obvious. I don't see any bad points on.
But for an F question,
Yeah.
like if white moves C3, I
Yes.
think H4 seems quite good, isn't it?
Then E1.
E1.
Yes.
Okay. Then how about after E1 G3 to take the upper edge?
No, I won't. Let's see. C3, H4, E1,
and
F, G2,
G3.
G3. Just G4?
Yeah, but it seems quite close, isn't it? I don't know, but.
Well, I think what is.
Yeah, but I think there's no other moves left.
This looks quite white.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of white discs, but
And normally, in these kind of situations where white has a lot of discs and black doesn't, there should be a line or a way for black to win the game. But I'm sure that Kento played these moves with some idea behind it.
yeah. Next, if next is the white move, it is so bad. But the next is black moves, and black. If black moves, there's a lot of new moves created. So.
And white has E1 move as a
Yeah.
resource. Black will. It's not good for black to respond with B1 because move to B1 will flip
I think
diagonal lines.
I think if I were black, I would play H4. Just kind of.
Yes, we guessed about. We just talk about H4.
H4, E1.
It's kind of silent. And then G4.
Yeah, G4. Yeah.
H4, E1, G4, and then black keeps
Oh, yeah,
G3.
Yes, yes. That seems quite a nice moves.
See, I'm getting there. I'll get there.
And you were the first to mention.
Yeah. There's the occasional moment of brilliance from me, but
White has G7 in reserve in the sequence we were talking about.
Yeah. There's a lot of things we have to think.
Is it possible to switch to table 2? Oh, no. I thought Michele would give it a long thought. I think E1 is the only option here.
H5?
E1? No.
Oh, he took it. So maybe the move which Murakami mentioned felt not good for Kento.
Oh. What was not good for him, Kento?
No.
So
Kento
was-
felt not good.
Sorry?
Kento felt not good.
Oh. And I think Kento is not so pessimistic about the situation. White
Yeah.
still
Because-
has a good chance of winning because White has two moves in reserve, E1 and G7. Those moves can be very
So,
strong
yeah,
in the
for
future.
example, here, if it moves G3 and the white moves G4,
Yeah, G4.
and if black moves H3, the move of G7
Yeah,
will
G7.
be so strong.
Yeah.
That's the Murakami are mentioned. The line is controlled.
Mhm.
And actually, black seems to keep parities here, but however, the left bottom area is 5 places we can put. So if blacks want to keep parities without moving, the west-south area, black has to move to the east-south area. But it gives a lot of stable discs, so I think it will be quite bad. for Borassi.
Would it be possible to switch to table 2, please? So then we can have a look at Lari playing against Matthias Berg. Lari is playing white and is on move.
Oh, it seems Matthias is... Yeah, I think Matthias is winning because the Matthias control the C line, the line through C squares, I think.
Yeah, I don't see too many options for Lari. Yeah, that seems to be a parity move. Hoping to get parity in all regions and still grab a sufficient amount of discs. But with the position on the board, I would think that Matthias should be able to secure sufficient amount of discs.
And Matthias's time is Matthias only used his time is 21 minutes left.
Okay, let's quickly move to table 3, which is Katie Pihlajapuro against Arthur Joignier. That game is not that far progressed as the table 2. Their situation is more unclear to me.
Let's go back to the Urano and who was it?
Urano and Michele Borassi.
Borassi game.
Yeah, it seems
Very
there's a
exciting.
so excited move.
Urano to
Okay, can we go back to table 1, please?
Oh, it doesn't. Wait. So. Oh no, sorry. Sorry. The live Othello was a bit wrong. Sorry. It's come back.
No, it's okay.
So before we saw white taking a7, and Michele just played b7, and we still saw the response of Kento Urano to e1.
So which colour would you rather be in this position?
White.
White.
Yeah,
White
me too.
for me.
Me too.
Is that because you think white has an easier path to victory, or because it looks more fun?
Because I think the white is tough in this game because the whites take a lot of edges.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know, but for me, it will be so tough at the end game if we take a lot of edges. Just for me. But
Black has a very silent move to g4 now.
Yes, but I think the g7 for the white will be so strong at the future after g3. And also black cannot move in b2 because the swindle happens. And also so
Well, if black goes to g4 now, what will white do? Yes, maybe g3?
yeah, the g4 and the next
Maybe g3 here?
really is g1 not possible?
Yeah, it is also possible. But after b1, what will happen?
b1?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
g1, b1.
Yeah, b1. Like how about like g1, b1, a1,
As long as
b2,
it's
A2?
the main
also a2, b2, and g7.
Oh, g7?
g7.
A8.
A8, G7, sorry.
A8, G7. Then G3.
Or, and like if black moves to H8, maybe the white will move to the B8, and I think it works. I don't know,
But parity, there is parity.
yeah.
White will be forced to go into B8.
But
And black will get
for
that.
then so Murakami,
Well,
how do you think after then G3?
or it's white's turn.
No, because it's white's turn. So you just mentioned
Oh,
G3 from
okay,
white. White.
G3 for white now.
See?
G3 for white now. Black will be obliged to go to B1. Then white.
Yeah, but just we know that the both of moves is so hard to think.
I think this is the position where the outcome will be decided. It's very important to choose a good move here. Ooh, just as Otaka suggested.
So, this is so difficult.
Quite the position.
Yeah.
So it will all be about swindles and diagonals?
Is G2 not possible?
It is possible, yes. Although white will go to C5.
C5?
Sorry, H5.
Yeah.
H5, yes. G2, H5.
Yeah, G2, H5, and oh, but yeah, it doesn't work, I think.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Michele needs to be very careful that B8 never becomes an option.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting game.
Yeah. Yeah. The white takes a lot of edges, but so yeah.
What
So
about?
it? I think it's quite difficult to think about.
What about A2 for black?
To A2.
Yeah.
I think it's possible. B1 or A2 is I think it's possible.
What did you say, B2 or
No,
A1?
A2 or B1. So
Yeah, right,
like,
both are
yeah.
possible, yes.
I think
Which is better?
I don't know. Yeah, to care about the edge is so hard for me, like me, the beginners. But yeah, but Kento is such a strong player, so he moves very good.
Was there something wrong with G3 for black here? I don't know if you talked about.
G3.
It just looks very quiet.
Like
G3, G7?
yeah, and after that, are there some other options? G3, G. Yeah, it's so difficult.
Because I think I would naturally just play G3.
Yeah,
'cause all the
I
rest of
know.
the thinking
I
is
know.
a bit-
G3 is looks quite good, but however, we have to care the move of G7 from white, and after that, I think black can't cut it quite easily. I think.
Right.
Yeah.
What,
Actually,
if it's G3 then G7, can't
Yes.
white just play B2 then?
no, that happened as
It's
window.
black's turn, isn't it?
Black no, the G3, G7, B2 happens window of B8 and A8.
Okay. Oh yes.
Yeah. So we have to care a lot of things.
G3.
So
Can I quickly intervene? We have a result from one of the live Othello tables where Akihiro Takahashi lost 31-33 to Vidar Albrigtsen. So this means he will remain on 6.5 points and is no longer possible to regain his world title.
Wow.
It's very surprising that he has already lost 3 games and played 1
games,
draw.
I think he
4
lost
games and
4
1 draw.
Yeah. Wow, that's the
It is
upset of the
sad.
tournament then.
it is sad, but that means the lot of European players are so strong.
I think lots of European players have done a lot of work with it all being online into their games.
Yeah, I think a lot of players, I think I saw Takahashi won the championship, and so I think a lot of players searched and learned his openings or something. So yeah, everyone marked him, I think.
Yeah, everyone had him on their team, on their fantasy team, so I think he was the most picked player.
Yeah, that's so sad, but I think Takahashi will come back to the WOC and go to a revenge or something. I think.
Yeah, he'll come back next year
Yeah.
and win every single game. I'm calling it now.
Yeah. I think this move will be the key point of this game.
Yeah.
This is the move where he wants to spend at least 5 minutes on.
Yeah.
Because I think when he started thinking, when it was his move, he's already thinking over 5 minutes
Yeah,
for
I
this
think
one.
so. He was, I think, I think he's thinking about 7 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, just for anyone watching, I don't know if anyone is in France watching, but if you are and you're going to the supermarket, make sure to try this hip-hop drink. It's a yogurt drink and it's very tasty. I got the vanilla flavoured one. Very good. They don't have that in England that I've seen, so...
Meanwhile, we've got one more result from the live Othello tables. 2 players who were on 6 points. Lin Wei Hao Roy defeated Marc Lévy from France with 41-23. So we're looking forward to more results from the other tables, because that will deny most probably the losers of those matches a spot in the semi-finals.
Yes.
For sure, for the players who are on 7.
And of course it's been quite surprising because Kento drew his second game, and it was quite a while before Takahashi dropped his first points. And so to see Kento kind of overtake Takahashi, I think has been the most surprising thing for me. Because there were lots of people that thought Kento Urano might do very well in this tournament.
Yeah.
But when he drew his first game, and Takahashi won both his first games, I thought that was Takahashi's tournament to take. But then, Kento overtook him. So it's been exciting.
It will be important for Akihiro to keep on trying to win games, because those will count for the team results. And after losing another game, their first place might be at stake, with Katie, Lari and Janne performing very well.
Yeah. And also, like, I think, what was it? And Katie and who was it? These family is so super strong.
Is Jan Dewey online?
I don't know.
Is that his name? I agree. I think people need to just use their first names as their name online.
I just use my full name online.
Yeah. I'm beginning to be confused.
I don't have anything to hide. Hoping for Michele when he makes his move, Kento doesn't do anything unexpected, otherwise he has to rethink the whole sequence again.
Yes, he has used
Just 3 more minutes.
Yes. Oh, and we are at 106 viewers at the moment, which is, I think, joint with the peak of yesterday. So,
thank you all.
Yeah, I hope you're enjoying this as much as we are. 109 now, so that's a new record for viewership for this stream. So that's really good. Good job, people.
Yep, and I had a watch at the. There's a move.
A2. So I think Michele compared a lot. Well, B1 and A2, and he chose A2.
Well, yesterday's feed already had 2.5k viewers in total. I don't know if that's impressive or not, but just to mention some statistics.
I think A1. Other moves, not A1.
A1 seems imperative for me. White has to go to A1, doesn't he?
I just suggest maybe Urano is just thinking for maybe G7. I don't know, it doesn't work, but like
G7.
Yeah, but he has plenty time, so yeah. So like G7 and
A8.
Yeah, A8, and if black moves to G3 at the future.
Oh, in the future, yes.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but he's just trying to. Yeah, I think A1 is the only option, but maybe I just my guess, but he's just thinking another move. So if it moves like A1 and B1, is it A2 the next?
B2.
Is it B2?
Yes,
Yeah.
B2 is the next move.
B2,
And
H1,
And G7.
G7?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think white is winning
Yeah.
in that line.
Another result from the live tables: two players with 7 points, Lucas de Camargo from Brazil and Janne Peiponen, faced each other. Janne prevailed with 22-42, so Lucas is out of the race for the semi-finals. Janne still has a chance and adds another point to Finland's total team result.
Wow, Finland is such a strong team.
Finland are very strong this year, yeah. They were in the World Othello Team Masters Online as well. They were one of the very strong teams. They've been secretly growing their players. And they have come back to post-COVID Othello with force.
And on table 2, Matthias Berg defeated Elari with 37-27. Both players are still in the race for the semi-finals. Matthias is now on 9 and Elari keeps 8 points.
But that's another for Finland then?
No, Germany.
Oh, Germany, yep.
But
okay.
Katie could still add another point during her game.
So, Tomaki, what do you think Urano is thinking about right now?
First, I think he'll move to A1, but I think he is thinking after that, and I think after A1, I think the move is quite simple. I think there's only one way. I think. So he just count this, and if it's losing, he has to think another move.
I see.
Without A1, and like his hands, the move of hands seems like counting. So yeah, Urano is such a top player. So yeah, I think he can count. It's like 15 moves left, but yeah. Or maybe like he's thinking like A1, B1, B2, or A1, B1, and directly G7. Maybe the difference.
So, well, Kento Urano is counting. On table 5, Oskar Eklund lost 26-38 with Roberto Sperandio. Roberto is still in the running for the semi-finals, and Oskar Eklund is out.
Gosh, with the World Othello Championships now, and then the World Cup next month, it's quite an action-packed few months in terms of competitive sports.
Oh, it wasn't G7.
White is getting a lot of stable discs.
Yes, exactly. The edge of A and the line of 2 are the stable discs, I think. Is black H2 here, or maybe other? H2. Oh, I think Urano's moving so fast, so I think he just counted. Yeah, during like he moves during the thinking of A1, I think.
So he thinks it's enough?
It is enough.
I think.
Because white will go to G7 eventually, and then black will be obliged to go to H7.
Yeah,
and
and also white has parity.
White will go to H8, and then pass, and white B8, and black A7, A8. It's a comfortable win for white. Maybe I said it too fast. So there are some ways to follow this.
Is it here? Is it G2 or maybe H6? Or where do you think?
Both are possible, but in any case. Yes.
Yeah.
He went there because White will eventually go there, killing him. So he wanted to go there first.
He is
Even if
also low on time, so
Ah.
he has to play quickly.
So there's only 30 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah, but Urano still have enough time to count, so yeah, he just counts finally.
So while he's counting, Katie lost 13-51 against Arthur. Katie is on 7.5 points and not yet quite out for the semis, and Arthur moves to 8.5. And another result is Alessandro Di Mattei lost 26-38 against Imre. Imre goes to 8 points, but Alessandro remains on 7, so Alessandro also is out for the semi-finals. I think after this round we'll have 6 to 8 contenders still left.
Yeah.
And Imre is one of them.
Imre will be one of them.
Oh, well done, Imre.
Very nice.
Yeah.
He clearly had his power lunch of a coffee with 3 shots. So
We'll have Janne from Finland, Roberto, Italy, Imre, Great Britain, Katie, Arthur, Lari, Matthias, Michele and Kento, and then the winners of the game between Brian Rose and Nicky van den Biggelaar will also still be in the running.
yeah, I wonder if 123 people could fit in this room that we're streaming from.
Nice.
Obviously, HG80 is the best move, but Urano is being very, very, very careful.
Yeah.
And he's double checking and triple checking.
Yeah, because Michele moved G8 quickly, so he just thinks that he just figure out, like, he just has to think if there's some trap or.
But there,
Oh, Michele is laughing.
there's no trap. As far as I can see, there's no
Yeah,
trap.
me too.
Yeah, just to
Michele counted 31 for it. No idea what the final score will be.
just to quickly reiterate that we have a policy of no computer analysis in the chat, and you're totally free to follow along with computer analysis at home if you want, but for those watching who are just enjoying the ups and downs of the game and trying to figure things out for themselves, it can ruin it for them. So if anyone does, then they'll be timed out for 5 minutes, but hopefully I won't have to time anyone out because I don't want to. But yeah, it's no problem. No problem.
Well, I think this vigilance of Urano is secret to this consistent
H8.
performance.
Was this the best move? I don't know. Well, black will have parity.
Yes, you get the last move.
But not the discs.
You will only flip 2 discs on the diagonal.
If black plays, if white plays B8, he would lose also parity in the other region as well. So this move makes perfectly sense. So we have a pass, and then does he really have to count that? No.
A little smile from Borassi there.
It will be a close one. It's 10, 13, 17, 20, 22, 24, 20, 28, 36.
Yeah, the top.
37?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
28, I count. I'm wondering if there was a winning line for black when Michele was thinking that long.
Yeah, Michele moved from A2, but maybe B. Yeah.
B1 instead of A2.
And it was very good time management from Black, as someone pointed out in the chat. Obviously, he finished with 2 minutes and 20 seconds, so he used almost 28 of his minutes, 28 of his 30 minutes. Yeah, so those two should be in here shortly for some questioning. So make sure, you think of some questions. Even if you don't have any questions you want to ask, still think of them, type them in the chat. We have already interviewed Kento.
Sorry, can you use the seat?
And then
times,
yep.
but
Okay. And then one more result from live Othello, where Nicky prevailed over Brian Rose with 39 versus 25, which means that Nicky is still in the race for the semi-finals and Brian Rose is out. So we'll bring Michele and Kento in.
Sorry, are these two seats?
everyone's wearing yellow. It's very nice. Nice jumper.
Welcome Michele, welcome Kento again. You have played on table 1. It was a fierce game. And Michele, there was one point in the game where you took a long time. Do you think that... Well, what was your thinking process there?
The move before I played quickly because I didn't have many alternatives, and I said, okay, there are a lot of options, I can do a lot of things after this sequence, so there will be one that is winning. And I was spending time trying to find the winning one. And unfortunately, I think there was no winning line, actually.
Okay, Urano 君、ウイングを取って白から打てない三角形を作った手があったじゃない、はい、あれ打った時は勝ちを確信したって感じですか？
まだあそこは全然勝ちは確信してなくて、どっちかというと他にいい手がなくて打ったという感じです。
Okay, so my question was when you went to A7, which took an unbalanced edge to the west and making 3 empty squares where white couldn't go. Was he sure of his victory? Was the question. And he said, no, he wasn't certain of his victory at all. But it seemed to have been the only way to go. So he was not sure of anything, but he was only sure that it was the only feasible move that he had.
I have a couple of questions from our viewers for you both. Let me see. Yeah, have the two of you played before?
No.
Never. So how did you both prepare for each other, having never played?
Well, I tried to look at a few games of him, but there are not many games from him in the database, so I just I prepared some opening for everyone, and that's what I played with him as well.
Nice. And Kento?
何を打って対戦もしたことないですんで、自分の研究をちゃんとやって、人の対策とかよりは自分の研究をしてました。
I've never played with the player of Europe or the other countries, so I just focus to search the openings just for my own, not like searching the other players.
Playing from your own strength.
Yes, yeah.
Nice. And then, could we get the virtual board up quickly? I think I'm going to need it because someone asks, why did you play D2 instead of A2? And I'm not sure why you played D2. So,
When did I play D2?
I would also like to know that. Yeah. Yeah. So if we could get the virtual board.
D2? D1?
Okay, so can I just look here? Yeah, it was a tough choice. And yeah, I thought that A2, there was no rush to play A2 because White couldn't play A7 and the party was more in the north than on the left. So, I mean, I bounced the question, why should you play A2 instead of D2 in this position? And I have no answer. So I played D2, looked better to me.
Virtual board, please.
We should have a bet.
It's because Tom hasn't asked. Tom needs to ask.
Can you please switch to the virtual board, if possible? No. Okay, then
No, that's good.
we proceed. I was, for both of you, quite impressed with the time management during the game because in the first part you played quickly on. I remember a moment where I think Kento played a move which was, well,
B5.
quite a surprise for us.
Yes, B5.
And Michele responded immediately, and Kento
B6.
showed some surprise because you responded like very fast.
And the two commentators gasped.
Yeah, the two Japanese commentators gave a big.
Well, it's difficult to answer without knowing which move.
No, it's when White moves to A5 and you responded very fast with
B6.
with B6.
これは、
そう
そのちょっと嫌なオープニングというか強いオープニングってことを分かってたんだけど、そのどう対処していいかを研究してなかったから、嫌な手が打たれたなっていう表情でした。
B6が嫌だったってこと。
B6がはい。
So he just knows that this B6 move, the opening of the B6 is very strong, but he doesn't know how the correct move of this opening. So I just felt all my bad like that.
We indeed saw the reaction.
Yeah.
And in my case, I was just in book. That's why I played so quickly. I knew it.
So may I have a question to Michele? Do you know him before the tournament?
No, no. First time I see him.
Did you expect Urano to get such high result?
Well, he's in my fantasy Othello team, so yes.
That's why you lost. So we got the standings after 11 rounds. So Urano is on 10.5, Matthias is on 9 points, Arthur Joignier on 8.5, and then we have 6 players with 8 points. Michele, you're on top, still on Preroll, which is obviously an advantage. Lari, Imre, Roberto, Nicky and Janne, so all European players. And then Katie and Vidar have 7.5 points and still slight chance to play some kind of playoff, I believe. So Michele, I think your goal is to win the remaining 2 games?
Yeah. I think everyone's goal is.
I think I have one more question. At the end, I think you were counting, and you laughed a couple of times. What was so funny?
Just psychological tactic. I was hoping to scare.
Fair enough.
I knew I was losing, but I was hoping that he would maybe get stressed by that.
So I believe with the current standings, Urano, you have qualified for the semi-finals. I think it's unlikely that. There are 4 players that will still pass you, even if you lose the remaining 2 games. But I think it will be important for you to win your remaining games, because Japan is not leading the team competition. Finland has 23.5 points and Japan 23.
I'll try my best.
Okay.
You have to win 2 games every round now, just to make sure. That's all the questions?
Okay, so just one last thing. I want to really congratulations to Urano. It was really a fun game, really nice. I really enjoyed it. He played an amazing game. He's playing an amazing tournament. So big congratulations and thanks for coming all the way to here.
Yeah, and thank you for coming to the studio over and over again as well. After every single game.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
So indeed, I was just mentioning the team ranking, and maybe we can also shine a light on the other places in the top for the team. So Finland 23.5 points, Japan at 23, and then we have Switzerland on 25.5. 21.5, and then Italy and the Netherlands have 21 points, so they are still contending for the top 3 or top 4 places in the team competition. And then also after 11 rounds, let's have a look at the standings for the women. So Katie has 7.5 points and will obviously be qualified for the semi-finals. Yokusano is on 6.5, and then I see Tuvdu Erdene Zaya from Mongolia is the fourth woman. She's on 5.5, and Fuyumi Okudaira has 6 points. So no, those 4 would qualify for the semi-finals, but we have 4 females on 5 points, which means they are also still contending. Having a look at the youth players, so Takitora Miyamoto has 6 points, Fuyumi Kudaira has 6 points, Rimita Ste has 6 points, and both Daniel Dufour as Alberte Josefine Nielsen from Denmark have 5 points. We'll see what's going to happen in the remaining 2 rounds, but there will be some exciting and important games to be played for the women and the junior players.
Can you tell me how many junior players we have in this tournament?
In this tournament we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We have a lot. Yeah,
okay. We're still counting.
About 20.
More than 20?
More than 20.
About 20 youth players
20.
and over 20 women as well. So, do we know for the top tables who didn't play who yet?
I don't.
Because
I
we
was
have
wondering that, because that affects the threshold for which players will... the points that they'll need to qualify for the semi-finals.
Because Urano played against Matthias, played against Arthur, played against Michele. I think he played against Larry as well. So he'll be playing either Imre Lieder, Roberto Sperandio, Nicky van den Biggelaar, or Janne Peiponen. But I'm afraid that those players will have to defeat 2 strong players in order to get it to the semi-finals. We'll see.
I would also like to point out that my dad did win his last game.
Good.
So that's good. I told him that I would also cover how he's doing on the broadcasts. So he is in joint 46th with 5 points. So good job, Dad. Good job.
Good job, yes.
And that's Kai Plowman for those of you who don't know.
job.
I call him Dad.
Good job.
Okay, then we had the comment before that we were mentioning all the tables results which are surprises, but I have to point out that my Belgian colleague Nick Runnes defeated Karsten Velberg.
Oh.
So that's for sure a nice win for him.
Absolutely. Yeah, although I think after Takahashi not qualifying for the semi-finals, I think everything else is just kind of normal. That's definitely been the surprise of the tournament for me.
Yeah, and of course there are players who are not able anymore to get into the semi-finals, but they can still set a nice personal score or even a personal high. Because for some players winning 9 or 8 or 7 or 6 games is really an achievement.
Yeah,
It is. Yeah.
absolutely. And of course the team score as well. It all goes towards that still. Yeah.
Well, I'm really surprised with the result of the first 11 games.
If we were to walk out of this room, we could feel the whole conference centre reeling.
I'm so surprised because we have Kento on 1 for the moment, and if you look at all the other players behind him, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. There are 11 European players before we see the first non-European player, which is Maverick Lam from Hong Kong. He's on 7 points, and all the players on a higher number of points are European. I didn't really expect that to happen.
Is it the result of all the European Grand Prix tournaments in the past decades? Maybe.
I think over the pandemic there was a lot of online tournaments for European players. I think they've been practicing lots with each other over that time, which maybe helped. But I don't know. It's interesting because there seems to have been a shift somewhat. Obviously, Kento is Japanese and he's in first.
Yes.
But there do seem to be a larger number of strong Europeans this year. Which, I mean...
Another point of view.
Yeah.
Well, I think there are several reasons for the dominance of Japanese players, but one of them is that they play on-the-board tournaments so often. So they trained themselves by playing on the board very regularly and very frequently before the pandemic. But during the pandemic, they didn't have the chance to do it.
No, when I explain how Othello works in Belgium, I always say we have around 60 active players on the board, and we try to organize 6 to 7 tournaments a year, while in Japan there are 6 to 7 tournaments organized every week before the pandemic. Because I know that in some areas tournaments didn't really started off again, but in other areas it's really...
Most of them haven't started. it's very sad. It is very sad. Well, Japan Othello Association has to loosen its reign over the tournament directors. They force them to use very strict health
measurements.
Measurements against the pandemic, like the accrual board between the players, and you have to clean up the disc after every game. 64 discs. That's a lot of work, and I don't think it's necessary in the present situation. They can play Othello safely without these measures.
The conditions have improved, but I also understand that there are still precautions to be taken. It's about finding the balance of not overdoing it and still being safe for the ones who want to still apply the rules.
Well, yes.
Well, maybe in Belgium we try to combine tournaments with some fun aspects, or we organize a tournament and add a barbecue after the game or during the lunch. We have tournaments where every player brings a wrapped present, and then at the end of the tournament everyone picks a present back and takes it home. That's a bit, we try to introduce a fun aspect.
That's
and
very nice.
As such try to convince new players or relatives to also join the tournament just for the fun aspect.
And this is what I was saying yesterday about Othello boxing. Well, we were talking about chess boxing, so mix the mixture of a board game and boxing, and having 1 minute of Othello, and then one round of boxing, and seeing who wins in which sport first. I think that could be quite funny, especially from a commentary point of view.
Well, Othello games with lunch or barbecue is unthinkable in Japan at the moment. I hope it will be possible in Japan.
Yeah. The problem is that we set the standard so high that our tournament organizers are afraid to organize a tournament,
right.
But then we will complain that there is no barbecue or there is no homemade spaghetti during lunch. No. Well, actually, all the tournaments we had this year were at people's places. So played in people's gardens. Then we rented a tent and we just playing outside.
Very nice.
Taking advantage of the good weather, of the good conditions, and it's really fun having such a nice community of players.
Are the pairings up for the next round? When will that be?
I think.
The pairings are up.
They are indeed.
Let's have a quick overview of the tables which are important. On table 1 we'll have Urano Kento playing black against Nicky van de Biggelaar, a must-win for Nicky. On table 2 Janne plays black against Matthias Berg. That's a must-win for Janne. Matthias can still afford to lose one. On table 3 we have Larry playing against Arthur. Larry is on 8 points, I believe. Arthur on 8.5. Well, Larry has to win. Arthur can still afford a loss, but he shouldn't.
Yeah, he doesn't want it.
No. And then we have the Italian battle between Roberto Sperando and Michele Borassi. The winner is out. The winner continues, the loser is out. Imre is playing black against Katie on table 5, both have to win. And then Vidar Albrigtsen plays black on table 6 against Roylin Weihau. If Vidar wins, he still has a slight chance on making it to the playoffs. Do we see some interesting games between... No, there are not really games between female players or youth players. Which are higher up in the rankings. And meanwhile, play has started.
Yes. Is this opening of No Kang? I think
Let's have a look in the live, so you can.
No.
So we're going quickly through the opening. Kento to move.
Thank you very much. This stops here, but is Avatar not working? Oh.
Yeah, the live Othello is a bit behind. First, so for live Othello, it's important that the crew member is able to follow the game. So it happens that they first take the transcript of the opening and then transfer the game to the live Othello. So that's why live Othello could be a bit behind the video, live video stream.
Yes, I'm just following the but yeah, this is the opening from No Kang opening, we call that. Actually, I've never saw the opening, and yeah, I don't know, but Kento moves so fast, so quickly, so I think, yeah, Kento knows the whole opening, I think.
So, the Nokung has been played.
Oh. Wow. The game has progressed quite ahead. Very quick, maybe 27 minutes, 28 minutes. Yes, it is quick.
They still knows. How's it going?
Whose turn? Black's turn?
It's
White's turn?
It's White's turn.
White's turn, okay.
So first, I think most of the player, yeah, would think G5 or A3, I think. In this case, Black is moving A3.
Yeah,
But
A3
A3
looks
himself, yes.
Yeah, A3 looks very nice.
So Nicky.
So, thank you, Marcel, for your comment in the live chat. We have indeed on table 25 Daniel Dufour playing against Nielsen, so 2 youth players. And the loser of that game is out for the youth semi-finals. So that's indeed a game to watch. To watch. We're not able to follow it live. But we'll for sure keep you posted on the results if we get any update on that.
Does Nicky play on Othello Quest?
Not regularly, no. But I think his rating is 2250 as well. 2250 rating. 2250.
Okay.
Yep.
About the same as mine.
Kento decided to take the access of Nicky away to A3. That was another option.
But then why do we go to A6? No?
And that might be a good option, because with A6, Nicky is also more or less poisoning the A3 move for black. Well, Nicky will have to play in that area, because H3 is obviously not a good move.
Because black H3 leaves, and white H3 leaves black G3 and G6. Nice move. Nice quiet move. Yes. A6. Quick decision. So what Urano is saying is that white will have to take A3 and then black will go to F1.
F1, G1, F2.
Yeah.
And then Nicky will have an unbalanced edge. And if he moves after that to A7, he would have 2. To A7, yeah.
So, black moves.
Well, F1 now is a natural move for black.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Natural and effective.
how is it H5? Is it because actually F1 can move whenever white wants. So I think in the right side.
H1? H5?
Yeah.
Then H6?
H5, H6, H3, H4, and H7, and but in this case, black has to move to the bottom side. And if white moves unstable, if moves to A7, we can attack whenever black wants from B1. But black moves to F1, which which Murakami mentioned. So I think it will move after this G1 and F2, and how about after that?
Well, but before, maybe white is thinking about F2 instead of G1.
Really?
Because G1 looks
okay, I understand
so
what
bad.
but yeah. So you mean F2, B1, and the B7 and the A7?
Yeah, A7, yes.
Yeah, and control the C line or something. But after that, I think B2 will such a strong move.
Yeah.
And also, and also maybe the black can cut the C line we just mentioned without moving to the X squares, maybe, and make an access to G1. And the Nicky took the edge.
Nicky took the last edge.
So yeah, that's the only
Well, I don't think it's the only thing, but it is an option.
For here, do you move to A7 or other moves?
H3 looks okay.
Actually, for H3, it is quite good. So H3 and H6 and H5, black can't move. Black can't move to G6.
Right. Which is very good because white can't go to B1 either after.
Yes, exactly.
A to A1.
So Urano has to avoid that. So maybe after H3, maybe Urano will move A2 first, and avoid the mini line control. I mean, like the move that we mentioned. Sorry.
Thank you. Yes.
So can Urano avoid that maybe kind of traps?
G2 is too early.
Too early, yes. It's giving too much, and I don't think black will have enough discs to win. So A2 is the only option here. So let us think in our head. It's a good training for all the players. From here, A2, A1, B1, B2, H1.
Is it H1 really? Because
sorry?
Is it H1 really? I think there's other options.
There are other options.
For your just of example, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
H1 and G2.
Yes. But
these line of moves will leave the upper edge and the right edge to black, but black will have a lot of discs, frontier discs. Black will make a wall, and then white will move to A7, and then C8 or something, and maybe black will be obliged to give a lot more into the lower left corner.
Yeah.
So maybe that's enough for white to win.
It's just my guess, but I think the best move is A2, A1, B1, B2, and after that H5, because Urano moved to I think I just realized what he wants to do. I think he wants to do H5. Yes. For here we just guessed like this, and and after this. But Urano moved here, and after that there's when this is all white, so black can't move here and also here. And I think Urano's aim is to move like this, this, and this, and this, and make connection for G6, and also Nicky has to stop this and also attack the edge, non-stable edge, and to create some other moves, I think.
But I think white is doing quite well in this position with F7 on the position shown on the right of the screen.
Yeah, that would also be my first move.
Yeah, white will go to F7 and white seems
What, you mean like this?
ahead, yes.
Oh.
White seems ahead.
Okay, so you mean like this, this, this?
Well, that's an obvious mistake black will make. So black will go to g6, for example.
And
G6.
after this,
After
there's only
this.
less moves in the bottom side. This
This-
is quite difficult, but maybe.
But it's a win for white, I think. Don't you think so? Because white always have h1, h2, and
G7,
yes,
yeah.
taking
And-
everything on the G column. That's a lot of discs.
Yeah. From the chat, we have received a good morning from Colombia,
Wow.
and we reply with a good afternoon from France. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah. Yeah. The lot of Othello players are looking this live stream.
Well,
Dodgy messages.
anyway, white has to go to h5. That seems to be the only option here. Don't you think? No? Are there any other ways to go there?
How about
d7?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is also control these 4 discs.
That's right.
And for
In this position, black can't even play a diagonal to g2.
yes. Maybe this is better than
Because now with h4 for black.
yeah, and for example, if black moves like here, and white moves here, and I don't know, but these fours, the C line is still controlled, and so there's quite many options for white, to move, and white has the a7 free move, so white seems good for me. How about you? Oh, but so for this move, white want to control the diagonal line.
Can we go back to?
Yeah, here, like this.
Yep. I want to give a result from one of the lower tables. As requested, we have added a someone in the rooms, and Daniel defeated Alberti with 51-13, which means that Alberti is most likely out for a place in the semi-finals for the youth, and Daniel has now a good option to be in that semi-final.
Urano went to d7.
Is d7 only the option? Yeah.
Then white will go to e8, won't he?
How about I'm just thinking about h4, h5. Here, or maybe a2 here. No.
a2 if it's black's turn, but it's white's turn.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Should we move back to the live stream?
With the video with a picture of players, please.
Can we go back to the players, please?
Thank you.
Thanks.
For here, I think. How about a7 here?
Wow.
But yeah, Nicky controlled the C line that we mentioned a lot, I think. So do you think Kento Urano will move h4 here.
So h4, it's h7, g2, and threatening to play g6.
Yeah. But maybe.
But then
but-
f7.
Yeah, but maybe like
Just as before.
Nicky won't move to h7. I don't know.
Instead of taking h7.
Yeah.
Yep, we'll
let's
see
see
what
then.
he responds to that.
Yeah, a7 now. Wow. Very nice attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Is it? I'm just thinking if white could go to b7, but
After black is h2.
yes,
Yeah, white will go there. I think.
because then the only option for black is to go to a2, because b1 is not accessible. Of course, black could play g2 himself now.
Well, I don't think that's a good idea because black g2 and white f7.
Yeah.
And
Because
White can stabilize a lot of discs with that.
White can get White can cut the line quite easily, I think.
Yes.
I'm just thinking about b2.
a2 now?
No, not a2, b2
b2.
in the
Oh.
future. Yeah, because like it makes a kind of swindle, but b2, a2, but
Then g6.
yeah,
yes.
yeah. But to make the access to g6 is so important.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and also b2 attacks the each the both of the side over here.
But I think you're right. I think black will go to b2 after white's b7. If white goes to b7 now, black will go to b2. I think.
Or maybe I think there's two options. One is b2 and other is a2.
Well, I
Yeah.
think b2 is better.
Just to quickly respond to Mr. Ruffle himself in the chat. Firstly, it's good to see you back from yesterday. He asks, at some point, black needs to play a2. How do you decide when is the right moment? And I think the answer to that would just be, it depends on the responses that your opponent has. If it gives them an even better move, then it's not the right moment. But if the benefits for you are greater than the benefits it gives your opponent, then it will be not a bad time to play it.
Yes,
I don't know if any of
it's
the
hard
actual
to
experts want to
say.
elaborate, but
But well, it will be good if you go to a2 when black will have a move to b1. In this case, if black has a move to b1, then a2 would be a good attack.
Now, I don't think that b2 here is a good move.
Oh, why not?
Well, there's a swindle to a2,
Yes.
Then g6.
Yeah.
and
but,
then white cannot flip e4 back.
what do you mean?
b2, a2,
Yeah.
g6.
G6 and after that no, because actually on b2, a2 and g6 we can cut the diagonal cut the x line, diagonal line, and if blacks moved get the corner, I think so it's I think the black black can get the left side or the left edge or the upper edge, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, let
So A2 or B2 now.
I think we have to use the. I think we have to use the online
which is B8.
Let me say it again. If black goes to B2, white will go to A2, and then black will go to G6. And afterwards, when black went to A8, white will have a hard decision to save the left edge. I think white will move to A1. Then black will wedge at B1.
And he's about to play now, I think.
Mm.
He looks poised, coiled like a spring.
Mm. So I think B2 is the move. Nicky will make.
He will make a move in that area.
Maybe not.
For sure. The question now if he will put his disc on A2 or B2.
Right.
Yeah, as Kento has still 16 minutes, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so,
Yes. He has 16 minutes.
So
Both
he can think a lot of time. Clear.
Meanwhile, there's already one game finished on the live Othello. It's not important for the semi-finals, but we had a blitz game between Takushi Kajiwabara and Marius Uodele from Lithuania. Marius won 25-39.
And Marius, he was at the British Championships this year. He's very, very strong.
Which country is from?
Lithuania.
Lithuania.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually the other players from Lithuania qualified by an online event.
Mm-hmm.
So they organized a tournament online, the Lithuanian Championship, and that was the qualification event for the country. So that's why these players didn't have a World Othello rating before entering this championship.
So what is Kento looking at if he's just choosing between A2 and B2? Why is he taking so long to move? What will be going through his head?
Move 60. Move 60.
Move 60.
Fair enough.
No. I do think that Nicky already knows how to respond to any of these two moves. So I expect the response to be fast. So we could have now a sequence of 2 to 3 to 4 moves in less than 1 minute.
Well, I think Kento is thinking about the way to play out after B2. After B2, Nicky will go to A2, and Kento will go to G6. And what? So Kento is thinking about Nicky's move. Don't you think?
Yes.
The fourth move.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Kento is thinking B2, as we know. But yeah, this X square move is maybe there's some trap and so dangerous. So. Yeah, but he still have enough time. So yeah, I think after this, I think there's no there's no, I think, a lot of
Doesn't A2 give A8 anyway as well?
Yeah, I know.
So
yes.
But there's a big difference. Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
First, first of all, if we move like a2, a1, white can get the left edge, and also the C line is controlled by b1 to f5. I think I should explain in the online board, I think.
Oh, but the move has
I know,
been made.
And
So
after that, if it moves like a2, a1, b8, b7, and d8, black cannot get the 7 line. You mean like I mean like the discs of the left bottom side, but however,
are you talking about the present position, or are you talking about the previous position?
But the previous position
position.
No, I was talking about the move of a2, not this one.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, it's impossible for most spectators to think about the previous position.
Okay.
So if you want to talk about it, we need to have a virtual board. But
that's why we said.
but shouldn't we just concentrate on the present?
I expected Nicky
situation?
to respond fast.
So,
but apparently he's still in doubt about what to play next.
Where do you think, if Murakami, if you're a player, where do you move?
A2.
A2.
Yes.
I think A2 is A2, but
maybe A1 instead.
Yeah.
But like with A2, G6,
Yes.
and after that, when black takes A8 and white takes A1, so white has a lot of stable discs on the left.
Yes.
That
exactly.
white could use to secure some discs later on. And if black then goes to H1, white could play G2.
Yeah.
So that's also some stable discs. So I maybe in my opinion, Nicky is ahead here.
Yeah. For example, A2. If we move A2, G6, and if you move A1, white A1, black B1. So after that, where do white move? Maybe D8 or E8, or maybe G2 first?
That's what
F7.
Urano was thinking, I think.
Still F7.
F7? Oh, okay. So, yeah, I know that, Tom said that there's a lot of stable discs. Wow.
Whoa. That's I think this is a nice time for such an...
Yeah. Maybe also Kento is getting confused here.
Okay, we'll for sure ask about this move when they come in.
Yes.
Well, black can still cut the diagonal by playing G6.
Thank you.
I would still say that G6 is the next move, just to cut the diagonal and leave black some option.
Okay. I prefer E8 because after even
E7?
E7, sorry, E7, because even after this, black can cut the diagonal in G6. But I think there's no big differences in these two moves. And
Well, white will go here.
yeah,
Black will go here.
yeah,
And here,
here
maybe.
maybe yeah,
And here.
like this.
Yep.
Oh, no.
So,
White has to go to A1.
Why?
Because giving up this edge wouldn't it be too big?
Really?
Why not this one? Yeah.
So Kento made his
Because-
move indeed to E7.
Yeah, because
That's why I never made it to the top 9 of the World Championship.
no, because in this case, I think,
How do you think I feel then?
White could get more discs
Yeah.
if he follows the parity. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think if Black moves here, it doesn't matter. I think because White could get here, and I think these edge too, and
Okay.
so it doesn't matter. I think. Yeah.
Ooh, I think the G7 is the kind of move that I would play because it looks exciting.
Yeah,
and
it's so exciting.
I'd look back through the game afterwards and realize,
and then
this is where I went
And then
wrong.
mess
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you move
Wow.
back to just the real live board?
With the players?
Yeah, players. Yeah, with the players.
Mhm. Okay. Meanwhile, we have another result from the live tables, where Erwin van den Berg lost 21-43 against Alessandro Di Mattei. Alessandro is now on 8 points. Erwin remains on 7.
Okay, can we move back to the screen with just the players and the live board, please? Thank you. So someone's asked, what about simply taking the corner?
Yeah, that's possible.
That's possible. Yeah.
Mhm. But then Black will have a swindle, A8, B8. That's the first thing I see.
Yes, but no. I think Tom means A1, A2, B1, and A8. You mean?
Yes.
Yes, but actually, this swindle is not strong because White can get the BB line.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also for this, White can also control the C line again that we mentioned before through C2 to F5.
Yeah. So maybe it is an option for Nicky to just take the corner now.
Yeah. So exactly.
Because the sequence for Black after that is forced.
Not really forced.
No.
Like
So A1 G6.
Yeah, G6.
yeah.
And Mr. Ruffle has said, Nicky has said more than once, if you don't know what to play the X square, and he's demonstrated that philosophy quite nicely here.
And we have a famous, notorious watcher and also chatting, Kunihiko Tanida is also watching us. He's the 1982 world champion.
Wow.
And there is a nice story about him. I saw a post of him on Facebook. Tanida is a airline pilot, and he flew the Japanese team all the way to Paris.
When?
Wow.
Last Wednesday.
No. It's not the case. He
No?
flew the Japanese team to Prague when Fukuchi won.
Okay, I thought
Yeah,
I saw
it's old
I saw a
story.
post. Yeah, I remember that story as well, but I thought I saw a post that it
This
happened
year-
this year.
This year he was flying to Sydney and he couldn't arrange a flight
Okay.
to Paris.
Oh, you should have just gone with it. That made me happy.
Yeah.
It was a good
No,
story.
indeed, that he flew the Japanese team back to Japan after the World Championship in Prague.
So
Right.
Nicky moved to F8. I think no one guessed this move.
No one
but-
expected?
Yeah, expected. Yeah,
This move?
exactly. This move. But what do you think? The aim of this move?
I don't know. I think Black will go
Go-
to D8.
Really?
Yeah. Not d8.
Is
D8.
is G6 bad?
Sorry?
Is G6 bad?
Then white will go to d8.
I can't figure out the end games. It's too hard for me.
I mean,
It is really
Yeah.
hard, yes. Very hard.
there's no other X squares that he can play right now, so he's in a bit of a pickle.
I think this also proves the move that Nicky made to G7, that he's one of the players. Well, he made it to the semi-finals 3 times in a row. At some point, you need to dare to play these kind of moves at the right moment.
And that's what Yan Song, who isn't playing this year, that's the kind of thing that he does as well. He comes up with the craziest plans, and I love watching him play.
Well, I have a feeling that Nicky is making the position evolve into one where parity is very important.
He's really good in taking advantage of his color.
Yeah.
So who would you rather be here? Who do you think is winning?
White. Yeah.
Really?
I'll take white, yes.
Yeah.
Do you think white was winning before the X square at
No.
G7? No, you think that was... So you think that will be the
Nicky's
winning move?
expertise.
Wow.
Really excellent.
That will definitely be a move to look back at and see how good the computer thinks it was as well.
Yeah. I just realized that Nicky is a professional of X squares. Oh, Kento moved to D8, which Murakami mentioned.
Yes.
For here, I think the point is when this Nicky moved to A1, took the corner, and maybe I don't know A2 or A1, but moved to the northwest side, I think.
What an incredible game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this going to be your favourite game you've commentated so far?
It surely will be. Well, one of the plans Kento is up to is that if white takes the edge with e8, then Kento will go to f7.
Cutting the diagonal.
Yes, and if white takes a1, black will go to b1, and white will have no access to a2. That's one of the good things about this position.
So, once again, maybe B1, A1 is now a good option.
With the black disk on D8, maybe it's no longer a very good idea
No.
to go to A1. Because A1...
Because black could then play B8 and
Yes.
save A8.
Yes.
Yeah.
And later black will go to A8 and then G2 and keep H1 empty, one empty square. This kind of devilish thing can happen.
Maybe then just playing A2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
A2, G6,
Yes.
A1.
Right.
So, I've just done some very advanced logic, and if Nicky beats Kento, and my father beat Nicky earlier in the tournament yesterday, that means my dad's the best player in the world. So, yes.
Yeah. So there's also something nice which is named the Taminori score. Have you ever heard about it?
Taminori score?
Yes.
What is it?
If you are Taminori, you have a Taminori score of 1, which only one person can achieve. If you ever have played Taminori, you have Taminori score number 2. If you ever have played someone who has played Taminori, you have score number 3. So you have to get as close as possible to him, because he's the true legend of the game Othello with 7 world titles. So I think it's worth naming a certain statistic after him.
Yes.
Yeah. In this case, I think just the board. I think we have to focus. The white have to focus. How can we use the parity effectively? Because the white have parity, and as everyone I think know, and so the east, south, empty squares look so complicated, and I can't understand how it's going on. So to win it, to win this game, I think it's important to make it so simple for both of the players. So yeah.
Make it simple.
Yeah.
But the position is complex.
So I think maybe Nicky is counting now from A2, because I think the move from A2 is like A2, G6, A1, and B1, and like that. And I think I don't know what's counting, but so I want just to say this is so difficult. So maybe it's like it's so hard to like count and.
Well, yeah, I'm indeed thinking about. I'm just going to go through it quickly. So indeed, A2, G6, A1, A8, B1, B8, H7, H8, and then Nicky has parity in the remaining 3 squares, bottom right, and also on the top right. But I can name the sequence. I cannot count it.
It is also, again, worth pointing out that Nicky is only 3 minutes left. He only has 3 minutes, and I think a few of his previous games have got really, really tight in terms of time, and this could be one. So he needs to be careful there as well.
Vidar, who defeated Akihiro earlier, won another game, 40-24 against Lin Hao Roy. He's now on 8.5. So if he could win the last game, depending on the results on the other tables, he still has a chance on a playoff or the semi-finals.
Very tough position.
His time is making me nervous. 2 minutes left. That was a very quick move from Kento there.
It was an obvious good move. Because if white goes to A1 now, black will wedge into B1. And then I think white will have trouble going to A2.
Matthias said that he did not like the G7. Maybe that A1 and A2 were more obvious. But then on the other hand, I guess you don't beat people like Kento by playing the obvious moves.
Nicky has lost the parity.
I mean, it's made it more exciting to commentate, so there is that. But yeah, you may be correct, but...
H7, and black will have a swindle into H8 and G8. Is there any way for white to...
Oh, so I mean H7, A1, B2? No, B1? I mean?
Yeah, B1. B1 will be fine, I think.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, Katie defeated Imre Lieder with 29 to 35.
Wow.
And recall that we talked about Matthias Berg, who started very strong the first day. He's going to lose against Janne Peiponen, who will add another point for Finland. And as Katie also won, Finland will add 2 points to their team total. So I think it's going to be a very exciting last round also for the team title.
Yeah, the finals don't count towards the team title, do
No.
they? No. How did Akihiro do?
He's no longer on any of the live tables.
Oh well, okay.
Well, Kento is clearly winning with H7. Where did white go wrong? That's the question. That one.
I don't understand.
We were expecting H7.
Yeah. Although I guess if white now plays B8, then he gets H7 still.
H7 becomes available again.
So I suppose it's based on that logic.
But if B8, A2, then blacks has parity in the top left corner. So maybe that's the plan.
Yes.
And then he could play like H7 at the end, flipping the whole 7 line, and then G8 flipping the whole 8 line. Yeah.
B8.
White is going to have quite some discs, but not enough.
Should we get the live Othello feed up so we can see the score?
Yeah. So indeed, Janne Peiponen defeated Matthias Berg 36 by 28. Maverick Lam defeated Niklas Wettergren 34 to 30. And Larry defeated Arthur. Oh, no. Sorry, the live Othello went on a bit nuts. Arthur will win that game. And here we see the last moves of table 1.
Another convincing win from Kento.
Yes.
He dealt with that surprising move very well as well.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, for all the viewers, it is time for you to think of some questions. If you do have or don't have any, still think of them, and we will always also think of our own. About the 10th interview with Kento now.
Well, with this win, he secures his top spot at the end of the Swiss, so he will have the choice of color in the first game tomorrow morning against the number 4 in the rankings at the end of today. And Nicky is unfortunately no longer in the race for a spot in the top 4.
Yeah, and with 1 round remaining, Kento does still have the ability to be undefeated in this tournament.
I think there was one occurrence in the past where we had 12.5 out of 13.
Wow.
We've got Yasushi Nagano and David Shaman having 13 out of 13 in one occasion. But 12.5 out of 13 is even more rare, I would say. So we're looking at the final moves between Lari and Arthur.
We don't know who exactly are in the semi-finals yet. It depends on the last round. Santiago Grass.
Yeah, but so, the number of players which are candidates are reducing game over game.
Please come here. Will you be seated here?
So meanwhile, the players from table 1, Nicky and Kento, have entered the room.
Entered our domain.
And we are ready for some interview. There we are. Welcome Nicky, welcome Kento.
Hello.
Hey. Nicky.
Yeah.
First time in the interview room?
This year, yes.
Yeah.
Shall we start by talking about G7?
Yes.
Is that...
Well, for us it was G7, for you...
My G7.
Yes, your G7.
Can we...
This one. For you it was another move, the fancy X-square you played.
Yes, this was pretty early. I wanted to make his G6 a little worse. That was my reason behind it. I don't know if it was good, maybe Kento knows, but... Was it bad, or...?
We had other opinions.
Oh, really?
But we saw some validity in the move. So
I think both our experts thought you were winning close to after playing that as well.
I had a feeling I was ahead, but
so
I never know. I couldn't kill it, the game.
No.
じゃあ浦野君、このニッキーの X 値は予測してましたか？
予測は全くしてなかったけど、打たれて困りました。
Kento did not expect Nicky's X square move to G7, and he was in trouble after that move. So he thought for a long time.
So can I share that?
Yeah.
So I just in the live Othello, there's a button where you can see the analysis, and the X square was a -2, so 31-33. Taking the opposite corner at that point was a 33-31 win, and there were 2 other draw moves on the board. So it was really a tight game.
If I took the A1, I was afraid of this G6, which I don't have access to B1 afterwards. So that's why I played G7.
Yep.
It was definitely the most entertaining move. So.
Yes? Yeah, not for me.
No, but the oohs and the ahs went through the commentating room.
Yeah.
So
what did you expect me to play?
Thank you for entertaining us. Takahashi, we were doubting. I think our best guess was the A2 move at that point. So after the X square, instead of the X square, we were expecting Nicky to move to A2, right?
Right. We were thinking about A2 or A1 maybe.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure what to play after his G6.
I see.
Probably D8 or something.
I don't know. And what we were talking in this room is that Kento was thinking about I would like to ask you, B2 にすごい結構時間かけてるじゃないですか。で、あの時は A2 と B2 の2択だったように見えたんだけど、そのどっちがいいかってことを考えて、結構 A2 があんまり良くなさそうな感じは結構パッと見えたような気がしたんで、その先の数手先のことを読んでるんじゃないかなとみんなは言ってるんだけど、どうでしょう。
僕は完全に A2 が負けてることを確認、時間かけて確認して、B2 に関しては先の展開は全然見えないけど、相手がどう打つかもどう勝てるかも見えてなかったんで、A2 の負けを確認してました。
Thank you. I asked Kento what he was doing when he was thinking for a long time with the 4 empty squares on the upper left corner. And Kento told me that Kento was confirming that A2 will not work. If he goes to A2, he will lose. And he wanted to be 100% sure of that fact. And he was not very sure about B2 either, but it was better because he was not so sure that it doesn't work.
Indeed, I can confirm that A2 at that point was 5 discs worse than playing the X square.
やっぱりこれは5積損する手だったので、B には正しかったと思います。
So good move to B2.
So I was behind after my G7. I was behind the rest of the game.
Yes.
Okay. I thought I had some chances there, but apparently there wasn't.
E8 打たれたのがちょっと助かった気がしたんですけど。
E8. He thought E8 wasn't a very good move.
E8, yeah.
E8?
No.
F8?
D8.
D8.
E8. 僕が D8 打って、ちょっと手が。
After blacks, D8.
I missed that, yeah.
But were there any other? 他に何か言いてありましたか？
他に。
Were there any good option?
G6.
G6 might have been better.
でもあまり先の展開は見えてなかったです。
Then I had the diagonal control after this.
でその後はこの斜めが黒一色っていうのは結構白にとって嫌だったかもしれませんねという感じですね。
Okay.
Kento, so with 1 round remaining, you are 1.5 points
you get used to it.
Ahead, which means you will finish the Swiss at first place. So you will play the number 4 in the semi-finals. Do you have any preference of whom you want to play against tomorrow morning?
今の勝ち数だと浦野さんが予選1位は確定してまして、で予選1位の選手は予選4位の選手と当たるという規定になってますが、どなたと当たりたいか、なんかご希望というか好みありますか？
ご希望は全然なくて、むしろ当たりたくない人みたいなのが。
じゃあ誰に当たりたくないんですか？
実は、今もう終わっちゃったんですけど、ニッキーさんとはかなり警戒してたんで、ちょっとここで勝っておきたいみたいな思いはありました。
Well, he would have liked. No, he didn't want Nicky to play in the semi-final. So
you tried your best.
It was a good thing that he beat you now.
And Nicky, you used to be a professional poker player? Is that?
Yes, ages ago.
Okay. Does that come in useful in Othello? And for example, if you're playing a crazy move like someone like G7 against Kento there.
It does help. Maybe at some pressure points somehow.
So putting up the poker face, like I'm sure this is a good move.
Yeah, or when I do a bad move, realizing right after my move, I can hold my face.
Yeah, I cannot do that. I can't do that.
I had it once on one of the live tables during the World Championship that my opponent made a move and suddenly realized he had to flip another line, and he really put on a poker face, and I felt fell for the trap.
Yeah, and I was second guessing. Was it that move that good?
and I started looking at the board, like, what's the plan? There should be a plan, and then I messed up and I lost. So it's.
Yeah. So in that way, it can be helpful.
Yeah.
Can I ask you one more question? 浦野君、オセロ以外に何か好きなゲームってあるんですか？
いや、ボードゲームはオセロ以外にはちょっとあんまり好きです。興味がないです。
Okay, Othello is the only board game that Kento is interested in.
Are there any card games or video games even?
You can play some poker.
ポカとかどうですか？
遊びでやるのはちょっと好きですけど、そんなにやんないです。
I'm not really interested in these things.
Fair enough. Cool. Well, thank you both for coming in.
You're welcome.
And Kento, thank you for coming in yet again. We're enjoying, the interviews.
He can be in last round as well, so he doesn't have to play.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
And good luck for your final games.
Good luck for you too.
Thanks. Meanwhile, we have two other important results from the top tables. So Larry lost 28-36 to Arthur, and Michele Borassi defeated his countryman Roberto Sperandio 10-54. Okay. Thank you for looking this up, Marcel. So indeed, after the Swiss, we had Yasushi Nagano in 2016, Mito 13 out of 13, and also Tamanori achieved this in 2005 in Iceland, 13 wins, and as I already mentioned, Shaman in 1991, also 13 out of 13, and Tamanori had a 12.5 out of 13 in 1990.
And that's, to have that kind of score against the best players in the world.
It's quite rare.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen every year.
Well, clearly, yeah.
No.
And so it just shows how strong of a player Kento is, really.
Yes. Kento has a good chance of achieving the record himself. And do you know who he's playing in the last round?
No. We do have the results of the last round, and we could have a view on the standings. So Kento Urano is on 11.5 points out of 12, and will for sure be the number one after the Swiss. Arthur Joignet is second with 9.5 points. He's not yet sure of the semi-final, because if he loses, either three players could still pass him by, of course, depending on the last round pairings. Michele, Matthias Berg and Janne Peiponen have 9 points. So these three are still contenders for the top four, which means if all three of them win their last game, there might be a playoff between two players on 10.
What do you need for the playoff, just for them to be on the same number of points?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm afraid that Janne will have to play Urano. So he'll have to surprise himself.
Who has to play Urano?
Janne Peiponen, I presume, because the others on 9.5 and 9 have already played him. Two other players still make a chance on the semi-finals, depending on the results of the other players. Katie has 8.5 points, and Vidar Albrigtsen from Norway has 8.5 points as well. Luke, can you give a view on the female and junior standings?
Yes. Did we go over the team scores as well, or because that's worth looking at? Yes. So obviously Katie in 6th place overall is also in first place in the female category. Yoko Sano of USA is in second on 6.5 points. So, yeah. Fuyumi Okudaira is also on 6 points, and she's both in that category and in the youth category. And then for the youth, Takatora Miyamoto is currently leading on 6 points. Okudaira is also on 6 points, so they're both on 6 points. Then Daniel Dufour is on 6 points as well, and Remy Taste is on 6 points as well. So they are the top 4 youth players. And then did you say you had gone over the team standings?
So before round 12, Finland was leading by half a point to Japan. The situation has changed, so Japan is now leading with 26 points and Finland has 25.5. This means that if Japan, if Kento, Akihiro and Keita win their last game, they also will win the team title.
16th.
And Switzerland has gone clear 2.5 points on place 3 for the countries on place 4. So I think there is a contest between Japan and Finland for place 1, and I believe that Switzerland will end up on place 3. But and for the fight, the battle for the semi-finals in the female category, so Katie is sure. Yoko Sano 6.5, and then there are 3. No. There are 3 females on 6 points. So a lot will depend. Well, all will depend on the results of the last round. I hope these players will not be too stressed about it.
Tom, may I ask you a question? Did you tell me that if Fuyumi Okudaira is qualified for both female and youth division, she will be able to play in both semi-finals? I think you said.
Yes.
You told me. How is it possible?
It is possible because so tomorrow morning there will be 6 games played. So we have the 2 semi-finals in the open category. I'm mistaken. So there will be 4 games, the 2 semi-finals in the open category, and then 2 semi-finals in the female category. Then during the second game of the semi-final in the open category, there will be the semi-finals of the youth. Those semi-finals for youth and females are played in 1 game. So it's possible that, of course, she will then have to play 2 consecutive games and has to prepare against 2 players. But that's what might happen.
Yep.
So it is possible that Fuyumi will be the champion of 2 divisions.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that's very good for anyone that has her in their fantasy team. Because obviously if she wins both, then that's 8 extra points for her. So very good.
Yeah, well, I think for many people there was the difficult choice of choosing between Urano, Akihiro and Fuyumi. Akihiro obviously was not the best choice, but it is possible that Fuyumi is at the end scoring more points than Urano.
Yeah, absolutely. Although it also, I guess, depends on the actual wins they had in the open part, so we will see.
We will see. Let's have a look. Are there comments?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, make sure you're still talking to us.
So I believe that the pairings of round 13 will be up quite soon. So my guess is that Urano will play against Janne. And it's hard to remember who already played against who. So if anyone has some more information on the pairings, just let us know, and we'll shine our light on the expectations there.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. The good news for Akihiro, he has won a game. So with his contribution, Japan has taken the lead in the team competition.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But it is all to play for in the final round in terms of the team championships.
Yes. Also, were to mention, it already happened a couple of rounds ago, but all players in this championship have actually at least won one game.
Mm.
So that's always a nice thing, that we do not have a player ending on 0 points.
That's one of the good things about the Swiss tournament format as well. So
indeed, you have several chances of getting rid of that 0, as well as the leader has several chances of
losing
some points. Yes.
Although in the case of some, such as Kento, it doesn't mean they take that chance.
No. Maybe something about the Brightwell score, because if you look at the standings, the most important thing where players are ranked on is the number of wins, and next they are sorted on a Brightwell score. That's the score between brackets, and this might become important to decide who becomes second, third, fourth, or who will be in the playoff or not. For example, we have 3 players on 9 points. Michele has a Brightwell score of 1038, Matthias 997, and Janne Peiponen 945. Now, how is that calculated? The tiebreak score.
It is a mix of the discs that you have in your game, that are your colour, and also the points that the opponents that you played finished on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure how it's completely calculated, but it is how many discs you got, so it's better to wipe someone out than to win 33-31. But then it also is weighted by how good your opponents were.
Yep. So what is done, the program looks at all your opponents you have played against, and you get 6 additional Brightwell points per victory your opponent makes.
Okay.
Yep. And obviously this score was named after a famous British player, Graham Brightwell, who made it I think once to the final, or multiple times to the final in the World Championship.
3 times, I think.
Mm-hmm. So, and he invented that way of creating a tiebreak for players on the same number of wins. And it's commonly used in tournaments.
Yes. Well, I mean, he is another British Othello mathematician, so there we go.
Well, Graham Brightwell wiped me out in the semi-final of the World Championship in 1988 in Paris.
And how did that happen? How?
Well, the game was very tight, and when he had a choice of flipping few discs and many discs, he judged that flipping few discs will give him trouble, and he went to a bold move that flipped, I think, close to 10 discs, including frontier discs, and I went down to 1 disc in one stage of the game. Well, I had a win according to an AI evaluation, but I just couldn't find it. And I was in time trouble too, and I was wiped out. And the beautiful thing is that all the board was filled with white discs.
That is
64.
Yeah,
It
which
was
is
beautiful.
called a perfect wipe. Yep.
It's a memorable
Did
game.
you a semi-finals 1 round or 2 rounds?
3 best of the 3 game match.
So did you end up getting to the final that year?
No.
No.
So he wiped me out in the first game of the best of the 3, and I beat him in the second. No. And he beat me in the second, I think. And the last game I won, but obviously he had the better tiebreaker. And I didn't make it to the final. In the final, Tamanori Hideshi won against Graham.
What year was that?
88.
88.
1988, yes.
That was a bad time of trying to win the World Championship with Tamanori in the
Right.
tournament year after year.
I think he was before my time as well. So I'm not sure I ever experienced his dominance.
I think Graham is a world champion now if Tamanori was not playing.
Okay,
The pairings are live.
pairings are up. Could you show the standings next to the pairings? So just So we have Kento Urano playing black against Janne Peiponen. We have Arthur Joignier playing against Michele Borassi. This is a direct duel. The winner will go to the semi-final, and the loser might not. We'll have to make some calculations on that. Matthias Berg is playing black against Vidar. If Matthias wins, he will be in the semi-finals. If he loses, he will not. If Vidar wins, he might have a chance on reaching semi-finals. And then a 4th game, which is important, is Katie Pihlajapuro, who will play black against Roberto Sperandio. So 7 players still chasing a spot in the semi-final. Only 4 of them will make it. Kento is sure. So for the others, it's a matter of winning their last game. If they don't do it, well, they're probably out. On table 19, I see a very interesting match because Fuyumi will play black against Rimi Tastet. These are 2 contenders for the semi-finals in the youth. So also there, the player losing might not make it to the semi-finals in the youth category. And I think also for Fuyumi, there's a lot more at stake because she also might lose her spot in the semi-finals for the females if she loses to Rimi. So that's for sure a game to follow up on closely.
Yeah, what an exciting final round.
So with these pairings, Takeshi,
Yes.
who do you think will make it to the semi-finals? So let's say Kento Urano against Janne Peiponen. Will Janne be able to defeat Kento?
Well, I doubt it. Kento is too consistent in this tournament.
So we have 1 vote for Kento. Luke?
I think Kento will lose this one.
Oh.
I don't think he will do it by accident. I think he'll just try and keep the tournament nice and alive for the rest of us.
He could allow a player he wants to play against in semi-finals to get into the semi-finals. True. That's always an option.
Which would be allowed. You could do that.
But I do think Kento will win this game.
I do too, just for the record.
Secondly, Arthur against Michele. That's a tough call.
Well, Arthur.
Yeah, he is playing well. Yeah.
Okay, I think Michele will win because he's white.
Because he's
white.
White?
Playing white. So this will be a parity win, 30-34. That's my best guess.
I reckon 32-32. 31-31.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So game has started on table 1. And then last, Matthias against Vidar. What's going to happen there?
Matthias will win with 35. No, 42.
Okay. I think Vidar will win. He has now 3 or 4 straight wins today.
Okay.
He will keep up and be the first Norwegian player in the semi-finals. And then Katie against Roberto. Maybe it will be good not to have, to still have semi-finals for the females, because if Katie wins, then that will not be the case.
True.
But we'll follow up on live Othello and on the live stream what's happening in the other matches.
Well, it's a popular opening. I have played this opening many times, and many other players have played this opening many times. Very popular. Go back. This one. This one is go back.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So we see a quick sequence of moves. And Kento is having his first thought here.
Tough choice. H4. Okay. This is another good move.
Well, white seems to be pretty central.
Yeah, that's right.
So we see Janne standing up. It is allowed to do so, so that's not a problem. But it shouldn't distract your opponent too much. I've seen occurrences where the standing up player went to the other side of the board, standing behind his opponent to look at the board from that position. That's really not the intention of doing this.
That's really intimidating.
Yes.
You shouldn't do that. normally white can go to h6, but in this case, if black goes to h6, no, I mean white, it's white's turn, sorry. If white goes to h6, black will have a very quiet and nice move to c6.
So, d2 or f2? F2 maybe?
d2, yes, d2 or f2, yes. They are the top choice for white. Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
So f2 is played, creating a nice move for white on f3.
Yes.
So first things first, will Kento take away the access to f3?
Yes, I think it's what he will do by going to d7. Oh,
That's a
very bold.
loud move.
Yeah, it is a loud move, but it's logical. Because white has a good move to g4, and then black will go to h4. That's what Kento is thinking about. White will go to g4.
G4
Yes, and black
seems to
will-
be the obvious move, and then h4.
Yes, then h4. And Urano estimates that this sequence is rather good for black. That's why he went to he went to f3. And I still can't pronounce the name of the white player. How?
Janne.
I think I've actually, assuming this is Dewey online, it's pronounced in Finland. You pronounce two N's slightly longer.
Janne.
So it's Janne. Yeah. Janne. Something like that. But I mean.
Peiponen.
Yeah.
So,
But I mean, Janne works.
Yeah, I sincerely apologize for all the names.
That we've butchered so far.
okay.
We should, when players register for the tournament, we should ask them to write their name down phonetically.
Yes, and then it's their fault if we mess it up.
But we're really trying our best. That's.
I think we've done well. I think we're doing all right. We've had over 100 viewers pretty consistently today, so not bad at all.
So Janne is thinking about g4, and then black will go to h4. And what will white do after black's h4? That's what Janne is thinking about now.
And we didn't think about this yet, but it's actually a straight fight for the team title, this one.
Yes, it is. This match specifically, yes. It is.
Well, if I look at the other players, so Kento is playing against Janne, Akihiro is playing against Nicky,
Oh.
and Fuyumi is playing Rimitaste, and Taketora is playing Elias Schiffman. That's important because both Japanese players have the same numbers of points. So if one of those two wins, it will add 1 point to the team result. So that might be an advantage for the team. So for Finland, we have Janne on table 1. Katie is playing Roberto Sperandio on table 4. And Lari is playing against Lithuanian Marius on table 7. But I'm afraid that Janne will have to win this game and bring the team title back home. Otherwise, it will not be possible.
I think white should go to g4, and then black h4, and then white e1. But the problem is, it's not good enough for white. I think white is a little behind in this position.
Yeah, I don't really see another choice than playing g4 here.
Yeah, I agree.
Janne already used 9 minutes, which he might come short at the end of the game. Well, no, for black. Black has 2 silent moves, so silent moves where he will not flip too many discs. He has a silent move on h4 and one on h5. Takahashi, what's the main difference between those 2 moves?
Well, the main difference... Oh, but he went there.
H3 seems
or
to be...
E1.
E1, H4.
Yes.
D2.
Yes.
D7.
D7, yes.
Get quite good at this.
And then white will go to G3.
Maybe I should be playing next year again.
Well, I think it's a very good way of improving your play. You know, just don't use the iPad or smartphone, but look at the board and think in your head only. It's a very good way of training.
The problem is with finding one good move or one good sequence, it doesn't win your game. Not all the time.
And I think Tom was thinking about h3 at one point, right? No?
Yes.
If white goes to h3 now, black will go to h4. And it's a rather bad move for white to go to h6, because black will have... Oh, thank you. H3 seems good, but then black will go to h4 like this.
That's quite forced, because otherwise white will play h7. So if black doesn't play h4, I expect white to respond with h7.
That's right. And then white will take the edge, and black has a very nice move here. But maybe that's also possible with...
Yeah, and d7 is also very nice for black.
Well, let's...
And then all of a sudden the x-square possibilities start appearing again.
Well, I think this is a little bit... this is a little bit bad for white, so let's go back. Well, that's why I recommend E1 here now. And if black goes to h4, then white will go to D. and black and white and what? Black.
No. Then something like D8 with...
Oh, D8. Wow.
And we also have to bear in mind that they're not even, well, they don't have a virtual board in front of them to play the moves out on, so this is all done in their head.
It's so hard
and
for them.
And they can never see this actual position in their mind.
Yes.
Just have a sense of it.
Right. That's what makes Othello so hard to play well. You just cannot visualize the future position correctly in your own head, because one move flips so many discs in so many directions.
Takahashi,
yes.
Do you know what ASMR is?
Sorry?
Do you know what ASMR is?
Yeah.
So it's a type of video, I guess, where people talk very quietly into mics, and it's meant to sound very nice to listen to and nice and relaxing. Someone's just commented that they love your voice because it sounds a bit like ASMR.
Okay, thank you.
It's a compliment.
Well, I've never considered it as a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I have never heard of that name.
Well, if you look at the chat, we see that we also have some people from Japan joining.
We do?
But unfortunately we cannot respond or understand what they are
We could
saying.
give it a guess.
Yes.
So, what are these? These are the people who are watching it and chatting it?
Yep.
Oh. Well, thank you for watching this program, and thank you for giving comments. I'm glad that Luke and Tom are picking up your comments and giving them to me, because I don't have a smartphone now, and I cannot look at your chat.
Okay, can we switch back to the players, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
So one person suggested F8, then E3 to control. Well, they said the minor diagonals.
F8 and
E3.
I mean, white goes to G3 now or after F8 G8? What did you say?
I am not sure.
Oh, okay.
I what about F8 here? Is F8?
Okay. F8. F8 here will give an immediate response of G8 to black, and it's white's turn again, and the exchange of these two moves, white's F8, black G8, have created black's nice response to D8. So it may not be a very good idea to go to F8.
D2. D2 looks nice for white, but it wouldn't be, would it? Because black could go to D7 afterwards.
Right, I think. I mean, I agree with you.
Oh, good.
Well, I think here the most important thing for white is not to turn the disc on D3. Because that would give a really easy move for black to D7. So either playing, well, of course with playing D2, white denies black's move to D2, because I could imagine if white goes to G3, black responds to D2.
Or H3.
Or H3 immediately.
G3 here, G3 now is a good choice, good option. Okay, we chose D2, and black will go to D7. Other games.
We have a game finishing between Matthias and it's not,
Vidar
wow.
is has a lot of discs, is not in control. Matthias has parity. Will it be enough?
Yeah, it better be for my poor fantasy Othello team.
Let's have a count. 7, 17, 22, 26, 28 plus 6 is 34 for Matthias.
Oh,
Okay. To black there.
congratulations.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
That looks like a white win.
So black has gained many central discs. Very good.
Wow.
Matthias isn't.
That
looking
was
sure of
that
the
was a close one.
Yeah, it was close.
He's still counting just in case.
And Matthias appears to be rather surprised by his own victory.
He might be relieved because he really took a head start yesterday and was a bit struggling today. Oh wait, Matthias is no, it's 30, 30 black.
Oh, 30 black. Oh my god.
8, 13.
So Matthias has lost the game.
Just.
He may be good at.
Indeed, it's 30 black.
30
Yeah.
black, 34 white.
And even if Vidar is good at fast games, Matthias is also rather good at fast games. So I'm sure they were both trying to psych each other out with their instant moves.
So, if you have a look at the standings before we get into this game again,
Okay, sure.
then Vidar moves to 9.5 points. Matthias remains on 9 and will not make it to the semi-finals.
Matthias.
Back to this one.
If you want to see the rankings at the moment and the pairings, as well as the team rankings, look at the pinned comment. It should be at the top of the live chat for you. From World Othello. There's a link to that page.
Well, interesting move from white.
Well, as far as I only see spare moves for black here. C8.
C8
C1.
or C7? No?
No, I mean C1 is also
Yeah.
an extra move, and after C1 he could eventually play B1. So he should be able to find some sequence where he could run out white out of moves with 25 minutes on the clock.
It is crazy because I'm watching players play Kento, and I'm watching them alongside Takahashi and Tom, and it's like, oh, why did you play that move? Obviously this move was better, but any of these players could beat me in a tournament game. And so they are incredibly strong players playing Kento, and
Yes.
Kento is just having fun, I guess. Maybe I need Takahashi next to me during my next tournament, telling me which moves to play.
Takeshi? Takeshi?
Yeah.
You were talking about me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well,
If that's the right name to use.
yeah, Takeshi is my name, yes. Well, I'm very happy if you want me in the comment team next year, but I would like to be in the players' room as a player. I'll try my best.
I was, both would be good there, but I was talking about if there's another tournament in Britain, for example, that I play in, if you just stand next to me playing and tell me which moves are best, so I can win.
Sorry, I didn't understand. Will you say it again?
So if I play in a tournament next year,
Yes.
When I sit down at my table, if you come and stand next to me and tell me which moves to play,
I see.
and then I'll do well.
Okay, yeah. That's what you were talking about, yes.
I don't think anyone would notice.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Well, this... an embarrassing move for black. Well, he will just take it. Okay.
I think he should be able to win this easily.
I'm not so sure about it now. Kento could have played to c7 instead of c8. I think he was clearly ahead with c7, but now that he played to c8, I think the position is not so clear-cut for black.
Is that because white still has a spare move to h7? That could be crucial at some point.
Yes.
Well, first of course playing the top right corner out before doing that move, but...
You're right. White has g3 and white has h3, and then, yes, white will have h7 in the future. So Janne is giving a good resistance against Kento.
Actually, it will already be quite rare that Japan doesn't get 30 points as a team, because the maximum they could get now is 29. We have seen occurrences where they finished with 32 or 33 points even after with their 3 best players.
And George Ortiz says in the chat, thanks to the commentary team for a great job. It was also great to listen to Murakami-san, a true legend of the game.
Thank you, George Ortiz. He's an Australian, isn't he? George Ortiz.
Yeah, he's an Australian living in Italy.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh.
And he also, his French is pretty good.
Oh. Well, Ortiz, thank you very much for your comment.
And of course, Tom is also a true legend of the game, so I'm getting there. So did you say c8 was a bad move by black?
Yes, I thought c7 was better.
Okay.
But it's hard to see now.
So is it quite close at the moment?
Well, if I have a virtual board, then it will be rather easy to show you.
Can we get the virtual board up, please?
Can I have a virtual board?
Okay, if we ask about the virtual board in the chat, I want to see you all with your guesses of how many asks it will take. Please. Cool.
No, but
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. In this position, Kento could have gone here, and for me, this looks better for black. I mean, more clear cut. Because I think white will go here and black will go here. Well, white and black. And this is a very nice position for black. But Kento missed it.
Well, so if the game would go wrong for Kento, we could ask about this move for sure.
Yeah.
Is this a bad position for black then, or
Not bad.
just not as good as it could have been?
Right. This is not so clear. Black should be ahead, I think, but it's not so clear now. Well, can we have the players, please?
Yep. Can you switch back to the live board with the players? Thank you. Yep. So for the other games ongoing on the live tables, only Matthias and Vidar played a pretty fast one. Older players are still focusing hard on trying to win the last game of this World Championship Swiss tournament.
So in this position on the board now, will white be trying to take away g3 for black in some way?
Yeah, going there himself
Yeah.
seems to be a very nice way to play. Well, normally move to c6 is very important for white because it's very interior move. But white can wait the move for later use because black's move to c6 is rather loud and bad. So white will leave this hold for later use and white will go to g3. I think that's what Janne will do now.
It may also, again, be worth pointing out the time. Janne is below 9 minutes now, at 8 minutes 35-ish, whereas Kento still has over 20 minutes. So,
maybe also some guesses. So we have Vidar, who won his last round. He's now on 9.5 points, and I've seen some comments online if that would be enough for the semi-final. Now, so Kento is in, but for example, if Katie wins, she will also be on 9.5 points. For example, if Michele wins against Arthur, Michele will be on 10, and Arthur also on 9.5 points. And then it will depend a bit on what Janne is doing against Kento, because Janne can remain on 9 or go to 10. So it's not yet sure that Vidar with 9.5 points will be in the semis. It could still be a playoff. Or just coming short and ending 5th in this tournament. It will depend on the results of the other tables.
Well, in Kento's position, h2 is not a good idea, because if black goes to h2, white will finish with g3, leaving h7 in the future use. So I think black h2 is not a good idea, and Kento is thinking hard about other choices. Probably he will go to g3. But of course, after g3, white will go to h6.
And keep a move on h2.
Right.
Yeah.
So Urano is thinking about the sequence.
Yeah. H2, G3,
Yes.
A3 might be a nice one. H2, G3,
A3? Yeah, well, but then white will go to
C6.
C6, and white still has a move to H7. So that's
No.
looks like it doesn't seem to work for black.
No early X squares this time.
Not this time.
It looks a bit like a normal game.
It feels a bit like a normal game. It smells a bit like a normal game.
Yeah, it is a normal game, yes.
Just some feeding on the top right, keeping a C square as a backup option.
Yeah, and that has been how Kento has tended to play his games. Just very straightforward Othello. No crazy, exciting moves, but all very strong moves.
Yeah. Well, there's also a strategy in how you approach games. If you're like in the mid game and you have the feeling that you're ahead, you need to simplify the board position if you can, of course with good moves. But if you feel that you are behind, you can always try to complicate the games. For example, if you have a choice of moves between some logic sequence for your opponent or one which is giving your opponent a lot of thought, if you're behind, it's good to play the more difficult moves. But when you're feeling you're ahead, you need to play out the logical sequences. So that's also one of the tactics you can apply during your game.
Yeah. It's a very nice idea. Yes.
I think I would tend to just make it more complicated, but not mean to.
Because also at this stage, Janne doesn't really have to maximize the number of discs if he wins.
Yeah.
Because if he wins, he's in semis. Earlier in the tournament, it was more important to ensure you get as many discs as possible out of your games.
So here is white not just going to play C6. What was black trying to do here?
I think there's no other option of playing C6 here.
Right. So C6 and A3.
C6, H3.
H3,
G3.
sorry.
H2 or G3 after that? Or A3 then?
Yes, A3. C6, A3 is the most natural sequence, but I don't know.
Inner Eagle in the chat getting very enthusiastic. You could totally join the World Tournament if you wanted to. And look forward to seeing you in future years then, definitely. Also, for those typing in Japanese, I'm sure what you're saying is of massive value. Unfortunately, I'm not able to understand it quite as well. So, if you are able to say it in English, please do.
Well, I can read it.
Yep.
But maybe the letters are too small for me?
I don't know.
Well, it is already interesting to mention that we'll have a live studio in Japanese on Sunday, so tomorrow.
Yeah.
So there it will for sure be allowed. It's also allowed now to type and talk in Japanese, and we'll ensure that the commentators will pick up these comments as well and maybe introduce it in their analysis.
And if you want to come into the English stream and type Japanese there too, you can. I just won't be able to understand, unfortunately.
Maybe we should use a bit of the WF budget to give us Japanese courses.
Or use Google Translate.
Well, some of the comments I saw on Luke's smartphone was in Japanese. They were in Japanese, and some of them pointed out that Black will now go to A4. I mean, not now, but in the future, Black will go to A4 and make a nice balanced stage to the south, all black and very powerful. And Kento is surely aiming at this balanced stage, all black balanced stage to the south.
I think I'm hoping that there'll be a possibility for a stoner trap on the top edge at some point. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, that's right.
It can't yet.
I think White has to take H6. Yes, he does. That seems to be the only move, reasonable move for White.
We were speculating on potential final standings.
Is that the score I said?
Yeah.
I predicted that.
So we were talking about some potential final standings after round 13, where we only took into account straight wins by one or the other player. But we have a draw between Arthur and Michele. So Arthur is now on 10 points, which means he's qualified for the semi-finals. And Michele is on 9.5 points. So I think we'll have a playoff for 9.5s.
Maybe. Is that? I predicted a draw for one of the games. Was that the
because you have Vidar on 9.5, Michele is on 9.5, and if Katie wins, she will also be on 9.5. So then we'll have a playoff between the 4th and the 5th.
True.
I believe that Michele was well ahead in tiebreak, so he'll take the 3rd spot, unless, of course, Janne wins this game. And then Janne and Arthur will be 2nd and 3rd. And there will be a playoff between Michele and Vidar.
Yep.
So I think we are pretty sure to have a playoff. So that means that we'll have to do some more commentating.
Indeed.
With pleasure.
Yes.
And excitement.
Although I may take this playoff off. I've done every one so far today.
I also have to listen in to my Belgian squad, what the plans are.
Yes. Right, I'm going to try and find where we predicted the scores, because I did predict a draw for one of the games, and I'm hoping it was that one.
So we had quite some moves during our excitement. Takahashi, can you catch up us?
Okay. Well, now Urano is making his normal strong moves, and he is about to gain another solid win for him. And the balance stage to the south with black discs only, it's working out very nice for black, because after c1, well, c1 seems to be the only option for white, and black will go to g2.
Mm-hmm.
So let's look ahead in your own head, not using anything. White will go to c1.
I think Janne realizes.
c1, and black will go to g2. White will go to h1. Black will wedge in h2. Now white's only option is b2. White can go to b2, only b2, and black will take the edge with a1. White will wedge, not really wedge, but white will play to b1, and black will go to a7. Did you follow it? Let's do it again. Well, let's do it again for the intermediate.
But is there an other option for white? No. No.
Not much left. Not much left.
So this is a straight win for black.
Yes, very straightforward win for black. Let's do it again. Black will go to g2, white h1, black h2. Well, h1, black h2. Well, yeah.
So it's really nice. Janne already congratulates Kento with the win.
Yes.
That's really true sportsmanship.
Yeah, it is.
I couldn't imagine this happening in chess.
Oh,
on like the top tables before the game is over. Really congratulate.
They probably accuse the other of cheating.
Instead.
Yeah, that's one of the lovely things about Othello again.
Yeah, very nice. Now it's not hard to foresee the outcome. Let's do it together. A1, B1, A7, B7, A8, pass, G7, H8, and H7.
Yep, that's a clear win. So on the other live tables, Oskar Eklund lost 11-53 to Imre Lieder. Imre Lieder is ending the tournament on a very nice 9 points.
Sorry, what I said was not the optimal sequence.
No, I think move 58 will be H8 instead of G7.
Oh, well, but here, black should go to G7 first, don't you think? I think that's the optimal line. G7, H8, H7, A8, B7, pass, A1, B1, then A7. I think that's the optimal line.
Okay.
But he didn't go for it.
No, but I think it doesn't matter. And also for Janne, he'll be on 9 points, and in the World Championship, all players are shared if they have the same number of points, unless there is a battle for the semis. So, which means we'll have only one important game remaining, and that's Katie against Roberto, where Katie has to win to actually be in the playoff against Vidar.
Well, yet another solid win from Kento. Congratulations.
Nice one. So, I think if Katie wins, there will be a playoff between Katie and Vidar. If Katie loses, then Vidar will be the only player. Michele and Vidar will be on 9.5 points, but on places 3 and 4.
Okay. So they, Janne and Kento will come in for an interview. Kento, yet again.
Yep.
He keeps winning and keeps staying on table 1.
Okay. Can we switch to the live camera on the table between Katie and Roberto? Because these are playing on table 4.
Oh.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is Roberto's move. Roberto's playing white here.
And Kento has actually finished the tournament unbeaten as well. So
Yeah.
a very good job by him, especially for his first ever World Championships.
Oh, thank you. Janne, will you be seated here?
Yes.
And Kento, please.
So now we are in despair between following the last moves of Katie against Roberto.
Instead of interviewing,
Wow.
well, we've had Kento here about 7 times.
Okay.
How do you want to share your thoughts on this position between these two players?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure. It's against black. Okay.
And Kento too. If
I'm really like my first instinct tells me to play 6H. And I think that's a win
Yep.
for Katie.
So,
it was black points
move,
for.
so we have a fast
sorry.
response.
Okay.
Because I think Katie is low on time.
I see.
But
It's still looking.
well. It's very interesting here because if Katie wins, there's a playoff between Vidar and Katie for the semi-finals.
Okay. So this has been a really good year for Finland.
a very good year,
I'm really
yes.
proud about Katie.
Well, but Janne, you should have won against Kento for
Really?
the team.
Yeah.
Someone should have mentioned that before you started playing.
Yeah. It was like the game we played. I think it was kind of like one of those openings that I played a lot.
とてもよく打ってる序盤でしたね、今回は。
そうですね。
彼も打ったことのある序盤でした。今まで経験がたくさんありました。
And there was like I think there were like there was some like there was like some move that you made that it kind of like threw me off from my book, and I had to like start to like really think about the moves after that.
でしかし残念ながらある段階で浦野さんの打った手がちょっと私のブックから外れていて、それ以降はすごくいろいろ考えなきゃいけなくなりました。
So we see Katie winning on the board against Roberto, which means we have Kento Urano on first place after the Swiss with 12.5 points.
And no losses.
Arthur
Well,
placed second with 10 points. Then we have Michele Borassi with 9.5 points, but a very high tiebreak. And then on 4th and 5th we have Vidar and Katie, who will play the playoff right after this round.
So we could have someone from the female category in the semi-finals, which would mean there would be no semi-finals for the female category.
Indeed.
Right.
So that will free up the schedule a bit tomorrow.
Yes. Time to nap.
So, but back to your performance, Janne, during the tournament. I don't imagine you started with the tournament with I'm going to win 9.
No, not at all. So my only motivation was I figured that we have a really good chance as a team to do really well. So it was we were kind of trying to figure it out. We might get 3rd place, and for that it would probably require that maybe 3 of us get 8 wins. And
自分が勝できれば団体戦優勝もあり得るかなと思ってました。
And so, but it's really nice to see that as individually, Katie is doing really well, and it's been a really good year for us, and we're super happy.
And you were ahead of Japan at one point. So it was neck and neck. Kento, do you wish that you'd won the second game? Obviously, you're unbeaten, which is only a few players have done that in the World Championships. But do you wish that you could have won that second game and had a perfect 13 out of 13?
2試合目で、引き分けを選んだわけですけれども、今から考えるともしそれを普通に打って勝ってたら13連全勝というほとんど3人ぐらいしか成し遂げたことのない快挙だったわけなんですけど、今後悔してませんか、引き分けを選んだこと。
それはもう全く後悔してないです。
No, I don't.
Good. That's the correct answer. That's good.
So I think I have the confirmation that Japan will win the team title because Akihiro Takahashi is defeating Nicky van den Biggelaar, which means that Japan comes to at least 28 points, and Finland will have a maximum of 27.5.
Okay.
So Japan wins the team title this year, and Finland becomes second.
Wow! What an incredibly close year it's been in the individual and team tournament. Then it's been really exciting. It's good to see European players also doing well.
Well, I have a question. で今そのプレーオフをすることになりそうな話がありましたが、ちょっとその2人の選手がSo who will play the playoff?
Playoff will be between Vidar Albrigtsen from Norway and Katie Pihlajapuro from Finland.
そのお二人のうちどちらと打ちたいですか、準決勝で。
誰と誰です。
Would you say it again? Vidar?
Vidar Albrigtsen from Norway.
ノルウェーのビダー選手と
and Katie from Finland.
フィンランドのケイティさんと。
ちょっとあんまり存じてなかったので、特にわからないです。
なるほど。I don't know both of them.
No, but
so I cannot say anything.
You played Katie in the tournament?
でもケイティさんと試合をなさったように思いますが。
あれ？
違った？女性の選手。
Did you play against Katie?
No.
Maybe he didn't.
No, against Vidar for sure not, because I think he won his last 5 games today. So that's really a nice achievement.
Yeah.
So he didn't play both of them.
No.
Okay. And he doesn't know anything about them.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know of any of the other results, but there's still a small chance that Switzerland will outplay Finland. So if Ilari lost, and so Arthur play a draw against Michele.
Okay.
And the other 2 Swiss also won their game. They had half a point of Finland.
Yeah.
So at least third, probably second.
Yeah. Exciting times.
Yep.
Janne, did you enjoy the game against Kento?
Yeah, I did. So I was super relieved that my tournament went so well, and I had no pressure at all, and I was just trying to enjoy the games, and I feel that when I was younger, I was kind of very competitive, and I was so harsh on myself, And if I lost games, I was like so sad. But now it's kind of like I'm enjoying the moment, and it's just like playing Othello is like fun to me now.
Are you the Janne that's Dewey online?
Online?
Yes. Or is that a different Janne?
That's probably a little bit different.
Okay.
So I have like...
There's lots of Jannes that play Othello.
Yeah, well... I mean, if you mean my nicknames?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's like 3 of them.
Yep.
At the moment, you know, a lot of the players play on the Othello quest.
Yep.
And I used to play with the nickname Eurotrip, but I forgot my password. So I had to make another one, and for this tournament I played with the Lion of the North.
Okay.
And,
I'm scared already.
Yeah.
So, can I ask you a question? Can I ask Kento a question? One more question.
Okay.
Do I have time? Japan has won the team championship 16 times in a row. What do you think is the key reason for this amazing feat? 16回団体戦をね練習してるんですけど、なぜ日本はそこまで強いんでしょうか？
なんだろうなまあ結構やっぱ周りに強い人がたくさんいるんで、その普通の大会で地区の大会出ても強い人と当たって強くなれるってのはあるのかなと思います。
There are so many good players in Japan. So if you play in a tournament, in a small regional tournament, you still play against very good players and you train yourself very well. Yes.
あと代表になるのが相当難しいんで、その取れたチャンスにかける思いみたいなものはちょっと海外のプレーよりはあるのかなと思います。
And another thing is, since it is so hard to qualify for the World Championship for a Japanese player who has qualified himself to be in the World Championship is very motivated, maybe more motivated than other countries' players, and that can be another factor, according to him. どうもありがとうございます。はい、Thank you.
Okay. I see we have no questions from
I
the
have
chat.
None from the chat, no?
No.
They've all asked their questions to Kento probably already. Yeah.
Also, we can conclude for this post-match interview. Janne, thank you for joining Kento as well, and good luck tomorrow in the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations on winning the open round.
Hey, Mom.
Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have 1 color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match. Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have 1 color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match. Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time,
But then I'll go, because there's too many then. You come. And no, you go, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
Then you're enough. That's good.
You can't run away like this, anyway.
We're just changing our studio around, different people. And welcome. We've got a special extra game, because we had 2 players who... Okay, and we've got someone coming in to help us teach us how to use an iPad. We've got a special game at the 2022 World... It's not...
It's too near.
Too near. Okay. Right. Right, so, welcome back to the 2022 World Othello Championships. We've got a special game that's coming up between Katie Pihlajapuro and Vidar Albrigtsen. Katie is from Finland and Vidar is from Norway?
Finland.
He's from Finland as well?
Oh, sorry, wait, no, I'm confused. Yeah, sorry, Norway.
Vidar's from Norway, and they're playing a playoff to get into the semi-finals because they finished on the same number of points and they had the 2 top tie breaks in that category. So I just want to introduce David Hand, who has never done this before and is really looking forward to it. My British teammate. We've got Takeshi Murakami, who you've been seeing on and off throughout the tournament so far, and we've got Tomoki, whose surname I forgot. Tomoki Otaka, who is wearing a Pikachu hat, and you know him from earlier as well.
Makes sense.
So we will be going across. I haven't been watching the tournament because I've been playing in it, and David's been playing in it. So we've not really seen how things have reached this point. So I just want to ask Murakami and Tomoki how Katie and Vidar, how their tournaments have gone to get to this point.
Right. Our expectation, I mean, the expectation of Japanese players before the tournament was that, well, we may have 3 or 4 Japanese in the semi-final, but that expectation was not very realistic in this era of European players. European players have become so good, and this year only Urano Kento Urano has qualified for the semi-final. And can you describe the situation more?
Yeah, and I saw the last game, Katie against Roberto Sperry.
Oh, there we go.
The game has started, so we will watch that. But yeah, it's certainly true that I think a lot of people always have expectancy of strong Japanese reaching the semi-finals. And being a European, it's nice to see variety in there. Okay. So have you watched any of their games during?
Yes, I saw the KT's game
Yes,
against
KT,
Akihiro Takahashi.
KT against.
Okay, and is this an opening that she's played? Do you recall?
No, it isn't.
I do.
Oh.
I do recall the game between Akihiro and KT.
Okay. Oh, me too. Yeah.
But Akihiro was playing very well, and he had a comfortable win against her in the preliminary game. So apparently KT played a lot better in other games than she did in the game against Akihiro.
Okay. And Takahiro himself was the reigning champion but didn't make the semi-finals.
Yes. I am sad, but yes.
So I think this opening is quite quite a famous one.
Popular?
Yeah, popular. Yeah, popular.
Yeah, I always play A4 as white, but I'm not sure if there's other moves.
And also A6 is
A6
also
is
one.
good, yeah.
And so this is the first time that either of these players has reached the semi-finals, I think.
I believe so, yeah. Katie did win a EGP, I think, but not so much in the World Championship.
And Tom Schutt and Luke Pryman and both of us were talking about KT's performance, and she may be the first female player to be qualified for the semi-final.
Yes.
She's already the first to make a playoff, is she?
Yeah. And we were chatting to her just before this game started, and she was absolutely delighted to be where she is. And I think in some ways she was playing down her chances. She was saying, "I'm really happy to be here. You know, it doesn't matter if I qualify for the semi-finals or not, but I'm really happy to have reached this point." But obviously, it's a one-off game, and she's been playing really well. So there's no reason why it wouldn't be a surprise. Whoever wins this won't be a surprise.
I'm sure they're both very tired. Maybe it depends who's more tired.
This is one I first saw. I use this opening sometimes, and
as white or as black?
As black.
As black. Okay.
Yeah, and we move. I move b6, but and also f2 was also possible, but I've never saw this. Maybe. Who was the black player?
Black player is
Vidar.
Norwegian.
Yeah, Vidar is black.
Vidar?
Vidar.
Vidar, yeah. Vidar maybe knows this opening a lot, I think.
Well, yeah, he played that quite quickly and confidently.
Yeah. Exactly.
B6 seems to be a very natural and very nice move here. Okay. And Vidar is well prepared against this move, maybe? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is all very natural.
Yeah. And also, I think for d7 white here is quite
D7.
natural.
D7 seems really good.
Yeah, seems to be the obvious response.
I say really good. I actually miss drawing or +2.
Sorry?
I say really good. I actually miss very close to even.
You have.
So do we think that Katie's out of book now? She's certainly spending more time thinking, and she's playing the book moves, but they are quite natural moves.
Are there some other options here?
No, I don't think so. I think D7 is just fine. Why not go there?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. The
Thank you.
roads become sometimes darker. Oh, and the black moves so quickly.
Does she just go into F4? Is that the block?
Yeah.
Or does she go
like
G5 or something?
Yeah, because I think maybe F4 next black E2 is maybe bad. I don't know.
And just as a heads up, Katie chose to play white. I think she was thinking about choosing black, and Imra Leader, mine and David's teammate, talked her into choosing white because there's that way she gets parity, and Imra was saying that in one-off games you should always choose white. So she chose white, but that means if it's a draw, because she got to choose colour, if it's a draw it means that Vidar will qualify for the semi-finals.
Well, Vidar hasn't played yet, so maybe he's out of luck. I assume it's E2 is the logical one that Tomoki suggested. Yeah, nothing else looks particularly tempting.
Yeah.
Well, maybe E7, but of course E2 looks perfectly sound.
But like,
I don't know.
yeah, maybe he's thinking about like black E2 and white A6 maybe.
A6?
A6, no, A7 I think. So E2, A5 and A7 like that. No, just as before.
Okay, so taking the edge if he's offered it.
Yep. So.
And then that strategy would be pulling towards the bottom left corner.
Yeah.
So taking quite a lot of pieces towards the bottom left corner, but not leaving white many moves elsewhere.
E7 seems like quite a nice response though for white.
Yeah, I read
I
that.
don't really see anything black can.
Black will go D8 if white plays E7.
White can go F8.
Well, like,
and then black will go F7. I'm pretty sure that'll happen. That's what's going on in his head, I think.
Then white has a nice G5 after that as well. I don't know.
Yeah. But I don't think. The reason I say that is because playing C8 in that diagonal fashion towards the corner and the edge. That's what he's thinking. That's the strategy that he's thinking. Oh, of course, as the position changes, he might spot something new and strategy changes. But I just want to run through the situation with the semi-finals. So the first semi-final will be Kento Urano from Japan against the winner of this game, so Katie or Vidar. The second open semi-final will be Arthur Juigné versus Michele Borassi, France versus Italy there. So two more Europeans.
Oh, Swiss versus Swiss.
Swiss. Okay, yes. So Arthur is actually French but lives in Switzerland and qualified for the Swiss team this year. So he's actually representing Switzerland. And in the female semi-finals, that is also dependent on the outcome of this, because if Katie qualifies for the open tournament, then that will affect in some way what happens for the female semi-finals. I'm not sure how. But we've got Katie versus Gabriella Lim, Jia Ying.
Oh, yeah, I played her earlier. From,
Do you know? Is she from Singapore?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other one will be Yoko Sano, who's very used to this kind of situation. Is she playing for Japan?
No,
USA, America.
USA.
She's playing for the USA. Okay. Okay. Versus Fuyumi Okudaira, who I assume is playing for Japan.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in youth semi-finals, we've got Taketora Miyamoto, who is the Japanese youth, Remy Taste, who is the French youth, Fuyumi Okudaira
From Japan. Yeah.
from Japan.
Yes.
So
Female champion.
yeah, and the reason I'm hesitating there because she's already down in the. I've already mentioned her for the female semi-final. Oh gosh, what's happened on the board?
So
I'll just throw the last name in as well. Versus Daniel Dufour from the Netherlands.
So yeah, rather than play E7, White chose to play G4. I guess because there was no threat of Black playing E7. So, although now you'd think E7 is even nicer maybe for White.
Yeah, E7 is good.
Gives access to G4.
G4.
After E7.
After E7.
Yeah.
Yes. That's right.
It seems White is good, I think.
Yeah. Katie's ahead, I think.
So do we think on the tablet? Can we just go back a move? Do we agree with H5?
Okay.
H5 looks like a bad move for me.
Are there some other options?
Okay, so the board's on the left and the tablet's on the
I
right.
mean, maybe just D3 was better. I don't know actually, because then they can go F7, I guess. Maybe.
But then F7?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
this
not
is
great.
not it. Maybe there's a problem before here. Because I can't. I think there's no good move here. I think.
Yeah, but H4 maybe, but that's not great if they just go H6.
Yeah, maybe there's a bad move before here. I don't know.
Well, none of us.
No, I mean we weren't too keen on C8. I think we preferred it E2. But we didn't think C8 was terrible.
Well, maybe he had the expectancy of E7 following up C8 and didn't look at G5. Maybe he thought E7 was just too natural not to play. So it may have thrown him. Or maybe he's still in book and he knows something we don't.
Well, I doubt it. Because he's thinking hard.
He is thinking hard now.
Yes. Can we have the players on the screen, please?
And it's worth noting that Vidar started today on 3.5 out of 7 and went on a running streak, a winning streak of 6 out of 6 today.
Wow!
Including beating last year's world champion Takahashi in that run. So that's a hugely impressive second day.
Yeah. Can we see the two players, please? Thank you.
Okay, E2 looks a bit nicer now, maybe.
But E2 and then A5.
What? E5?
A5. E2, A5.
Yeah, 5. And then if black takes the edge, it opens up D3.
Forgot about that, yeah.
How about D3?
Although it does also give black C5, which opens up E7 as a nice move for black afterwards.
How about D3?
Although you think White would place to E7 first, maybe.
Yeah.
E7?
Yeah, if black takes A7, obviously after E7, White would have the D8 without flipping C7.
Okay.
After E... Okay. stop talking hypotheticals.
Okay, now maybe we finally see E7.
Or maybe
G4.
Yeah.
G4 first.
Either way, black will go to D2, I think.
Yeah, but after that, white can move A5.
Yes.
E7 had an advantage of...
Oh.
He couldn't do E2, but he could still do D2, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why I preferred E7, really.
Well, so you preferred E7 before this?
Yeah,
so that...
So black couldn't go E2.
Right.
Well, now, of course, white can do the A5 if they want. Which might be the best move, yeah.
E5 seems to be a nice move. But maybe then black will just take the edge to A7, gaining access to E3 and E7.
Yeah, but then the whole E-row will still be black. And white will be able to have a nice little move to E8. I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So it looks like you play out the sequence and you get a really nice move, but then you're giving your opponent a really nice move as well.
Can't see anything better than A5.
Didn't even think about it, just took the edge.
Okay, and black moves to A7, and white moves to D3. Yep.
So this is what I meant before.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like a really nice sequence, and black gets that nice, perfectly quiet move down to E7, but the whole E row is black. So I think white E8.
Do you prefer E8 to F8? I usually play F8 in situations like this, just because I like to force them to give you a square they can't go in between.
I think after F8, D8, I would normally want to go to F7, but I don't overly like it. But then D2 is still a nice move as well now, I guess. Maybe not.
Yeah, D2 is good. I would move to D2.
Or maybe H6 is maybe possible.
It is another option. Maybe it's the best move.
So we're thinking white's got all of the choice here.
Yeah.
And one way of thinking about this kind of position is black hasn't got many choices. What can I do to force black's hand? And although I mentioned E8, and I do think E8's a decent move, it's kind of playing into an area of the board that black can't play at all at the moment, and it gives black a choice of playing down there at some point.
I think I prefer H6 to D2. I'm not sure what you do after D2, F2.
H3?
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
H3.
maybe.
After that, I think D2, F2, H3, and A3, B3, A2, and and if white moves to the north edge, I think, yeah, black will be. So I think black can't move anywhere. I think.
Okay, could you say that again more slowly?
Okay, so it's
and you can use the tablet
okay.
if you want to show what you're thinking.
Okay, here I just mentioned d2 and f2, h3 and a3, b3, a2, and I don't know. For example, if white moves, for example, like for here, like there's only the place the black can move is to the upper edge, and
but then you've got the issue of h4, h5, c1, haven't you, as well?
Yeah.
Or yeah, I think the white will be quite dead as soon.
And she played a completely different move than
to any of the ones.
Yeah,
a completely different move to any of the ones we were talking about, which also looks reasonable.
How about black here?
D1.
Yeah, I think so too.
So whenever anybody goes diagonally onto the edge like that,
you move to the opposite.
In this case, F1, D1 is quite a natural response. It's often a pair that's played out.
Well, but after D1, white will go to F2.
Yeah.
And then D2.
Yeah, so that would be the second pair that's often played out, but in this case, that D2 would flip. It's poisoned by the left edge. So it would flip extra discs that it doesn't want to flip. Yeah. Yeah, lots of discs it doesn't want.
I was just thinking. I think if I'm black, I think I'll play to a3 here. So if white moves to d2, so if it moves like this, if white moves to d2 here, I'll move to f2 here, like this, and if white comes to f2, I'll just try to do like this, but black move to d1, which I mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, and as Murakami mentioned, f2 leaves quite a difficult decision for black after that.
Yes.
Or maybe I just thought after f2, like if we have f2, maybe b1 is maybe better than that we showed. I think that we mentioned before, but yeah, I think also this.
D2.
Can we see the players again, please?
So,
Katie seems ahead.
It feels like there's like at least sort of 5 or 6 different winning moves here that are all very good.
It's playoff 25 minutes each.
So 30 is starting.
30 minutes, okay. So Katie has some.
It does feel like the kind of position that Katie will have to lose. I'm not sure that Vidar will be able to find something here without Katie making a mistake.
Yeah. For here, I think there's D2 or E1.
Well, D2.
Yeah, but yeah, I know. But how about? Sorry, my mic off. Exactly. How about move after a3? Yeah, just like that. I think it will move like b3 and a2, and after that, whites have to move to the bottom side, I think.
I suppose if it goes b3, a2, black gets c1, and white... Oh no, wait, sorry, white can get in there, can't they? Yeah, that's not very good.
Of course, given that b3, a2 seems a pair and then white has to play through, it's worth white considering what to do now instead of playing that, because there's no good black moves up there.
White will just go to g6 after the pair, and I think white is comfortably ahead.
I think maybe not b3 here. How about e8 here? Does it make sense here?
Where did you say?
E8.
E8? E8.
Feels a bit unnecessarily loud for white.
Yeah, feels like a bit of a risk that I don't think she needs to take. Might be the best move. But it feels like a risk.
Yeah, exactly.
So especially in a playoff like this, what you try to do is you try to find a winning line that you know you can play rather than the best winning line.
Yeah, the simple is the best, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so KT went to b3, a2, now g6 seems to work fairly well. No?
Is black going to play g2 after? I know it's not good, but he's going to have to do something.
What, after g6?
After g6?
Well,
g2? Or?
I mean...
he's going to have to do some kind of x square at some point soon, I think.
Yes, you're just waiting for that, weren't you? But, I mean, like, even though he's going to have to do that, g6, you can't let white have h6 as well.
Yeah, but KT has only 9 minutes, so maybe she has to think quite quickly, because it's still a middle game. There's, I think, the end. We have to take some time to the end game, I think. I think just Murakami mentioned g6, but are there some other options here?
There's plenty of options, aren't there, I guess?
Like, no, yeah, you mentioned g6,
yes.
But are there some other options?
Of course there are, but I think g6 is the safest way to...
Do you not like h3 here?
h3? Oh, okay, yeah.
If black goes somewhere like c1, you get the quiet h6. And if black takes h2, then they've got an unbalanced edge there as well.
I quite like f8 as well.
Oh, yeah, that's so nice. Oh, yeah, maybe that's what it...
Yeah, it looks like there's lots of winning lines. As I said before, she'll have to find the loss if she's going to lose.
Yeah.
I would suggest there probably wasn't a losing move in that position at all, maybe, even b2.
Quite possibly.
For here, I think, is white not dead, like d8, d8, e8, h2? I think the black is dead.
I quite like g7 here for white. If you're going to win anyway, you may as well play a nice x.
Or b7. b7 is another choice here. So there are many winning moves.
Yeah, but however, like, after b7, maybe b2 is a bit dangerous for white, I think.
Well, I don't think so, because white has the... Oh, no, sorry, maybe I'm wrong.
E8,
sorry.
you mean? But
that's right.
So I mean, like b7 and b2 and e8, like maybe d8 is a bit dangerous. It looks for me.
Yeah.
So I think there's a more safe way. I think, and a more easy way to win.
Yeah, and as we said before, in this kind of position in a playoff, you want to find the easy win, not necessarily the best win.
Yeah, KT's time is already, I think, 6 minutes left, isn't it?
Well, I think F7 is good. How about that F7 here?
You mean like F7 and F8 or E8, like that?
Well, if black goes to F8 after F7, then white can just play to G7.
Okay, yeah, that's so simple. So maybe black will go to E8.
E8, then white will go to B7.
Oh yeah, maybe that's the most simplest way, I think. Yes. Yeah, she moved, which Murakami mentioned.
Yes, good move.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Now B7.
Oh yeah, this is so effective here.
It's a straightforward win for white.
Like, I think, after b7, black could cut the line, for example, b1 or e1, but it turns a lot of discs, and yeah, she moved it.
Yes.
And actually, like, e1 gets...
Yeah, and even if you flip the diag with like b1, after taking a8, white can go b8 without flipping across the other diagonal towards h2.
Oh yeah, but like this, the C line, like the line of through the diagonal line through h3 and h3 to b7. Oh, over there. b1 he chose, but
just play c1. No need to make it complicated.
So c1, a8.
b8.
Yeah, this b8 is such a nice move because the line of through h3 and c8 is all black. So.
So that diagonal that you just mentioned from...
A1 is the best, yes.
Oh yeah, so if black moves, if black moves b2, white will move to e1, and if black moves to e1, white will move to b2. So.
Me.
Yeah, because you're such a good player. Yeah. So black can't move both of them.
So which should he do?
Probably b2, just for like an extra 2 sort of stable discs.
So now it's really, really straightforward. And
yes,
I don't think 4 minutes is going to be an issue.
No. Katie's heart will be beating and she'll still be thinking, can I muck this up? But she can't.
I would be very impressed. It might be technically possible if she went H7.
But still probably not.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the pieces, most of the black pieces will turn to the white.
I guess she still wants to try and get a nice parity ending. Not sure of the best way to do that.
H8 should be the one.
Well,
Go for
because
it.
like, for example, H8, and if black moves to F8, I think, yeah, maybe I think the black will get the party, but is it okay for that?
Yeah, I think it is okay.
Well, if I'm playing, I think I'll just move from D8, but yeah. Yeah, she moved, which Murakami mentioned.
So yeah, if black goes G8, I guess they keep parity down at the bottom, but it's not going to obviously be enough. They got hyper parity basically. Oh no, wait, sorry. So G8, yeah, G8, H7. Well, I guess the back. Sorry.
And if black goes to F8, as Tomoki had pointed out, white will go to H1, black H2, white H3, pass, and white H7. Oh.
Do you play H1 before H7? So you get extra discs on the diagonal?
Yeah, surely, yes. The same thing will happen now. H1, H2, H3, pass, and H7.
Maybe she's just counting now.
I don't think discount really matters in a playoff, but you may as well get as many as you can.
Okay, so we've just had Tom, who has been sitting in on these studio sessions, message us with some information that if Katie gets to the semi-final, she actually isn't the first woman. In 1978, Carol Jacobs came second, and then she came fourth in 1977. In those early days, it's worth mentioning that the tournament was 5 and 9 players respectively, but there's a nice tidbit of historical information.
Not to offend anyone, but I imagine the quality was slightly less.
How many discs is it?
It's all relative.
Yeah, congrats for Katie.
Yeah, very strong. Vidar was in buck for longer, but apparently he got taken out.
How many discs was it?
And quite quickly.
He does look a little bit tired, so I will let him off.
And to be fair to him, he did win 6 games today. So that takes a lot of thinking.
Is it 22 for black?
Yes, 22 for black, yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Now Katie gets an easy game against Kento.
Yep. So just to reiterate, the semi-finals tomorrow, which we will be back. Does anybody know what time they actually start? Is it?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
8:45 again.
Wasn't it 1 hour later, so like 9:30?
Well, someone will message me with the timings in a minute. But just to reiterate, we've got the semi-finals. So Katie, who has qualified in 4th place, will play the winner of the Swiss, who was Kento Urano from Japan, and Arthur, Janne, and Michele Borassi will play the other semi-final. And then in the women's semi-final, we've got, well, I'm not sure how technically this works now that Katie has qualified for the Open. But in the youth, we've got Takatora Miyamoto versus Rami Taste, and Fuyumi Okudaira versus Daniel Dufour.
I think 2 people will come for the interview.
Okay. And here we have the players arriving for the interview.
Yeah. To the right. Will you move?
Okay.
To the
So, first of all, congratulations, Vidar, on your day. You've had a phenomenal day. You've had a phenomenal day.
Fantastic, yeah.
6 wins out of 6 until that game.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe it. Everything's just flown really, really well.
Okay, and your first time reaching the semi-finals?
I mean, it's probably the first time on the left side of the score system, so yeah, it's just been crazy.
Okay, and you had some good wins on that as well. It wasn't an easy day where you had easy games.
No, but I mean, because of my score yesterday, I didn't feel any pressure at all, so I could just relax and play like I usually do, like really fast, and it tended to work out. And yeah, after win against Akihiro, it was just mind blowing, and yeah, I could really just have fun.
Well, congratulations on reaching the playoff.
Thank you.
And Katie. Congratulations on reaching the semi-finals. And how does that make you feel?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Okay, you're not jumping around as much as you were outside. And that was before you reached the semi-final. So, do you want to talk us through the game, the two of you? I mean, it seemed to us that, Vidar, you were in opening book longer than Katie.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't I don't think that's a normal book. I know that I can't beat strong players like this with normal books, so I try to use variations of it.
Okay, so it was a variation you knew, but it wasn't one that you know well. You were just trying to.
I knew it a little bit, but I know it's not a real. I mean, I was behind, but hopefully I need to hope somebody messed up somewhere.
Right. And Katie, did you feel that you were ahead after the opening?
Yes.
You did.
After a certain point, not at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you felt you were ahead. So you thought, this is mine to take, unless I muck up.
In the mid game, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We felt that it reached that point quite quickly, but obviously the pressure of playing the actual game when you're watching it, sometimes it's easier than when you're playing. But in this case, you got to the point quite quickly where you thought, just need to play sensibly now.
Yeah, I tried to be safe.
Tried to be safe. And we were talking about that as well. So was it going through your head? Because we were coming up with different variations. It was almost, by the end of it, it was like, which win do you want to choose? But being in a playoff, we were discussing the fact that actually what you want to do is find the simplest win and play it, rather than worry about discount or whatever until you're confident that you can't lose. Was that going through your head? Did you looked at different options and thought, find a simple, obvious win?
Just the easiest win.
The easiest win?
Yeah.
Okay. And tomorrow you're going to be playing Kento Urano, who won the Swiss. Did you play him in the? I haven't been able to keep on top of everybody's games as I've been playing. You didn't play him in the Swiss.
No.
Okay, so are you looking forward to that?
Yes.
I mean, of course you're looking forward to playing it. Are you looking forward to playing him?
But no pressure.
No. Well, the pressure's off, but the option for a huge win is also.
I'm over the moon just being in the final. I'm a semi-final.
In the semi-final. Okay. Well, have you got any plans for your day off?
No, not really. mind is quite fried now, so I guess I'll go to the hotel and eat some food and probably early night.
An early night, okay. And we wish you luck tomorrow. We will be watching it, commenting, and the Japanese commentators. So something that's happening differently tomorrow is that there will be different studios with different languages. So our two Japanese guests, Murakami and Tomoki, will be actually in the Japanese room, giving Japanese commentary. So they will be gunning for Kento in that game, and we'll be gunning for Katie, and we'll see how it goes. But good luck to you, and good luck to Kento as well.
Yeah, but so congrats for you too.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so.
Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have 1 color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match.